The opening scene is the standard for time travel. Everyone, please note, do not attempt to replicate this under any circumstances. Rosalia suddenly encounters a traffic accident when she is crossing a street. Rosalia thought her life was over, but who knew she would transmigrate into the world inside a novel? When she wakes up, she finds herself in a luxurious palace, and before her is a scene that makes people blush. A blonde-haired man is hugging two girls, and he immediately opens his mouth to ask her, "Now you are even coming to the bedroom?" Rosalia and he are face to face, looking directly at each other. Looking at his hair, it is so long and beautiful. So much so that if she did not look at his well-defined, sculpted six-pack abs, our female lead would have thought he was a girl. After a few seconds, Rosalia finally comes to her senses and wonders, but is this the world after death? This world looks a bit decadent, does not it? While she is observing, the blonde-haired man suddenly speaks sarcastically, "Honestly, I am shuddering at your obsession. How can someone who is supposed to be a shining example as the future crown princess act in such a way?" Rosalia wants to say that he is really good. She listened to his long speech, but she still does not understand what is going on. She thinks to herself, who is he? Rambling on and on. Besides, he has been calling me by a strange name since a while ago. I still can't figure out what the situation is. Suddenly, Rosalia feels a sharp pain in the palm of her hand. She wonders why she is clenching her fist so tightly that it is leaving marks on her hand. But the blonde-haired man smugly mocks and asks if she is just planning to stand there and watch. Hearing him say that, she realizes that she is hindering his actions. He was happily enjoying himself and in high spirits, but then a stranger appeared, so it is understandable that he would be embarrassed. After thinking that, she immediately leaves the room so as not to disturb him any further. But this blonde-haired man is not simple. He watches her leave and loudly says, "Thank you for your understanding, my fiancé. It is not like this is the first or second time you have been understanding of me." Rosalia is stunned when she hears that. How is this girl-looking person my fiancé? The blonde-haired man continues to laugh and flirt with the two girls in his arms. She does not know what the two girls said that made him laugh so delightedly. Then he asked, "Really?" Then he looks at Rosalia and says in an extremely smug and sarcastic tone, "I did not know Miss Rosalia wanted to join in. If you want to, then join us." He shamelessly continues, "But what I mean is, if you crawl over here and kiss my feet." Hearing these words, Rosalia angrily whirls around. Step by step, with a cold expression, she approaches the bed. Not expecting that she really wants to do that, Blondie smugly looked at her and said with a disagreeable tone. Listening to him talking nonsense more and more, the female lead became more and more furious. She restrained herself, grinding her teeth. Then she could not stand it anymore. So our female lead used her profound inner strength to give the Blondie a painful slap. The two girls that Blondie were hugging just now were so scared of this scene of jealous outburst that they could only bury their heads and run away. Blondie was slapped so hard that his face was distorted with pain, and his mouth was bleeding. And the female lead was still angrily scolding him. "You talk as if you are favored. Go to hell, you disgusting creature in heat." She points directly at that cheap man and curses. A few days later, at the Rosalia ducal residence. In conclusion, even though the female lead broke the crown prince's mouth, she was still safe and sound because, in this life, she is the daughter of the duke, who has the highest power in this country. She is even the only daughter, so inside the house, even if she just walks past them, the two maids have to fearfully lower their heads. Looking at them like that, the female lead can only coldly ask, "Where is my father?" For some reason, just asking such a light question makes the maid tremble uncontrollably. Then she stammers, "The duke is in his study, milady." Hearing that, she does not say much and tells them, "I know." Then she turns around, wanting to find her father in this life. But watching her leave, the maid suddenly finds it strangely perplexing. Seeing that she is going the wrong way, even though she is very afraid of her, the maid still has to speak up softly to remind her, "Milady, it is not that way. It is upstairs on the second floor, on the left." She is still not used to this place, so hearing someone being so kind, she turns her head to say thank you, but the two maids just look at her like she is a demon. Everyone here is afraid of facing her. It seems that her reputation after transmigrating here is not very good, so the maids always tremble as if they are in the Arctic whenever they see her. It has been a week since she transmigrated into this body. Now she can move around freely, but at first, before she could understand what was happening, her father had his men capture and imprison her. Those people were extremely rough, causing her to fall painfully to the floor. She could only look around helplessly. That is right, she is beyond saving, no one can save her. Her beautiful mother just covered her face and cried every day. And her father was extremely fierce. His expression was cold, without any fatherly affection. Looking into her father's eyes, She thought that before she could find out why she was living in this body, she might be killed by her father in this life. After days of being locked in her room for the reason of self-reflection, she was able to grasp the situation she was facing. First, she transmigrated to Kartika, the largest country on the continent and the Kartika Empire, with a history of nearly 1,000 years. Second, her family, the Rosalia Dukes, were founding contributors and one of the leading swordsmanship families in the empire. And finally, the most unexpected thing, she is Elena Rosalia, the only daughter of the ducal family and the fiancée of the crown prince. Who would have thought this was the world inside a novel? And to drive her crazy even further, why is she Elena? She remembers that Elena Rosalia is a character who appears in The White Rose Maiden, which she read in her previous life on the advice of a friend. At first, she wondered if she should read this, but who knew she would read it twice? The novel's plot is that the main character, Rosetta, the White Rose Maiden, meets the male lead, the crown prince. They overcome adversity and succeed in love. But the problem is the calamity they need to overcome, and that is none other than Elena, the villainess into whose body she has transmigrated. That means the body she is transmigrated into is the worst female villain in the novel. If you remember the evil actions this body did to the female lead, there are countless, such as pouring wine on the female lead's dress, and even slapping the female lead a few times, abusing the female lead of the novel. And the most vicious of all is that she even poisoned the female lead. Even Rosalia did not expect that she would become the evil and wicked Elena. No wonder this woman got her head chopped off by the crown prince in the story. But remembering the crown prince being such a lecherous playboy, it seems that this is the time when the female lead has not appeared yet. She secretly speculates that this also means that this is when Elena has not embarked on the path of becoming a villainess. After thinking this, she suddenly bursts into a hearty laugh. Okay, now I probably know exactly what I need to do. Then she quickly goes to the door of the study and knocks politely and forcefully. Her busy father, the Duke, suddenly hears the knock and looks up to see who it is. She thinks that first she must survive, so she takes all her courage and says, "Father, I have something to say. I want to cancel my engagement with the crown prince." As she speaks, she feels that she is right because the first thing she wants to do is escape from this love triangle. As soon as she finishes speaking, her father scolds her so harshly that she can't even smooth her face. "What is this? Isn't this a marriage that you pushed for yourself? Even if it was not, do you think you can easily cancel an engagement with the royal family?" Then the father and daughter can only stand there staring at each other for a few minutes without anyone saying a word. Elena thinks with a headache that she knew this would not be easy, and she does not intend to rush things. The important thing is what comes next. The noble status, as well as the power and huge wealth, these are noble things that she did not dare to dream of in her previous life. In order to fully enjoy these things, Elena plots secretly and gently says to her father, "Yes, it seems like I was hasty about the annulment." Hearing her say that, the Duke could only tiredly answer, "All right, you are not like this for just a day or two." The Duke huffily tells his daughter to get out. But before he could calm down, he heard Elena say instead, "I will propose something else to you, father." She confidently and clearly says loudly, "Please make me, the only bloodline of this family, the heir." When she is gleefully thinking that she must inherit this family, the Duke on the other side is so angry that his face turns dark. Without even answering, he kicks her out of the study with one swift motion. What makes you think you can become the heir just because you want to? She has been blocked by her father too many times, but she still did not give up the intention of becoming the heir. Then one day, she was officially banned from the study. Elena at this time can only lie down and sigh. "Damn it, it is really too difficult, why not let me do it? So really want to be the heir too much." She complained with a headache, "Even if I break off the engagement with the crown prince, if I do not inherit the title of Duke, then maybe I will become the wife of some guy. If that is the case, then I will not be able to be as free as Hyo, what should I do?" Then she was irritably continued to think, "Because I thought that if I say that she wants to be the heir, the father will let me do so. Who knew that Duke's barrier was too high? I had just said a word to be the heir. He just looked as if he wanted to cut my head and cook me." Thinking of this, she kept sitting there like the ants buying fish in the market. Even if I was not beheaded by the crown prince, I would probably be beheaded by this father. So she can only hug her head to think about it. But what can I do now? Sitting for a while with back pain, she had to lie down to think, to be honest, if the Duke is not crazy, then there is no reason to let me be the heir. Although I am not the real Elena, but since transmigrating into this body, the evil actions that Elena used to do are mine. Thinking about it, she once again reassured herself that she was too hasty. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered something. Her eyes that was closing suddenly widened as if she saw gold. She sat up and calmly remembered, "Wait a minute, I should calm down first, sort out the situation." She counted and remembered. During this time at least she will not have to marry the crown prince. Moreover, the male and female lead will meet in the winter when the snow falls. She glanced out the window and thought, but now it is just the beginning of winter, thinking that there is still time. And finally, Elena made up her mind that before winter comes, she must become the heir of the Duke's family and annul the engagement with the Crown Prince. That is also her ultimate goal, she just thought. So then suddenly there was a knock on the door. Hearing the knock, Elena quickly said out loudly, "Come in." "Oh, mother," Elena exclaimed in surprise when the door opened. Her mother, Elizabeth Thessar Rosalia, stepped in with a flustered and timid look before her daughter in the silent room. The atmosphere was so silent that it was difficult for outsiders to breathe. At this time, in order to reduce the embarrassment, Elena had to speak up and ask, "Mother, what is the matter?" Unexpectedly, this question made Elizabeth so scared that her hands turned green. She stammered for a long time but could not say a word. Elena was very confused and wondered why she was so scared. Then she remembered the novel and said softly, "Mother, I won't turn over the tea set." Hearing her say that, Elizabeth was even more surprised. She stammered and asked, "Really?" Seeing her like that, Elena was speechless. "I just guessing, but it is true." At this time, when she had calmed down a bit, Elizabeth asked her daughter, "I heard that you go to your father every day, so I wonder what is going on." Elena did not hide anything. "Yes, I want to annul the engagement with the prince because of that." Elizabeth was shocked as if she had just heard a ghost. She opened her mouth and asked back, "Annul the engagement?" "Yes, it is not just that," Elena said confidently. "I told my father that I wanted to become the heir of this family." Hearing this, her mother gaping her mouth, she hiccuped continuously because she was too shocked. She hiccuped non-stop and asked, "The heir you?" Then she had to quickly drank a glass of water to gain strength, before being able to calm down. As a mother, but she respectfully asked her daughter's opinion. "I wonder if I can ask you why you want to break off the engagement?" So Elena obediently answered, "Of course." Then she noticed that even though she was very scared, her mother always listened to Elena, which made her wonder if she could persuade her mother if she did well. So taking this opportunity, Elena sincerely made it clear, "In fact, I also do not know why I am so obsessed with the Crown Prince. Moreover, since that incident, after self-reflection in the room then, I constantly have this thought." It seemed that these words moved her mother's heart. She asked Elena what kind of thoughts. Who knew that Elena was called the Crown Prince a minute before? The next second she immediately turned her face and cursed the blonde hair as garbage. At this time she had to transform into the real Elena to complain, "In the past I was blind, and the Crown Prince, he is a beast. If not, then why he was flirt in front of his fiancée? It is really a scum of society. What a hell, how can such a person as the Crown Prince? The empire will soon decline with that Crown Prince." Elena could not control herself and scolded the lecherous blonde. Her mother panicked and covered her mouth, preventing her from saying more because offending the royal family can cause death. Elena immediately realized the problem. Maybe she was too angry. "I do not have to break off the engagement right away, but I really do not want to marry that Crown Prince." She sincerely took Elizabeth's hand, earnestly, "And I sincerely want to inherit father." Elena said the words from the bottom of her heart. "I want to be by your side to learn and help the family, that is what I want." Her mother was delighted because she saw her sincerity. "Elena, it seems that you have changed." "All right, I trust you, but promise me." "Yes, mother, please say it. I hope that even if you are tired, do not give up." And her mother looked at her lovingly. "Don't throw away the book because it is difficult to read. Also hope you do not burn books. Also do not throw away shoes because it hurts when dancing, and do not scold the teacher." It turns out that evil Elena used to be illiterate. "Yes, I will not do it again." And finally, Elizabeth kindly said with tearful eyes, "I hope that you do not shout at me to get out again." Who knew that Elena in this life also scolding her mama? Only abusing her mother. Her mother just want her to change those things. Seeing her mother had pleaded so much, Elena also smiled brightly and promised that she would never do that again. "Please believe me." Just hearing these words, her mother smiled with satisfaction. Since she was born she had never seen Elena so obedient. After seeing the change of her daughter, it seems that she had went to Elena's father to persuade, but it seems that this matter is not easy. Today Elena was sitting in her study when she received the news. "Miss, from today the class of air will begin." This news made her stunned and wondered, oh, so the words of the mother has an impact on father so strongly. So the days began for Elena with her determination. She studied hard from morning to night. She learned the history of the empire with a tutor. She learned to dance. Elena wore gorgeous dresses. Then quickly she put on strong clothes to learn swordsmanship. And above all, she probably has an excellent talent, so the learning speed is very fast. Not long before she can easily cut off the puppets on the training ground. Her swordsmanship skills made the teacher and other students exclaim in admiration. She was surprised when she saw that everyone was clapping for her. She did not know if they praise her sincerely or fake. Ending a great sword dance, she was praised by the young teacher. "Indeed, Miss is a genius. It can be seen that she has the qualities of a swordsman." The teacher continuously gave her flowery words. "Obviously Miss was born for swordsmanship. I was sure the first time I met Miss when she was young, she was taller than her peers. Her body was slender, but her muscle strength was really like her father." But Elena did not care, she only practiced hard, she still had many other classes to attend. She left in the shock of the teacher. "Miss, where are you going?" Elena just turned around and coldly answered, "I do not like the hot weather, also do not like to over-practice training, so I do not intend to be a swordsman. I still have the next class, so please excuse me to go first. You have worked hard, Mr. Dior." She walked away, but the people who stayed behind were looking forward to her return. They said in unison, "If Miss changes her mind, then please come at any time. We will always wait for Miss." Thanks to the persuasion of her mother, it seems that her plan to become the heir has proceeded smoothly. She only secretly thinks no, it is not necessary to do so. But she did not expect that during the family meal she almost collided with her father for the first time. Father looked at her with bullet eyes. "Elena, fight fairly with the sword." What? Elena's eyes widened in disbelief because she was only learning swordsmanship. Her mother brought the sword to her, Elena trembling. "Oh mother, is he telling the truth? How can she win, father?" There are times she almost had to die again because of her mother's proposal. But that made her more certain that the position of this family is this person. "Elena, have you finished training?" Her mother smiled and brought her a cup of tea. Elena happily answered, "Yes, mother." Her mother sat down next to her. Suddenly she asked her to call her mama, is a closer way to call her than normal. "No, you have to call me mama." Regardless of Elena's strained expression, she still pleaded Elena to call her mama. "Come on, call it and try mama." Although she felt cheesy, but to please her, Elena reluctantly called mama. Her face darkened. "That is right, it sounds cheesy. Elena, my beautiful daughter." Her mother looked no different from a child who was given candy. "That is right, this is right. What is the relationship with the Duke needs to know for? She just needs to have a good relationship with Elizabeth, her mother in this life." Move on to the next scene, a slender hand cautiously knocking on the door. "Come in," the person in the room said. This handsome guy is Elena's tutor. He is Whaletown Duke, the second son of the Duke's house, a master in the tutor industry. Whaletown entered Elena's father's room. Elena's father was working in the study. He did not look at him and only asked, "How is she today?" The tutor seriously looked at him. "Today she is excellent. She accepted the lesson faster than I thought. Starting from the next lesson, the heir of the Duke will have to learn about the items needed." The Duke should have been happy about his daughter, but his response to him was the rustle of writing. He was still silently working. The tutor saw that and was bored. He looked at him for a while and said, "Excuse me, I can say a few words." "Right, say it," the Duke answered. "Although I do not know how much you expect from Miss, but I think Miss Elena is very suitable to be the heir of the Duke." In response, he carefully considered the ability of his daughter. He said, "Evaluating a child who has just completed after the basic steps is too generous." The handsome tutor continued, "Miss Elena has the ability to learn, understand and apply knowledge very well. Although there are times she says things that makes me feel I do not understand, but what tutor appreciates about Miss is her effort." Duke's eyes lit up. He understood the problem. That is probably what he is looking for in the heir. The tutor stood before the Duke. He said frankly, "I hope you do not deny the lady's efforts." In the magnificent palace, night had fallen. In the luxurious room, there was someone on duty at the bedside. The serving butler cried because His Highness the Prince was seriously injured. "His Highness the Prince," he sobbed. Perhaps he had been on duty at the bedside for many days. The boy lying there had long hair and a delicate face. He was injured in the head. Suddenly his hand moved. Those were the first signs of the comatose person waking up. He opened his eyes and woke up, but still looked tired and in pain, but it must be admitted that he was too handsome. The butler saw the prince wake up. His eyes still filled with tears. He could not believe his eyes. He stood by the bedside and called out loudly, Your Highness Loy." It was the sound of joy, but His Highness lying there did not look happy at all. That call made his head hurt more. His Highness frowned as if a sharp pain came. My head," he shouted. The butler standing next to him was surprised to see His Highness speak. He found himself unconsciously gaping, so he had to cover his mouth. His Highness hurriedly sat up. The scene in the room was still the same as ever. Seeing His Highness sit up, the butler worriedly asked, "Your Highness, if you suddenly sit up like that?" Before he finished speaking, in response to his concern, His Highness immediately turned around, glaring fiercely. The butler was surprised because perhaps this was the first time he had seen His Highness look so fierce. "Who are you? Where is this?" He had lost his memory. He did not remember anything anymore. His Highness asked blankly, surprising the butler. Why did His Highness ask like that? "What do you mean, Your Highness?" The butler asked bluntly. "Your Highness, do not you remember me? I am Den." His Highness did not know this person. Hearing the words the butler said, he did not understand anything at all. "That is right, memory. I should remember the memory." That scene was the last image I remembered. At a party, two men were raising glasses. His Highness remembered. He was drinking a congratulatory toast with his brother in the room when suddenly, returning to reality, he saw himself long and slender like a girl. His hair was not like the one in the remaining memory, neither were the clothes. He panicked and thought to himself, "Why is my hair so long? Could it be that I have been unconscious for a long time?" He shouted at the butler, "Bring a mirror here." The butler immediately replied, "Yes, please wait a moment." The butler immediately brought the mirror to his side. "Here it is, Your Highness." Seeing his reflection in the mirror, he could not believe his eyes. His brain seemed to have stopped working before his current appearance. He was stunned and wondered what was going on. He had woken up in a completely different body, with a completely different face. Was that him or someone else? He gaped. He was also called Your Highness. He carefully asked the butler, "What is his name?" The butler worried, "Your Highness, I am Den. Do not you really remember?" The butler's face looked like he was about to cry. Understanding the situation, the young man immediately tried his best to calm down and spoke to the butler. "That is right, it seems I was badly injured in the head. Please explain a little." Hearing that, the butler told the situation here before to His Highness. Before, His Highness had a bit of a conflict with His Highness the Crown Prince, and he fell from the stairs, and that is why this happened. During all this time His Highness was unconscious. If the physicians actively treated him, perhaps your memory would have remained intact. His Highness pondered, "It seems my status here is not very good. I am the eldest prince but not the Crown Prince." For more than one night, the butler was overjoyed to see His Highness wake up. He recounted the situation of the past days for His Highness to grasp. His Highness understood the situation. Switching scenes to the next morning at the palace, the call Elena echoed throughout the sky. It turned out that the Duke, Elena's father, along with the tutors and her mother appeared to meet Elena. Elena was surprised because her father had never called her name privately, so intimately. "What is wrong, father?" Elena was respectful before her father. Her father looked at her and replied, "Get ready to go out. Get ready to go to the royal palace." Hearing this, Elena's face changed. "Is it the royal palace?" Her father continued, "You get ready to go out. We will go to the royal palace." Seeing the daughter in front of him still standing there blankly, the Duke reminded her again, "Do not you intend to greet His Majesty the Emperor before announcing the position of successor?" Elena's mother, standing next to him, was also surprised to the point that her eyes widened. Even she as his wife did not know this plan beforehand. The mother held her hand tightly with a happy smiling face. Her eyes were teary. Perhaps she was even happier than her because finally, that day had come. Elena gave a satisfied smile. The magnificent palace of the empire appeared so splendid. "Before us is His Highness Luron Kartika, the current emperor of the Kartika Empire, the most powerful person in the empire." Her father led her to pay respects before His Majesty the Emperor. His Majesty spoke, "How has the Duke been doing lately? Let us talk comfortably." Elena saw His Majesty's cordial attitude and thought to herself, this is indeed a very comfortable personality to talk to, completely different from the Crown Prince. Elena and her father respectfully bowed to the Emperor. His Majesty curiously asked the two, "All right, what is the matter that the Duke and the Duchess came to find me?" The Duke continued, his face without any expression. He said very seriously, "It is not for anything else, because the successor of the ducal house has been decided, so we are here to greet His Majesty." His Majesty's face could not hide his surprise. He shouted throughout the palace, "Finally the Duke has a successor." The whole room echoed with His Majesty's laughter. Perhaps he did not expect the Duke's house, which only had one daughter, to quickly choose a successor so quickly. His Majesty looked at the Duke. Could it be? The Duke did not hesitate and immediately nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty. The successor of the ducal house is none other than my daughter, Elena Rosalia." Elena happily bowed. Her face could not hide her radiance and pride. As soon as the Duke finished speaking, the entire palace was bustling with surprised emotions, wondering what. It is unbelievable that this happened. The news spread and shocked the entire royal palace. While Elena was strolling around the vast grounds of the royal palace, she recalled the incident earlier. His Majesty asked her father many times, "Duke, are you giving up this empire?" Her father only replied briefly no. After her father, His Majesty turned to her, stuttering, "Does the Duchess want to meet her fiancé after a long time?" Speaking of this, Elena immediately understood he was subtly trying to chase her away, so she was not keen on staying. While strolling, she thought to herself, the Emperor was shocked when he heard the news. Seeing the Emperor stutter like that, she felt refreshed in her heart. After the Emperor let her go, she knew for sure what he intended to say to her father was to advise her father to reconsider the successor. She walked and thought, then suddenly she stopped. It seems that is also difficult. He is trying to block her path, but it seems he still can't coerce her father. The issue of the successor of the nobles, even the Emperor can't interfere. Moreover, if her father has decided, he will never change. If her mother does not object, she will be able to break the engagement like this. Just as she was thinking this, Elena caught sight of a maid. "You wait," Elena spoke, making the maid tremble with fear. The maid, although scared, still replied, "Yes, miss, you called me." Elena asked, "Where is the palace of His Highness the Crown Prince?" "Follow this path and you will reach the Crown Prince's palace." Elena was stunned and shouted, "What?" The maid did not know why she was so surprised. so she was extremely scared. Elena turned around and changed direction. She almost went to the junkyard. But until then she did not know at all. In the place she went to avoid the crown prince, she met that person. Elena wandered into a beautiful garden with myriad beautiful flowers. She also did not know where she was going, but as long as she went as far away from the crown prince's palace as soon as possible. Elena looked around wondering where this was. This place looked quite small to be called a garden in the royal palace. But it seems the owner of this garden loves it so much. If you look closely, you can see that person has put in a lot of effort to take care of it. While she was engrossed in admiring the flowers, Elena suddenly heard a noise. Someone was coming. Before she could turn around, a warm voice had. "Who is it?" This sound made Elena startled for a moment and turned around. Before her was a handsome young man with delicate features, and he was sternly asking her, "Who are you that you dare to enter this place so freely?" Elena looked at the young man. She noticed the cold blue eyes appearing on his face. This person is the eldest prince in the story. Elena quickly greeted, paying respects to the eldest prince. He still silently watched her pay respects without saying a word. Reluctantly she had to say her identity. "I am the daughter of the Rosalia ducal house, Elena Rosalia." Elena thought to herself, he does not recognize her, but also the number of times the weak eldest prince appeared at parties can be counted. On one hand, the eldest prince understood. I am sorry, I did not recognize you." Elena said cordially, "It is okay. Because I entered the eldest prince's garden on my own, I have been rude to your highness." "I have also been rude." As soon as she finished speaking, the eldest prince immediately replied. This surprised Elena. The eldest prince friendly asked her, "What are you here for?" "The crown prince's palace is in the opposite direction." Elena smiled. "It has been a long time since I entered the palace, so I got lost in this garden. I accidentally saw this garden was so beautiful, so I came in to take a look." Between the green trees the two chatted together. "Is this garden decorated according to your highness's preference?" Elena asked. "That is right," the crown prince did not deny. "Anyway, meeting here can be considered fate." The crown prince invited her to have tea together. But Elena realized something was wrong, so she refused. "Thank you for your invitation, but I entered the palace with my father, so I have to go back soon. I am sorry." The crown prince said gently, "There is nothing to apologize for. Then see you next time, Duchess. Be careful on your way back." After speaking, the crown prince turned away, leaving Elena alone. Watching the back of the eldest prince, Elena thought to herself, there is something very strange because the lonely crown prince in the novel is a shy person, always abused by the crown prince, and in the end can't open his mouth to the female lead. But the comfortable attitude and the lowering of his voice from his body, this person is very different from the eldest prince in the story that she knows. So who is really the person with the face of the eldest prince but acting differently? When Elena just left the garden, the eldest prince called Den out. The butler, who was hiding in the bush from who knows when, poked his head out. The two looked at Elena's back together. The eldest prince questioned, "What is going on? How is it completely different from what you said?" Den also did not understand. "Today it is true that she has a completely different appearance than before. I heard that the Duchess has changed like a different person. It seems that is the truth." This word from the butler was like a shock that made the eldest prince freeze. Immediately he turned his face and asked irritably, "A different person? What do you mean?" Startled by the eldest prince's excessive reaction, but at this time Den explained. "Since the Duchess punched His Highness the Crown Prince in the mouth, there has been a strange rumor. They said that the Duchess seemed to have become a different person. She also suddenly wanted to become the successor and started learning to be the successor, but today, directly meeting her, she really is like she has become a different person." The eldest prince startled and looked in Elena's direction. He realized she was like him. They were completely like a different person. They had lived in a different body, maybe not very sure, but definitely something had changed. The eldest prince secretly gave a delighted smile. It seems the story is starting to get interesting. Night fell at the Rosalia Duke's palace. The maid panicked when she heard Elena recount the story from this morning. "Miss met the eldest prince." Elena calmly replied, "He is completely different from the person I met before." The news of the prince waking up surprised the maid. Elena wondered, "Wake up? What do you mean?" "Miss does not know about this. Everyone is gossiping about it." The eldest prince, while arguing with the crown prince, fell down the stairs. Unconscious for more than 2 weeks, but fortunately he woke up. So everyone was worried about whether he would be unconscious forever, but thank God everything is different. These words made the mind of the young lady startled. Elena at this time connected the events, the accident and the person who could not wake up, but he acted completely differently, like a different person. Could it be that he also transmigrated like her? What am I thinking? But transmigrating into books is not a common thing. How could that happen? However, it can't be ruled out that it is possible. Is not the fact that she transmigrated into this story also an extremely absurd thing? So she needs to investigate this carefully. On such a beautiful day, Elena had to meet this bad person for 2 hours. The two were in a luxurious room, but the atmosphere was somewhat tense. If asked why there was this meeting, it was due to the king's orders. Elena thought to herself, he probably wants to persuade her through the crown prince. Does not he know this is the worst way because Elena hates the crown prince? Elena anxiously asked the servant about the remaining time. At this moment the crown prince spoke. Miss seems greedy indeed. Miss is really greedy. Taking the position next to me is not enough for you. The crown prince said words that looked down on her. The young lady secretly laughed in her heart. So he is talking about that. Miss thinks she has such outstanding ability. Or does she think she has become my fiancé because it suits that position? No, it is all because you are the miss of the Rosalia house. The blondie continued to mock. All right, having a capable family is also called ability. So please know your place and be content. Do not think you can become the successor and shake this empire. Just live luxuriously by my side and breathe is enough. To this point, Elena could not bear it anymore and retorted, what your highness said is very true. The crown prince was surprised because he did not expect her to agree. Elena calmly took a sip of tea. She was agreeing with his words, so he was thinking she was playing a trick. She put down the teacup and continued, as you said, it is true that I am very greedy. I must get what I want. Whether it is the position of crown princess or the position of duke's successor. But thinking carefully, perhaps I am being too greedy. I can't hold two things in my hand. My ability does not allow me to be so greedy. So I decided to let go of one. The crown prince nodded smugly. That is right. I must commend you for knowing your place. Elena continued, let us break off the engagement. Is not this what the crown prince wants? Her words made the room fall into silence with shock. The crown prince was stunned by this proposal. Let us break off the engagement. This is also what you want. Freeing each other so that we can step out of this messy confusion. She should have talked about breaking off the engagement later, but this time is really right. Today, if she talks well with the crown prince, breaking off the engagement will be smooth. As the crown prince, he would not like her becoming the successor, but he would hate her even more becoming the crown princess. Thinking that everything would go smoothly, but the crown prince got angry. What did you say? I ask you, what did you just say? Is he deaf? Elena calmly repeated again. I said I want to break off the engagement with you. Anyway, the marriage between me and you is just my stubbornness. So she has reviewed those days and wants to cut off this relationship. Cut off the connection that makes your highness. The crown prince gritted his teeth as he heard her words with his own ears. He flew into a rage, slamming his fist on the table in anger. It was unacceptable that she dared utter the words annulment with that mouth. If she thought about his honor, she should renounce her position as the next in line, not annul the engagement. Even now, he only thought about his own honor. The very first scene when she arrived in this place was more than enough to shatter her honor and self-esteem. Elena was angry, but she kept a smile on her face. In that case, just put all the blame for the annulment on me. Any reason will do. Elena thought she had a sure win, but the crown prince's fury was her only response. But once again, he angrily shouted her name, seemingly unwilling to agree to this annulment. Elena did not understand why he was angry. Doesn't your highness despise me? I thought your highness would be delighted when I suggested the annulment. How can you say that? He sternly questioned. At that tense moment, the attendant announced that the 2-hour time limit was up. The announcement silenced both of them. The crown prince, without finishing the discussion, hurriedly made to leave. Watching his departing figure, she quickly stood up and shouted loudly, Wait, your highness, we are discussing something important here. The crown prince stood before the door. Elena pleaded earnestly, Your highness, you must agree to the annulment with me. His reply was cold, time's up. I have spent 2 hours with you as per the emperor's orders. Now I have nothing left to do here. With that, he disappeared, leaving Elena alone in a daze. Since when did he listen to the emperor so obediently? That wretched man actually knows how to listen to the emperor. Completely baffled, she stood there blankly. After a moment, Elena angrily sat down on the chair. She could not accept the crown prince's attitude, running away without answering. Elena thought to herself, why is it so different from what I imagined? Doesn't he hate me that much? And the engagement was not out of his own desire either. Why, in the end, shouldn't he be jumping for joy when I voluntarily withdraw from the position of crown princess? The position of heir can still be dealt with later. Elena sat alone, deep in thought. Why does not he agree? Her mind began to get confused, trying to find any clues that could be inferred. Suddenly thinking of something, her eyes widened in shock. Could it be the 3 classic scenes in Korean dramas? Scene 1, she is the first woman to hit him. In this scene she angrily says, If you ever appear before me again, I will beat you to death, and he is delighted. You are the first person to treat me this way. Scene 2, she hates him, but he is infatuated with her pride. Scenario 3 is, At the moment you said you hated me, I realized my feelings for you. Thinking this far, Elena involuntarily shuddered. Can't be this kind of thing, surely, just imagining it is creepy enough. In the study, Elena was constantly thinking about what happened yesterday. She inadvertently blurted out, "This is so frustrating." Hearing this, the handsome tutor requested that the lesson end here. It seemed the tutor had misunderstood her intention. Elena angrily denied, "No, that is not what I meant." Elena pleaded with the tutor, as she was preoccupied with other thoughts. The tutor looked at her thoughtfully for a long moment, then closed the book and said slowly, "Whatever you are thinking about, it seems you can't continue the lesson right now. Let us stop here for today." Before Elena could figure out what was happening, the tutor had already left. "That jerk, because of you I am so exhausted." Amidst the beautiful scenery of the palace, Elena's cursing of the crown prince echoed everywhere. The next day, a servant hurriedly ran in to report the news when Elena received an invitation from the royal palace. She was curious about who had sent her the letter. It turned out to be from the Grand Prince. Elena opened the letter. It seemed his words at that time were not just empty talk. He wanted to invite her to the palace again, as he had mentioned previously in the royal garden. It seemed he was completely different from the Grand Prince she knew. "Miss, are you acquainted with the Grand Prince?" the maid asked curiously. Elena shook her head and replied, "Not at all." Holding the letter, Elena thought to herself, not familiar at all, and also the fiancé of his brother who has a bad relationship with him. Is it really necessary to send an invitation like this? Elena carefully wrote down every piece of information about this world. Actually, she could vaguely remember everything about this world, so there was no need to write it down separately. But she thought she might forget later, so it would be better to write it down first. She did not expect it would be so useful now. Elena crumpled the paper. She was certain that the settings in this novel had changed, unrelated to her own will. Until now, the novel had only changed when she wanted to deviate from the original story. But why had the settings suddenly changed? This seemed to be related to the accident the Grand Prince had. If because of that accident the Grand Prince was just like her, if what she suspected was true, then he must have noticed something about her. If viewed from a different perspective, knowing about a transmigrator, everything she did seemed full of loopholes. During the previous meeting, he might have found some clues. Elena glanced at the ink pot and picked up a pen to write a letter. It seemed that thinking based on the settings that no longer applied would not yield any answers. She decided to take action. Was the Grand Prince's change a disease, or was it because of her thinking? If it was due to someone else transmigrating, she needed to find out first. To do so, she first chose to accept the invitation, and she met him again after 2 days. Elena got ready early today. Her mother was very pleased. "Elena, are you going out today?" Elena was wearing an extremely gorgeous outfit. "Yes, mother, I am planning to go out." Her mother entered the room. It turned out her mother had brought cookies, intending to play with her. So that is it. Mother brought cookies to play with her daughter. "Look, they are the cookies that look like you, my daughter." Facing her mother's disappointed expression, she smiled to comfort her. Now, her mother loved her as if she were her own child, someone she could never do without. It is just that she could not express it for not being able to face embarrassment. Elena was touched by the affection her mother showed her. She took a cookie and put it in her mouth. "I won't be late. When I get back, let us go play together, mother." Hearing these words, her mother smiled happily. "Really, I will wait for you to come back." And if she wants to live long, she must respect her mother first, because after her mother persuaded him, her father stopped hindering her. Elena smiled. Perhaps because of that personality, her father often lost his temper. But at times like that, her mother always sided with her. She had chosen the right side, the side of her daughter. That is probably why, right? She also felt that her mother was like her real mother, a kind of warm and sacred emotion. Elena's mother asked her where she was going today. She did not hesitate to reply that she was going to the royal palace today. Suddenly, her mother screamed so loudly that she broke the rabbit's face on the cookie. Her mother was frightened, her face pale, making Elena wonder why her mother was suddenly like this. Elena suddenly realized the problem and explained, "Mother, it is not like that. I am not going there to see His Highness the Crown Prince." "But if so, who are you going to the royal palace to see?" her mother wondered. Elena, with her beautiful appearance, confidently replied, "His Highness the Grand Prince. I have an appointment with His Highness the Grand Prince today." The scene opened to a magnificent and splendid castle. The Grand Prince, in a luxurious and elegant outfit, had been waiting for her for a long time. "Welcome, Miss Elena Rosalia." Elena was also beautiful and elegant, her red hair radiant and striking, and her dress accentuated her beautiful figure. The Grand Prince smiled. You look even more beautiful, do not you? Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness, Elena smiled. In fact, Elena had her own reasons for dressing up so lavishly, because she wanted to know if this person was really the Grand Prince. Looking at the reaction further contributed to her thought of the transmigrator, because if it was the person she knew, he would definitely be very scared as soon as he saw her face like this. In the drawing room, the Grand Prince poured Elena a cup of tea. Thank you for accepting my invitation, miss. Hearing this, Elena smiled happily. I have no reason to refuse the Grand Prince's invitation. On the contrary, it is my honor. The transmigrated Grand Prince said, Miss is really good at saying pleasant things. It seems this is not the speaking skill of those evil people. He hesitated, wondering if he should dig a little deeper. In the quiet space of the room, Elena and the Grand Prince chatted happily and comfortably. The topic the two of them spoke about was everyday matters such as the succession of the duchy. Elena held her teacup, secretly thinking, it seems they are only talking about useless things. He did not seem to reveal his inner thoughts. So she had to attack first. Thinking that, she spoke up. Come to think of it, Your Highness has changed a lot. He immediately took the bait. Is that so? Do I look like that? Elena immediately grasped it. You are very different from when I met you before. The atmosphere in the room became more tense than it had been at first. The Grand Prince had a serious face. Before, when are you referring to when you said, before, miss? Let us see, it is hard to say exactly, but even so, if you are asking, it is before Your Highness met me and said you could not remember me, Elena replied. The Grand Prince had a mysterious expression, interlacing his fingers. All right, since you have said that, it seems to be true. The Grand Prince looked into her eyes and answered candidly, catching her off guard. Trying to ask, how could he say it so simply without stopping there? The Grand Prince's voice continued. But I also heard a story, a rumor that you have also changed like a different person. Elena smiled triumphantly. Ah, you mean I should answer too, right? Elena calmly held her teacup and continued the conversation. Is that so? Do you think I have changed, Your Highness? The Grand Prince put on a handsome expression. He looked straight at her and replied cryptically, let us see, is not that something you know best, what do you think? But this could not stump Elena. She skillfully replied that I just want to show that I have grown up. I am already this old. It is really embarrassing. The Grand Prince scoffed, his eyes deep. Grown up, if so, then it might be right to talk about our changes that way. What do you think, miss? Yes, I think so too. The conversation between the two went on for hours, until it was time for Elena to excuse herself to leave. The handsome prince reluctantly felt regret, but it was time for Elena to leave because she had an appointment. Before leaving, Elena gifted the Grand Prince a basket of gifts and excused herself to leave first. The Grand Prince glanced at the basket, which looked ordinary. Cookies, I am really feeling a bit bland. Very well, I will accept it. He signaled the servant to take the gift. As he finished speaking, Elena's figure had disappeared behind the door. Looking at the closed door, the Grand Prince mused. He glanced at the cookies. Nothing special. But on the side of the basket, Elena had left a secret message before leaving. The Grand Prince quickly discovered it and snatched the paper. Me see. Looking at the paper in his hand, he fell silent in contemplation. The servant anxiously asked, Your Highness, what is wrong? Did the Duchess write something disrespectful? The Grand Prince chuckled softly. No, it is still impossible to know. He pondered for a long time, exuding a handsome aura, and thought to himself, that is right, it is still impossible to know. The memories before transmigrating suddenly rushed back into his mind. It turned out that before he died, he was drinking with his younger brother. But unexpectedly, even the younger brother whom he always thought was on his side, killed him to seize power. It was true that you could not trust anyone in life. The glass of wine contained poison, sending him to his ancestors. And his younger brother indifferently stood there, watching him slowly sink into silence. That is right, in this life even those who are close, such as siblings, can still ruthlessly kill each other like that. So now in this world you can't trust anyone too much. Moreover, in this world, he had no idea what Elena wanted to do, but he did not expect her to make this move. Should he say she was brave or should he say she was bold? But it certainly was not normal. On the letter she left, there were only 3 words in Korean, who are you? He looked at the letter and smiled. Whatever it was, finding out would definitely be very interesting. But he still wondered if her existence would become an obstacle to what he wanted to achieve in this place. Or would Elena become a powerful ally to him? One morning as usual at the Duke's residence, many days had passed since Elena had left the message in Korean for the Grand Prince. Elena sat in her room, lost in thought. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Elena had thought that he would contact her immediately upon seeing it. It had been 3 days. Should she have waited at least a month? Could she have been too hasty? If he still did not have any news after that, then she would just assume she had guessed wrong. While she was lost in thought, her close servant ran in to report to Elena, "Miss, there is a letter for you." Hearing letter, Elena was startled. "A letter, quick, let me see it, who is it from?" Elena happily took the letter. The maid wondered, "Miss, were you waiting for a letter?" She carefully opened the letter to read it. Looking at the letter, Elena was happy. This must be a good letter. Seeing the smile on her face, the maid next to her was slightly surprised. "Indeed, this is the letter that Miss was expecting, is not it?" Elena smiled brightly and said to her close servant, "I need to write a reply, so please prepare some paper and perfume." A few days ago, in this wealthy and prosperous empire, in a greenhouse full of fresh flowers, clear water, and noble young ladies, Elena had planned to attend a tea party to learn about the social and aristocratic situation. In front of the other noble young ladies, she was afraid that if she talked too much, it would cause strange rumors to spread. But this was too different from what she had thought, because these young ladies were only discussing trivial matters. They were no different from high school girls. Elena took out her fan, causing the other girls to not even dare to breathe. Because of her high status and great power, everyone was very wary when facing her. To dispel the tense atmosphere at the table, a blonde girl hesitantly asked, "Does Miss Rosalia feel uncomfortable?" Elena still wore a warm smile. "No, nothing makes me uncomfortable. It is probably because it has been a long time since I attended a tea party, so I feel even happier." The blonde girl invited Elena to join the conversation. Our female lead then spoke up. "All right, I want to discuss the situation of the continent and the political currents of the empire today. What do you young ladies think? Or the situation in the territories that are facing difficulties due to last year's famine?" The other young ladies were stunned like statues when they heard this question. Elena asked about territories, difficult situations, territorial taxes, and high-level areas, but in return, she only received silence and blank stares from the young ladies. Realizing that the situation was not good, Elena changed the subject. "Come to think of it, there is a new dessert shop that just opened in our territory. I heard the food there is very delicious." The girls' eyes lit up when they heard about desserts. Elena reluctantly swallowed her bitterness, deciding to try to improve her image at this tea party. Suddenly, a young lady with chestnut brown hair spoke up, catching Elena's attention. The beautiful but somewhat timid girl said, "Hello, Miss Rosalia." The brown-haired young lady introduced herself. "I am Miss Bella from the Cheddar family. Congratulations on becoming the successor to the Duke." Bella was respectful. Elena was surprised because she did not expect her to congratulate her so kindly. Were those sincere words? Bella smiled, her eyes sparkling. Our female lead smiled radiantly, thinking they must be sincere, right? A sincere greeting from someone outside the family made her very happy. Hearing this, the remaining young ladies understood. They gathered around to congratulate Elena. "Me too," a voice spoke from a girl with orange hair, drawing everyone's attention. "Congratulations, Miss Rosalia." The orange-haired girl smiled, but her eyes were full of malice. Elena looked over. It was her. She had finally made her move. Elena recalled what she remembered from reading in the novel. The face of Rosetta, the female lead in the story, was twisted to one side by a strong slap. That orange hair, those lips, the hand that slapped Rosetta to silence her. Her lips were beautiful, smiling gently, but hidden behind that smile was intense malice. Another pair of red lips had also curved up when looking at Rosetta. That was none other than her own role in the story. The two of them had bullied the female lead according to the original story of this novel. She carried the bloodline of the Marquis of Tennessee. She was the right-hand woman of Elena Rosalia in the story. But returning to reality, her attitude now probably had to be corrected from right-hand woman. With this confident demeanor, she was a hunter. While Elena was absent, she had gradually taken over the relationships in high society. The orange-haired girl continued to speak, breaking the silent atmosphere. "Forgive me for congratulating you so late, Rosalia." She put on a fake and frightening face. "It has been so long since we met, so I did not have enough courage. You know I am shy, miss. Please forgive me." Looking at her fake face made Elena nauseous, but she still smiled. "Course, Miss Tennessee. I will forgive you." Seeing Elena's smiling face, Tennessee's face darkened. Elena's face hardened. "I will forgive your belated courage." The orange-haired girl was furious but could not do anything. Seeing this, Elena spoke. Actually, I am a little sad today. Miss Tennessee and I have a close relationship, so I wanted to receive the first greeting from you, but perhaps because it was difficult to muster up the courage, you did not say anything. So I felt a little sad. Hearing these words from the female lead, Tennessee was completely panicked. Had Elena, who was originally so naive, spoken like this? Elena quickly approached and took Tennessee's hand. But after receiving the congratulations from you, miss, I do not feel that way anymore. Thank you. It was indeed a combination of giving a slap and then soothing it. The orange-haired girl was so angry that her hands clenched tightly. But if I have made you unhappy, then I am sorry. I did not mean to make you sad. Unexpectedly, Elena smiled brightly, irritating her and making her very satisfied. The conversation continued. But the orange-haired girl bitterly thought, Elena, during the time you were away, I tried to dominate high society. Well, just wait and see. Did you think it would be easy for me to retreat? Tennessee continued to speak sarcastically. Lady Rosalia, you have not been appearing at parties lately. I wonder what happened to you. Elena glanced and immediately understood her intentions, feigning concern before attacking her. So she calmly replied, it is nothing special. I have just been focusing on my studies a bit, to become the Duke's heir. The orange-haired woman chimed in with a slightly fearful smile. Oh my, you should have contacted me while you were away. There were so many bad rumors spreading around. Upon hearing about the bad rumors, the other ladies began to stir and gossip. The orange-haired woman continued to press, I did not entirely believe them, but they were saying that you had gone mad. Before she could finish, the female lead's cold voice cut her off. Wait, Lady Tennessee, are you doing this on purpose right now? This direct question startled the blonde-haired woman, who did not understand what was happening. I wonder if you are intentionally bringing up that rumor while so many other ladies are here, or if it was just a slip of the tongue. Or are you deliberately provoking me? Faced with Elena's blunt questioning, Tennessee did not know what to do because she could not directly address the topic. Isn't this cornering me? The blonde wondered inwardly. What should I do? Should I say it was just a misunderstanding and apologize? But if she apologized now, the position she had worked so hard to consolidate would be shaken. Realizing that the orange-haired woman was clearly in the wrong, a platinum blonde lady spoke up. Lady Tennessee, I think you have made a mistake. I think you should apologize. Everyone sided with Elena and began to whisper about Tennessee. Tennessee was furious but powerless. Before anything, the atmosphere had already tilted in favor of the female lead, and the blonde's forbearance had been in vain. Because everyone was talking so much, the orange-haired woman had no choice but to back down and apologize. Elena just smiled regally and beautifully. It is all right. I will forgive you this time as well. A few days later, at the Duke's residence, Rosalia Elena had invited the two ladies, Render and Cheddar, to a party at her home. The two ladies smiled brightly and were happy to receive Elena's invitation. The main characters of the forsythia-colored letter had been sought out to the Duke's residence. In Elena's personal room, the two ladies were happily having tea with her. My house just imported some delicious tea. The aroma is very fragrant, so please try it before it gets cold. Surrounded by thick books, the two ladies were impressed. The brown-haired girl praised, I have been invited to the homes of many ladies, but I have never seen such a wonderful personal space. The two girls drank tea happily and did not forget to compliment the space. Seeing this scene, the female lead was secretly delighted. Yes, feel amazed, envious and crave it to the fullest. That is why I prepared the tea table here. Elena had asked the maid to prepare a tea table in the study. Normally, she would receive guests in the main hall, but today she wanted to show them something. The maid was still curious. Show what, my lady? Elena had reminded the butler that he had to bring documents to her room when she was receiving guests. The butler obeyed and brought a stack of documents. This is an issue that you must review, my lady. He respectfully opened the door. So, right in front of her guests, the female lead seriously and clearly handled each issue in the documents and handed them over to the butler. Perhaps this was what she wanted to show to outsiders. Seeing Elena's professional and serious demeanor, the two girls could not help but gape in admiration. Elena and the butler put on a good act in front of the two. She wanted to show her image as the heir so that they all would know. As expected, the two ladies' eyes and mouths were wide open, and they praised her non-stop. The blonde girl praised Elena repeatedly. Anyway, you do not need to mind it. I am very happy to see a different side of you. Elena flashed a triumphant smile but thought to herself, don't just be satisfied with that. Show more of your ambition. As the female lead had predicted, the bait had been taken. The blonde girl continued to be curious. Since you are the only eldest daughter of the Rosalia family, you were chosen to be the heir, right? Elena was overjoyed inside. Bingo, you are caught. The reason she chose these two girls was that, although they were friendly to her at the previous tea party, the biggest reason was because of their commonality and talent. The blonde girl was Jabeska Render, the second daughter out of the two children, one boy and one girl, of the Earl Render family. This family has been running a large trading company from generation to generation. The smallest trading company profit that she manages at the age of 15 is beyond imagination. And the brown-haired girl was Bella Cheddar. Although she is only 14 years old, she has inherited the blood of the Cheddar family, a famous family of scholars. She has keen eyes and a great memory. And the commonality of these two is that they both surpassed the heir of their families, the eldest son, but because they were both women, they were eliminated. That is why Elena had painstakingly arranged this appointment. Back at the tea table, Elena continued to ask the blonde lady, "Why do you think so, Lady Render?" Render was confused. "Well, Rosalia House only has you. And other families all have sons inheriting, but did not the law change so that someone other than the eldest son can inherit the family business as well?" Elena continued. While the blonde lady was still hesitating, the brown-haired lady joined the conversation. "Breaking old customs is a very dangerous thing to do, so it feels very miraculous, does not it?" Elena also agreed with this point of view. "That is right. I really hate that custom. If I did not have the ability, then of course I should not inherit the family business. So, Elena, I proved my ability and honorably won the position of heir." The brown-haired girl's eyes sparkled. Indeed, the malicious actions over the past period of time were due to the consideration and thoughts about the position of heir. Elena noticed this empathy and confided, "One day, I was once very ashamed and bewildered when I heard the news that my cousin might become the heir to the Rosalia family. I was very ashamed." The brown-haired girl immediately empathized. "No, if it were me, I would also feel bewildered, but you quickly realized what was right and changed. You are great now, are not you?" The blonde girl also agreed. "That is right, to the point where I want to follow your example." Seeing the attitude of the two girls, Elena did not expect them to respond so well. Elena smiled gently. "If you two say so, then it seems my efforts were worth it." Night had fallen over the palace. The meeting with the two ladies was more successful than she thought, completely changing their impression of her. And she had successfully thrown a spark into the hearts of the two of them. At the tea party, Elena expressed, "I like people who do not underestimate their own talents. I want you two to know, Elena, I am always ready to help those who want to show their abilities, whether they are male or female." Perhaps they did not understand what she meant at that time, but soon they would know. "I hope that the two of them won't be too hurt and will seek her help." The sound of thunder outside the door startled Elena. It started to rain heavily. The weather was good just now, but suddenly it turned bad, seemingly foreshadowing something ominous. At the same time, at the Render Marquis's residence during the family's meal, the Marquis spoke to his children. "After you finish eating, follow me to the study." Lady Render suddenly spoke up, saying that she wanted to go to the study with her brothers. Her brothers did not seem happy about it. The girl's eyes sparkled. "Yes, I request that I also want to learn to manage the trading company. Of course, I am not just saying it." The blonde lady had also prepared evidence to show that she deserved to be taught by her father. Responding to her was contempt from her brother. "Are you declaring that you will fight me for the position of heir from now on?" Lady Render explained, "No, I just want to learn more and become a useful person for the family." Responding to her was her father's annoyance. After hearing those words, he left because he lost his appetite. Her brother continued to sneer, "You are already complacent from running a small trading company, daring to aim for the position of heir." With that, her brother also left the table. Before leaving, he did something excessive. He snatched all the papers that the blonde lady had prepared. Then he roughly threw them in her face. The blonde lady could only resentfully lower her head to pick up each piece of paper. The poor little girl wondered why everyone was doing this to her. Tears welled up in her eyes. Not stopping there, her mother spoke coldly. "Do you think you will become the heir of Render because you are better at calculating than your brother?" The poor girl hurriedly shook her head, saying that she did not mean that. But her mother did not believe her either. "Don't say any more. Whether you meant it or not, your ambition has crossed the line. Reflect on what happened today and liquidate your small trading company." After saying that, she left, ignoring her poor daughter's tears. Outside it was raining heavily. The Render lady sat resentfully, crying her heart out. Lady Render suddenly remembered Elena's words. Whether male or female, Elena will always be ready to help those who want to show their abilities. Looking at the sky with the pouring rain, Elena regretfully sighed. "It is raining too much. I wanted to take a walk tonight." At this time, the maid hurriedly opened the door and rushed in with a flustered face. "My lady, there is a guest." Elena wondered, a guest? Who would come at this hour and in this weather? The maid hesitated, stammering, Down in the hall of Elena's house, Lady Render sobbed. Hearing the news, Elena rushed down. As soon as she saw Elena, Render pleaded for help. "My lady, can you help me?" As she spoke, the servants were wiping her wet hair, but tears still streamed down like pearls. After Lady Render changed her clothes, the two girls sat down together to talk. After hearing her apology for disturbing her at this hour, Elena kindly asked, "Have you calmed down?" After calming down, Lady Render felt even more embarrassed, so she hoped Elena would forgive her if she was rude. The female lead reassured the blonde lady, hoping that she could share her feelings comfortably. Then Render's story was exactly as Elena had predicted. After pondering for a moment while holding a teacup, the female lead said, after hearing Render's story, "I have been thinking about whether I can help with the issue of succession. The conclusion is I can't help Render." The answer made the blonde girl a bit stunned, and at this time she felt a bit embarrassed. Maybe it should still be like that. But Elena quickly diffused the situation for her. "Please do not misunderstand. I am not saying that I won't help you. Regarding the issue of succession, even the emperor cannot interfere. Elena also has a similar position. However, other than that, I can help with everything." Hearing this, Lady Render's eyes filled with tears. She was very grateful to Elena. "But before helping you, my lady, Elena has something to ask. How does Render evaluate her own confidence?" Lady Render hesitated, then began to tell her story. "It has been like this since I was young. Compared to letters, I learn numbers first. For me, the best playground was the market. There, Lady Render saw the flow of money. Lady Render's abilities are the most outstanding in Render's history. And she is more suitable for the name Render than anyone else," the girl explained. Elena understood that she was like she had just been released from her shell. So the female lead spoke up. "I have understood clearly what you mean, Render lady, so I hope to show you my sincerity." As she spoke, she handed Render lady a letter. Render carefully opened it. Inside there was only one word: tomato. After a moment of silence, the blonde lady wondered, could it be that there will be a problem related to tomatoes? Elena thought to herself, as expected of a smart person. She has only been given one clue. That is right. Before long, that thing will be consumed very quickly. Soon, the delegation from another kingdom will be coming to the royal family. That delegation will be signing a large-scale tomato sales contract. The scale is over 70%. Elena had revealed useful confidential information to Lady Render, but in the blonde lady's heart, there was still a sense of inferiority from her family. She could not do anything. Lady Render thought so and refused. "Elena, thank you, but it seems I do not have the ability to do it. The capital I run will eventually run out." Elena gently placed down a promissory note from the Rosalia ducal house. "You just need to solve the problem of capital, right?" The blonde lady could not believe her eyes. She stared blankly at the promissory note in front of her. This is a promissory note that always makes people jealous of her wealth. Lady Render held the promissory note in her hand, unable to hide her happiness. This was the help Elena was giving her. "Show everyone your ability, my lady." These words touched Render's heart. In fact, what Lady Render had always wanted most was to have her abilities and existence acknowledged. The blonde girl burst into tears because of this. This was what she really wanted to hear from her family. This recognition was what she wanted to hear, but why was not she receiving it from her family, but from someone else? Elena asked her, "Have you prepared yourself?" The lady gripped the promissory note tightly and made a decision. "I will use it properly so as not to waste your help." Elena asked her one more time if she could do well. Gender affirmed certainly. Course now it is just a small matter. Finally Render smiled. After talking, the blonde lady was taken home. Opening the door and entering her familiar home, she heard a scolding voice mixed with a bit of concern from her mother. "Where have you been?" The blonde lady hurriedly bowed her head and sincerely apologized. She looked at her mother's face and said, "Because I was thoughtless, I made my parents and brother worry." Her mother inquired if she had really reflected on herself. Lady Render smiled. "Yes, I have already ordered the liquidation of the trading company." Hearing this, her mother's face lit up with joy. Upstairs, her brother was quietly observing the situation. Her mother helped her into the room. "You must be tired. Get up to the room to rest first." Her mother held her hand tightly, but she did not feel happy because this affectionate hand would only come close if she knew what was good for her. She had to know what was good for her to stay in his house. In one corner, her brother was still watching, his face clearly showing hatred. But Lady Render had decided that if she continued to live according to the standards of this house, she would definitely be eliminated. She would live her life according to her own new standards. "Watch out," The render family that you are proud of will one day be swallowed by me. The scene opens to a luxurious tea table. Other ladies have also been invited. Elena confidently and beautifully greets everyone. In addition to the two ladies from last time, this time Elena also invited the platinum blonde lady. That girl is the daughter of Earl Eni. Her name is Mabel Eni. In the story, she is the one who will later help the female lead cure the Empire's epidemic. After the last party, Elena remembered her, so she decided to meet Mabel more often. Everyone chatted happily. As Elena had predicted, Mabel was always observing the plants around her. As in the original story, she liked plants. Elena spoke up, "Thank you everyone for liking my greenhouse, but compared to the secret garden of the Grand Prince, it is nothing." Mentioning this really attracted Mabel, and she immediately asked, "The Grand Prince's secret garden?" Elena then recounted, "I went there once last time. I saw a lot of flowers and herbs that I had never seen before." Mabel immediately showed interest. "I have heard rumors. I heard that the garden is full of rare plants. I really want to try to go there." In fact, in the original story, the garden was the place that Rosetta had introduced to Mabel. The plants found in the garden were the ingredients to cure the terrible epidemic that would happen in the Empire. And Mabel was the one who invented that herbal medicine. She had transferred all the credit to Rosetta for introducing the garden to her. Returning to the table, Elena said kindly, "Would you like me to ask the Grand Prince for a visit there?" Hearing this, Mabel could not hide her excitement. "Really, would I have that honor?" Elena immediately assured, "Definitely. When I get to visit, I will send a letter to the Eni house. If this is successful, then Rosetta's credit will become Elena's. It is embarrassing to steal someone else's credit, but the issue is about living, so please understand." Elena then went on to ask more. "It seems that Lady Eni likes plants and especially knows about herbs. Perhaps you want to become a doctor?" Mabel then replied, No, actually I want to become a researcher." The brown-haired lady replied, "Researchers do not have as much fame as doctors." Mabel also knew that. But Mabel's eyes were full of happiness. She expressed that if she could create a new medicine thanks to the herbs she had researched. And she thought that was even more important than fame. She is really an angel. A girl with overly saintly thoughts makes the female lead feel like she is really corrupt. The story moved Elena and everyone very much. They all wanted to help Mabel if she encountered any difficulties. Looking at the brown-haired lady, Elena smiled and thought, "It seems she has been stimulated. Sooner or later there will be something useful." At a beautiful house. The brown-haired lady was sitting by the window, thinking about Mabel. Seeing Mabel's expression of expressing her dream in a radiant and sparkling way, she admired her very much. Compared to her, she had no dream. She was simply born as a woman. She looked at her beautiful face reflected in the mirror. She wished she could talk about her dreams with confidence. After thinking about it, she decided this was not the time for her to be gloomy. She decided to sit at the table and think about what she could do and what she wanted to do. She liked to read books, liked to learn new information, and that information could be taken from books or anywhere in the world. She wrote down all her thoughts on paper to find out what she wanted to do, but it seemed she needed help. "That is right." The brown-haired lady smiled as if she had found something. A few days later, at the Rosalia ducal house, Lady Cheddar came to see Elena. Lady Cheddar said with a smile, "Lately, I have been thinking about my future after hearing about the stories of Lady Rosalia and Lady Eni. I also want to experience something new." Hearing this, Elena happily replied, "I feel very honored to have had a positive impact on you." Lady Cheddar was afraid Elena would laugh if she said it out loud. Elena only gently reassured her. The brown-haired lady mustered up the courage. She said, "I want to create something called a rumor shop. I suddenly came up with that idea when I thought about the value of knowledge. Books with knowledge inside are sold for money. Teachers teach their knowledge to others. In addition, there are maintenance costs during this process. So what about rumors? They are just stories told from one person to another, but rumors contain a lot of information, or simply put, I heard a thief broke into this neighborhood, so be careful. Broadly speaking, it just includes market trends and international situations. I realize that information is power." The brown-haired lady added, "Even when negotiating with another country, if you know the rumors about that country in advance, it can be easier to negotiate." Hearing the brown-haired lady's idea, Elena pondered, "I thought there would not be a special turning point, so Jebeska would be more vague than Eni, but as expected. She is very smart and can quickly find her own path." The brown-haired lady's eyes confidently affirmed, "Therefore, I think creating a shop and selling these rumors is a good idea. It will definitely be more valuable than knowledge." She finished speaking, but Elena remained silent. This made the brown-haired lady worried, wondering if she was too excited, and if Elena thought the idea was stupid. But not letting her be nervous for long, Elena praised. Lady Cheddar is admirable. That is a great idea. Hearing this, Cheddar breathed a sigh of relief. That is a great idea. Thoughts about how to implement it have started to appear in my head already. Elena smiled brightly. First of all, you should name your rumor shop and need a base, and I can help you with this. The brown-haired lady was delighted. She still could not believe this was true. A rumor shop, if you just say it like this, it sounds like a mundane and frivolous place, but if you look closely, it is a great place. For example, there is a rumor that a certain couple is fighting, so their mood is not good. So, then those who hear the rumor can avoid those two people and avoid disaster. However, if those two people are from the nobility, then the quarrel of that couple will not end like an ordinary couple's quarrel. Because of that, many nobles and related forces will change. And if you know that in advance, it will become a great power for Elena. Elena looked at the brown-haired lady eating ravenously and secretly rejoiced in her heart. Why are so many outstanding people appearing in front of me like this? Elena was determined to support her as much as possible. A few days later, on a beautiful street in the Empire, 3 ladies were present at a shop. This is where Miss Cheddar will write her wish list. The brunette was bewildered upon hearing this. What do you mean? Even if it is a rumor shop that many people come to, it should be a place that is less conspicuous. In other words, the shop can be easy to enter, but the entrance should not be clearly visible. The blonde added, that is why I tried so hard to find this place for Miss Bella. The brunette also agreed, that is right, this is the best building. Should we sign a contract with the landlord right away? But I did not expect Miss Blonde to be one step ahead. Bella is already the owner of this building. This made Miss Bella bewildered. What do you mean? At this time Elena spoke up. I said I would support you, miss. True friends are there for each other. Miss Bella hugged Elena tightly. With these things, Elena had the luck, money, and information necessary to prepare for the future. In the afternoon, at Elena's mansion, Elena wanted to see her mother, but the maid informed her that her mother was busy receiving guests. Elena was surprised because she had not heard about this. She approached her mother's room. Inside, there was a man's laughter. Could it be that wretched crown prince is at my house? Hearing this, she could not stay calm and burst into the room. But she froze when she saw that the person in the room was not the crown prince but the Grand Duke. He sat there, holding a teacup, looking at her calmly. Hello, Duchess Rosalia. Why is he here? She wondered. Elena calmly sat at the table, smiling. You came without responding to the invitation. You seem to have a rather hasty personality. The Grand Duke chuckled and said, let us see, from the moment I received that message, I wondered if I needed to maintain etiquette. Hearing these words, she clenched her fists and seriously asked again, what do you mean? He no longer hid his true identity. My name is Seo Yoon. That is my name. No, I should say that was my name. Hearing these words, she regained her composure and nodded, so that is it. He is really Korean like Elena. He continued, then from now on I hope you will speak up too. Elena did not hide anything either. My name is Jung Yuna. The Grand Duke was more relaxed with her. He leaned back in his chair and said, indeed, that is how it is. Then from now on, let us not test each other anymore. Let us tell each other the information we know. But Elena was not easily swayed. She only provided information when he was willing to tell her the information he knew first, to see how much this guy knew and how beneficial it would be to her. He laughed and asked, now you are asking questions first. Are you more dominant? Elena gently replied, because I came to this world earlier and have more information, you should yield to me. The Grand Duke confidently recounted what he knew. First of all, I know everything about this body, the appearance of this empire, and to the extent that you adapted to this place before me. He pointed at Elena's face. She only glanced at him coldly, but it seemed he was still young. The Grand Duke did not know where this was. Looking at the clothes and architecture, it was similar to medieval Europe, but there was something very different. Hearing this, Elena smiled softly, so that is it. He does not really know anything. Elena looked at the Grand Duke and said, we are in a fictional romance novel. She and he had been sharing information for quite a while. In fact, it was no different from her unilaterally providing information to him, but he was momentarily startled and then, in some way, he began to accept this absurd information. The Grand Duke could not believe that he had transmigrated into a story. So this is a world in a novel. The main characters are the Crown Prince and a girl, and she will die at the hands of the Crown Prince, and I am the loser, right? The Grand Duke could not doubt it anymore. Now he had no choice but to believe these absurd words. Elena calmly said, you understand quickly. The next conversation will be easier. He was surprised. The next conversation. Let us shake hands, Elena suggested. A blind villainess who loses her life because of love and a Grand Duke abandoned in a cold room in the back. You would not want to live according to the fate written in the book, would you? The Grand Duke agreed. That is right, I do not want to live like that either. So the two decided to shake hands, become partners and help each other. Elena had already planned it. She took out the contract and asked him to sign it. She affirmed, the ancient said that a contract by word of mouth is not a contract. If you sign a written contract, there will be no backstabbing. How true. Her words struck the heart of a person who had been backstabbed by his younger brother in real life, so he agreed without hesitation. Then she and he gave opinions that focused on themselves, in a thorough way. It was difficult to finish signing the contract. There were quite a few conditions added, but one special thing was in Article 5, Party A and Party B can keep their plans secret from each other. The other party must cooperate unless there is a special reason. However, that plan must not endanger the other party. She frowned and asked, does this mean you are acting alone? But he only smiled instead, you should see it as being cautious. After the contract was completed, the Grand Duke stood up and reminded her, hopefully from tomorrow, come to the royal palace at exactly 2 o'clock every day for tea. What, from tomorrow? Elena could not believe that this guy was so cunning. Seeing that Elena intended to refuse, the Grand Duke pointed to the contract as if to remind her. Seeing this, she agreed, but with one condition. Then I also want you to cooperate. There will be times when I bring a lady to visit your garden. Please welcome her. He happily agreed, feel free. It seemed that these two were quite a beautiful couple. So from then on, she came here every day for tea as he said, but what exactly was he aiming for by doing this? She did not know. Was it hoping that someone would be deceived? Looking at his appearance, Elena was a little displeased. So that is it, Grand Duke Jiang Taigong. May you always be healthy. Waiting until the time was up, he coldly chased Elena away, which made her angry to death. Looking at his back as he left, she could only curse this madman in her heart. Just wait, I will repay you 3 times this absurdity. The Grand Duke returned to his room and saw the attendant rushing to report. A letter from the royal palace has arrived. Please go to His Majesty the Emperor's office. As planned by the Grand Duke, hearing the news, he rushed to meet the king. Standing in front of his father, he respectfully said, Your Majesty the Emperor, you summoned me. His Majesty asked directly, recently, I heard that someone frequently enters and exits your palace. The Grand Duke only smiled faintly. Yes, it is a fox. Not long ago, I met it when entering and exiting the palace. His Majesty wondered, a fox. He continued, yes, it is a fox with a high-quality red coat. Its personality is not ordinary either, so it may take some time to tame it. Hearing this, the king thought to himself, I do not know what happened to the Grand Duke that he changed like this. Now Elena is likened to a fox, moreover, he is taming it. But he only laughed, you will be able to do it. Because your mother tamed animals very well. So, you will be very much like your mother. That fox will definitely fall into your hands soon. His Majesty secretly pondered. Not only did he turn the Crown Prince's only fiancée to his side, but he also did not bother to hide that fact. What a great provocation. What made him change like that? This makes the story even more interesting. Pretending to be smart just right, pretending to be ambitious just right, pretending to care just right. All these actions were calculated in advance. Thinking this, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the Grand Duke's hair. I heard you had a head injury. It seems that something inside you has changed. If there is a change, it has definitely changed. After saying this incomprehensible sentence, the king released his hair. I am curious to know the extent of your ability. The Grand Duke calmly adjusted his hair. The king suggested to him, participate in the main meeting that will take place in a week. He obediently obeyed, yes, I will follow your orders. Then he stepped out. Closing the door to the room, the Grand Duke thought about many things. Now it was only the first step in his plan. A confident and bewitching smile appeared on his lips. A hand slammed hard on the table and a loud shout rang out, what, who is coming where? It turned out to be the Crown Prince when he heard the news. He hurriedly sought out the king and then he shouted loudly, what on earth is going on? His face was flushed red, not knowing whether it was from alcohol or from being too angry. The king glanced at him and knew immediately, so he coldly questioned, it is still daytime and you are already drinking. The Crown Prince angrily spoke to his father with a disrespectful attitude. Are you pretending not to know anything? That guy who does not deserve the name Kartika. Why is that pathetic guy participating in the conference? The pathetic guy he was referring to was none other than the Grand Duke. He was talking so much that the atmosphere was really tense. But in response to the Crown Prince, the king only coldly asked, don't you have confidence? The blonde boy placed his hand on his chest and said from the bottom of his heart, how could that be? This is a matter of pride. Then what is the problem? Why did you come here barking with the appearance of a frightened dog hiding its tail? These words of the king were really sharp. The blonde was at a loss for words and could only say, "You will definitely regret letting that guy participate in the conference." The king replied, "You do not have to worry. I will not regret what I have said. Go do your work." The resentful blonde left without being able to do anything. The king quietly glanced after the crown prince and thought to himself, it would be good if he looked like a monarch normally. It is a bit annoying. But the king had calculated in advance what he needed now. Whether it was a fool burying himself in books and plants or a drunkard and womanizer, then he needed someone to make the empire stronger and richer. The Grand Duke was sitting reading a book in his room with a very calm demeanor when there was a loud noise outside the door. "Get out of the way for me." The call made the Grand Duke glance slightly. The blonde prince was still as dog-like and mean as ever. He threw away the book that the Grand Duke was reading. The Crown Prince angrily questioned, "Why do not you know anything?" The Grand Duke calmly replied to his younger brother, "What are you saying, my brother?" Seeing this calm and gentle demeanor of the Grand Duke only made the Crown Prince more angry. He grabbed his collar and shouted, "What did you just say?" The Grand Duke did not say anything, only quietly grabbed his hand, which surprised him. What, the strength of this fool? The Grand Duke only smiled faintly. "It is not good for my younger brother to be so physical." The Crown Prince was even more agitated. "Are you crazy? You lived foolishly as you always have. Why are you so presumptuous now? Just live like a dead mouse like your mother. Like leftover rice in the back of the kitchen." The blonde even revealed his cunning. "If so, when I become emperor, I will save your bug-like life." The Grand Duke smiled faintly. "Your story is not worth listening to." This attitude made the blonde furious. He gritted his teeth. "You, this bastard." The Grand Duke gently pushed his foot and the Crown Prince fell in a mess. How embarrassing. With just a light push, he hit the table and cried out, "What a waste." The Grand Duke knew how to juggle. He gently helped his younger brother and said in a sarcastic voice, "It seems you are so drunk that you can't control yourself. Isn't it better for you to go back to your room today?" This made the Crown Prince think that he was being treated like a child. He doubted whether this was really the brother he once knew. The Grand Duke gently asked Den to take the second prince back to his room. He turned and left. "See you, my brother, at the political conference." Before Den could lead him, the Crown Prince went out and slammed the door shut. What a rude attitude. Returning to his room, the Crown Prince kept cursing his brother. "You arrogant dog. Next time, I will make that mouth unable to ridicule me again." He ordered his servant to call Duke Tennessee. He shouted loudly, repeating once again, "Call Duke Tennessee to me immediately." Elena was diligently looking at documents when she heard that someone was calling her. It turned out to be Miss Lisa Tennessee. Elena sat with her hand on her chin, thinking, "I heard that she only stays at home these days. Miss Tennessee has not participated in any tea parties since that day. What is the reason? I heard that the number of invitations for Miss Tennessee has decreased." Elena wondered, and then she understood why she came here. Elena stood up from her chair and ordered, "Invite Miss Tennessee into my room." Very quickly, that hateful orange-haired lady from that day appeared in the room. Her face was still as fake as ever. "I came to visit without an appointment. Thank you very much for welcoming me, miss." Elena also pretended to smile. "It is nothing if it is Miss Tennessee. I always welcome you." "If you say so, I feel more comfortable," Tennessee replied. Without waiting long, Elena got straight to the point. "I do not know what you are here for." But she still beat around the bush. "Oh my, you are so impatient. Let us have tea and then talk." So Elena was still straightforward and her face became serious. "I am asking you, what are you here for?" Tennessee frowned and put on a pitiful expression. She put down the teacup and said, "Although it sounds shameless, I want to return to the previous relationship with you, miss." The orange-haired lady continued, "I was momentarily foolish. My words and actions at that time bothered you, right? I apologize again." Elena only smiled slightly. "It is not outside of my expectations." Her position in the upper class was narrowing more and more. She had to find a rope to grab. The orange-haired lady put on a bright smile. "Miss Rosalia, we are still fine with each other, right? I can do anything for you like before." Elena rudely stood up. "What a story that is not worth listening to. I do not need a person who is always ready to stab me in the back." Tennessee pretended to be curious. What do you mean?" Hearing this, Elena approached face to face with the bad-tempered girl and said, "Besides, you are not as important as you think. I do not think you can do anything for me." These words made the girl so angry that her whole body trembled. Then she pushed away Elena's arm and threatened with a stern face, "You will regret it." Seeing this scene, Elena only smiled faintly, as expected. "Is that so?" Too embarrassing, Miss Orange Hair only knew to pack up and leave. I will go first. You do not have to see me off. Elena had no intention of seeing her off. She was really delusional. Goodbye, Miss Tennessee, Elena smiled brightly. At the palace of the Crown Prince, there was a special meeting that was Duke Tennessee. What can I do for your highness, he asked. The Crown Prince already knew his face. He thought to himself, a cunning guy. He clearly knows why but still says that. The Crown Prince pretended to be nervous. What had he done for him? He threw a pile of documents on the table and shouted loudly, how can a subordinate who does not grasp the intentions of the person become the owner? The Duke still did not understand what was happening. Seeing that he would not say it easily, the Duke tried to appease him. I heard that Prince Loy Kartika will also attend the political conference. This really angered the Crown Prince. If anyone dares to put the name Kartika after his name once again, I will not let it go. The Duke only smiled and thought to himself, he is still young. He continued, I know that the Grand Duke's attendance is the order of His Majesty the Emperor. But he smiled with a devious heart, but His Highness the Crown Prince has told me, resist the order of His Majesty the Emperor. The blonde's face hardened, good. But the Duke signaled, I will get rid of the Grand Duke according to your Highness's wishes. But to the extent that Duke Tennessee opposes the order of His Majesty the Emperor, then I hope you do not forget that I have wholeheartedly helped you. And you should remember that I have a beautiful daughter, Lisa, who is of marriageable age. Saying this, he walked away. It turned out that helping was exchanged for this special condition. Sitting in the room, the Crown Prince contemplated, what a parasitic bastard. If the Grand Duke participated, he would not benefit anything either. He even pretended to bow down like that. What, a beautiful daughter of marriageable age. Does he mean to replace Elena Rosalia and want to become a relative of the royal family? How could the Crown Prince be foolish enough to let that evil woman become his betrothed? The only person loyal to the Emperor is Duke Rosalia, and she will be the strongest card to use when he becomes Emperor. That means there is no queen more perfect than Rosalia. But thinking about the scene of Elena demanding to cancel the engagement, he angrily stamped his feet. He roared and kicked the table hard, damn it, you bitch who does not know your place. He still wondered, why did these things suddenly happen to him? Something is very different from before. The image of a person losing a lot of blood appeared. Who is he? He has passed out. Looking at that image, the Crown Prince came up with something. He smiled cunningly. As long as there is no person, then everything will be resolved. What on earth was he planning to do? In the morning, at the palace of the Grand Duke Loy. Now outside the room was full of guests who were on the side of the Grand Duke, that is, on his side. The Grand Duke sat in the room and thought, when he was pushed and injured by the Crown Prince, they did not bother to show their faces, but now they come here. They clearly have intentions. They must be very curious. The reason why the son that the Emperor had thrown away was invited to the political conference. Outside the door, the ministers demanded to meet the Grand Duke, everyone claiming to be a confidant of the Grand Duke. Den resolved it very calmly. His Highness said he did not expect everyone to come, so he asked them to come in one by one. He continued, please wait a moment, I will call out each person's name. Then each person entered the room and then came out. Everyone was curious and everyone discussed excitedly. The long-haired man said enthusiastically, indeed, His Highness has changed, right? He is both dignified and looks straight into your eyes. The prince has become more knowledgeable. The bearded man said, I do not understand what you are talking about. The prince has always been like that, do not talk nonsense. Everyone was discussing excitedly and noisily. Everyone had different experiences. The person who just stepped out calmly replied, I think you had a conversation with Prince Loy, but I did not have any conversation. He recounted that when he entered the room, the servant invited him to sit down with the prince. And then the prince looked at him and did not say a word. The two of them were like that for about 10 minutes. And then suddenly he smiled and greeted him with the same expression as before. The others secretly thought at this time, let alone smile. He only had a gloomy expression. He stared at me as if he wanted to kill me. Why do people who met the Grand Duke have different descriptions? This cannot be known. Everyone guessed that maybe he had changed or not. They stood outside the door with questions and did not know what to do. They were the forces of the Grand Duke entirely for their own benefit. Because of the war to win assets with the forces of the Crown Prince, they were on the opposite side. But if the Grand Duke had really changed, if His Majesty the Emperor invited the Grand Duke to the political conference to check tomorrow, then what? Everyone was hesitating. Maybe it would be very difficult to give opinions opposing the forces of the second prince. Everyone was calculating their path. They did not know which side to be on in order. to protect their property and power. Thinking for a while, they were all discouraged and went home. Inside, the Grand Duke had guessed. Indeed, there are too many bugs without a good reason. The Grand Duke said to Den, I had hoped that at least one person would be capable, but it is useless. Den wondered, why meet each person separately? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to meet everyone? The Grand Prince coldly replied, Den, did you see the expressions on each person's face as they entered? That statement is truly profound, befitting someone with experience. Den immediately replied, yes, I remember everything because I led them in. Initially, he pretended to be proud, but gradually became more silent and started paying more attention to his surroundings, as if observing. Den realized the issue and blurted out, could it be that you are deliberately showing them their former and current selves? The Grand Prince immediately replied, that is right. The Grand Prince had guessed it from the start. They came here under His Majesty's orders to understand what was happening, to probe him and see what to do. Den replied, but surely they are very confused. Exactly, everyone's method of testing is different, so each person will give a different opinion. Even if all the opinions converge in one direction, that is another problem. Because hypothetical opinions cannot determine attitudes, so even if only one different opinion appears, it will have an impact. They will fall into a state of confusion, unable to decide what to say or do. The Grand Prince replied, they must think carefully and choose. This made Danny's eyes light up with admiration. So Prince Loy had such a meticulous plan, truly outstanding. Prince Loy concluded, because that choice will lead them to different paths. Truly, a capitalist mind transmigrating into a book does not disappoint. The next morning, Elena prepared herself meticulously and stood in front of a house. She was silent, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, the brown-haired miss appeared. This girl had her hair styled in playful Neza buns today. She asked Rosalia, Miss Rosalia, what do you think? Isn't it great? Elena's face turned green. She was speechless, not knowing what to say. Great in what way? Elena thought to herself. In front of the two girls was a shop selling the brown-haired misses' secrets. Looking at the outside, was not it too cute? It perfectly matched the style of the brown-haired miss. Elena looked around the room. Elena thought she had gotten lost and ended up in a souvenir shop. She thought to herself, did I find a shop selling small items? She asked, but why is the shop's name Chi? The brown-haired miss enthusiastically talked about her wonderful idea. It is because cheese can stretch, but the ends are always connected. Right, information can also be shared in many directions. But in the end, it is still linked together like cheese. The red-haired girl froze at this explanation. She stammered, really? The brown-haired miss was very enthusiastic, making cute gestures with sparkling eyes. Elena could only laugh because the sign had already been hung up and could not be changed. So she asked, that is right. Now that the shop is open, what do we do next? The brown-haired girl hesitated, seeming like she did not have a specific plan yet. She stammered, the next thing to do is. Then she pointed vaguely inside the room. First, let us go inside and wait for customers. Truly speechless, open the shop and leave it at that. Elena thought to herself, this is not good, this is not good. If that is the case, Elena must lend a helping hand. Miss, that is not how it works, we have to promote it first. The brown-haired girl was stunned. Promote? Is it really necessary? Truly, nobles never do business. Elena felt a headache coming on. Elena gently explained, of course it is. If we just sit here, will customers come? The brown-haired girl finally realized at this point. She exclaimed loudly. Just then, there were sounds of discussion outside the shop. Fortunately, customers had arrived. These whispers interrupted the two girls' conversation. Elena looked outside and saw some boys standing hesitantly behind the door. Elena gently walked over, thinking to herself, here's the opportunity, kids, hello. Do you have time? A blonde boy, upon seeing her elegant and beautiful appearance, was overwhelmed. He thought to himself, is she a noble? Then he politely replied, what is it? Elena smiled at the children, I have something I want to ask you, so I called you. The boys knew for sure that Elena was a noble. They hesitated and stepped back, saying fearfully, we are not pickpockets. Seeing the children like that, Elena was even more amused. Her eyes softened, thinking to herself, what a bold child. Even knowing that I am a noble, he still dares to express his opinion. Elena bent down and took out a pile of gold coins, putting them in the blonde boy's hand. It is worth using those, and do not worry, it is not that kind of thing. I just need someone who knows this neighborhood well. With the gold coins, Elena successfully recruited some useful little hands. Only a moment later, the outside of the shop was empty because she had invited the children inside. She did not hide anything and told them the truth about her shop, you see, because the shop has just opened, there are no customers yet. First, the Chi information shop will buy all the rumors that everyone knows. And second, here you can find out everything you are curious about. If you spread this word widely to everyone, I will give each of you a gold coin every day. The three boys' faces lit up when they heard this. It can be seen that the most important factor for the success of a news dealer is the amount of information. What kind of rumors are not important as long as there is a lot of them? To do that, the top priority is to widely publicize the existence of the store. If those children spread the information everywhere, then information will also pour in from everywhere. Determining the accuracy and rarity of the accumulated information to buy and sell, it reasonably must depend on Miss Cheddar's ability. She took out a black mask and put it on Cheddar's beautiful face. She said gently, "Do your best, Miss Cheddar." For safety reasons, she must wear it when facing customers. People who come to sell information are all mysterious, so it is not good to reveal her face at all. Miss Cheddar replied, "I know, I will definitely wear it." But the brown-haired miss was still not confident, and she laughed shyly, "But surely customers won't come yet." As soon as she finished speaking, the first customer arrived. Thankfully, her words were very effective. The first customer appeared behind the black curtain, and it was a girl. Both of them saw the first customer opening the shop. Elena encouraged, "That first customer is commemorative, hurry up and go." Miss Cheddar was still a little shy, but very quickly after that, she gained confidence because this was her hobby. She said invitingly, "Welcome." Although still awkward, the Chi information shop had started doing business with the first piece of news. Night fell. In a luxuriously decorated antique dining room, there was a man sitting raising a glass of wine. He was drinking alone, and that was none other than Marquis Tennessee. A man walked in respectfully in front of the Marquis. "You called for me, Marquis Tennessee." The Marquis coldly ordered, "Sit down." Very quickly, the Marquis mentioned the plan that he had been harboring since the meeting with the Crown Prince. He said, "Without beating around the bush, I will speak directly to the main issue." He swayed the glass of wine, shining a bright, vibrant red color. He coldly ordered, "Deal with the Grand Prince before the main conference takes place." The man in front of him could not believe what he had just heard, so he asked again, his face changing with fear, "What, you mean Prince Loy?" The Marquis's eyes were sinister as he replied, "What, can't you do it? I am telling you to deal with someone who has been locked up and starved for a long time in a room. Is it that difficult?" The man sitting in front of him immediately fell silent, saying to himself, "But that person who has been starved is now receiving the Emperor's attention. If he silenced him, it would be no different from walking into death." Moreover, after the last meeting, he had not yet confirmed the story about the Grand Prince. He was still wondering if that day was really the Grand Prince he used to know. "So what is your answer?" the Marquis anxiously asked. Looking at the glass of wine in front of him, he sighed and nodded in agreement, "I understand." In his heart, he secretly plotted, "First, I will follow the Marquis's side. Even if the Grand Prince changes, the heir to the throne will not change. This is the wisest decision he can make at this time. I will surely have all my debts cleared thanks to this." Dawn breaks. At the Grand Prince's palace, the Grand Prince with a toned, seductive body is focused on doing push-ups. What a captivating beauty. His handsome face is even more handsome when focused. Sweat rolls down, making him even more seductive. After doing enough 7,749 push-ups, he stood up, revealing his rippling six-pack abs. Endless long legs. Truly he is handsome from every angle. Den thought to himself, when did His Highness start exercising? His body is so toned, I am so jealous. The Grand Prince quickly put on a shirt, his abs still faintly visible behind the garment. He asked Den, "Has the item I asked for last time still not arrived?" Den smiled, "In my hand is that item. I just received it and was planning to show it to you." It was a sky blue box. Inside was a luxurious, sparkling piece of jewelry. The Grand Prince looked at it in his hand. He was still not very satisfied because it was unnecessarily extravagant. Den immediately explained, "Of course this is for your Highness to use, so how can it be simple? It especially suits your Highness's eye color, so it is very beautiful, your Highness." Prince Loy picked up the jewelry and gently put it on his ear. The earring was easily put on. The blue color like the sky further accentuated the Grand Prince's fair skin. He said, "Very good, the functionality is very good." The Grand Prince put on his black cloak. He turned away and said, "I will go out for a while and then come back." Den was stunned. "Where are you suddenly going, your Highness?" Looking at His Highness's departing back, the young man silently thought, His Highness has really changed. He never went out before. Den helplessly called after him, "Your Highness, please answer me, your Highness." Truly it is heartbreaking. At the Lachita Library, dawn breaks like the regular gatherings of the young ladies. The young masters also have such gatherings, one of which is the noble at the Lachita Library. At the gathering, the young masters, dressed elegantly and luxuriously, are sitting and discussing. Everyone is handsome and bright. They are all wearing clothes below the limit that only the wealthy have the ability to own. The conversation was going on enthusiastically when suddenly a young man with long silver hair stood up. He said, "Today's discussion ends here." That was Luke Sorik, the eldest son of Count Sorik and the host of the meeting. Hearing that, everyone also quickly dispersed. The young masters said goodbye to each other. Sorik was standing there when a voice caught his attention. "Over there, are you Luke Sorik, the eldest son of Count Sorik?" Sorik indifferently looked at the person in the black cloak in front of him. "That is right, who are you?" The person in the black cloak took off the cloak. Sorik could not believe his eyes and he was very surprised. "Prince Loy under the golden light of the sunset." He coldly said. "The earring further enhances his handsome, cold beauty. Can we talk for a moment?" The next day in her study, Elena looked at the news written on the paper and sighed. Luke is truly an eccentric. Sitting opposite her, the Grand Prince suddenly coughed. Cough, cough. Seeing that, Elena wondered, "What is wrong with you?" The young man awkwardly shook his head. "It is nothing, do you have anything else to say?" Elena's eyes once again looked at the paper and nodded. "According to my parents' assessment, even though he is an eccentric, he is very capable." Hearing that, the Grand Prince happily smiled. "Thank you for the useful information." Looking into his ambiguous eyes, Elena wondered in her heart, what conspiracy does he have again? Even though he is a business partner, he does not have any basic knowledge. Now the two of them are sharing high-ranking noble information received from the Duke and Duchess. They are preparing for the general meeting that the Grand Prince sitting in front of her will participate in. Thinking of this, Elena said, "And in the Crown Prince's power, there are Count Sorik and Marquis Tennessee. Count Sorik is a long-time acquaintance of the Queen and the Crown Prince's most capable assistant, and Marquis handles everything related to the Crown Prince. If the Count helps for the Crown Prince's benefit in a public way, then the Marquis will handle the work behind the scenes." The Grand Prince listened and nodded, adding, "But the Crown Prince seems unhappy about Marquis Tennessee's power gradually growing. This is quite obvious because with the Crown Prince's personality, he cannot tolerate the existence of a power that could threaten himself in the future." The Grand Prince sighed and exclaimed, "How foolish! If he continues to suppress like that, the Marquis can only be laughed at." Elena nodded in agreement. "That is right, so I think it seems the Marquis is a more important character to pay attention to than Count Sorik. Think about it. Nobles are the embodiment of ambition. With endless greed, they will want to increase their wealth and power in any way. But the fact that the nobles have to listen to all of the Crown Prince's opinions like that. The Crown Prince is confident in the card he is holding, but there are hidden dangers he cannot understand. If there are no incidents, I am sure the Crown Prince will become emperor, so as the closest noble, his power will grow stronger day by day. And that Crown Prince, no matter how much he wants to restrain the nobles, cannot eliminate that symbiotic relationship, so maybe now he is shrinking back." Speaking to this point, she suddenly noticed the Grand Prince's puzzled expression, so she stopped and wondered. At this time he was thinking to himself, "Indeed, she is no ordinary person," then continued, "Because we are business partners and you seem smarter than I thought." Suddenly receiving praise, the young lady smiled and shrugged. "What do you normally think of me?" The Grand Prince immediately became flustered, smiling and waving his hand. "Ah, I misspoke just now, please forgive me." Not pursuing this matter, Elena continued the story from earlier. "Besides, there are also suspicious people in the Grand Prince's power. In fact, finding someone who is not suspicious seems even more difficult, but..." Speaking to this point, the Grand Prince immediately realized, "Is it Viscount Ron Jaffer? The reason I think it is him is because he has suddenly become close to me. If you only look at his actions, it seems he is the closest person to the Grand Prince, who is me, but it seems he came to see me because he heard that I will be attending the main conference." Elena showed interest and smiled. "So that is how it is. And he is still clinging to the Grand Prince. I did not expect that." Catching the key point in her words, the Grand Prince asked sternly, "You just said, still close." According to Elena's research, people say that his family had some assets and reputation until the previous generation. However, by now, the family's two businesses have failed and the family fortune has collapsed quite a bit. After that, it seems he wasted the entire family fortune on gambling and luxury goods. Some people also said that he had fallen into debt. Have you seen the suspicious point here with that information? Why would such a person pretend to be close to you? In Viscount Ron Jaffer's circumstances, he should have sided with the Crown Prince to receive and eat even the leftover food that fell down, even if he pretended to be close to the weak Grand Prince. Like you, there would be absolutely no benefit. However, Elena was silent, and the Grand Prince continued. "However, if he was paid by someone to side with me." "That is right. He is a spy who is paid to closely follow the Grand Prince, which means that someone definitely wanted to install someone to undermine the Grand Prince's internal affairs." The Grand Prince fell into contemplation, throwing the pile of documents onto the table. The important thing is to know who paid him. Mentioning this matter, several people immediately appeared in Elena's mind. She guessed some people, but it would cause prejudice, so it would be better to say less at first. Then she immediately changed the subject. Anyway, this matter is difficult to find out right away. So let us switch to another issue. The Grand Prince nodded and then asked how. Elena suddenly made an okay sign with him and smiled. If you are worried about money, then you will obviously go and borrow from other places, right? The Grand Prince nodded again in agreement. That makes sense. So can you find out about this? Remembering the figure of the golden-haired girl, Elena thought to herself, indeed, if it is a matter related to money, there is no one else besides her. So she pondered and said to the Grand Prince that perhaps she could. The next morning, in front of the Render Trade Union, a carriage stopped and Elena stepped down. A young boy with distinctive blonde hair was sitting inside reviewing the files. Ah no, it was not a boy but Miss Render who had cut off her long hair. At this moment, a person opened the door and came in smiling. Trade Union head, there is a guest. As soon as he finished speaking, Elena stepped in from the outside with a beautiful smile. Long time no see, Trade Union head. Seeing her, Miss Render immediately happily stood up and smiled back. Hello, Miss Elena. Sorry for not contacting you in advance and coming here suddenly, Miss Render. Oh heavens, you are being too polite. I always welcome Miss Elena. My place is a bit shabby, but please have a seat. Elena took off her hat and sat down on the chair, shaking her head. What do you mean shabby? Miss Render's office is very admirable. Hearing the compliment, the young lady happily blushed. Catching that expression, Elena teasingly provoked. You look so happy, your face is shining. Haha, that is right, I am much happier than when I was running the Render family's trade union before. So that job is still progressing well, Elena wondered. The golden-haired miss immediately nodded seriously. It is progressing very well, so do not worry. But Miss Elena, what brings you here? Speaking to this point, Elena also went straight to the point of her purpose. I have something I want to ask. Do you know about Viscount Ron Jeffer? Render nodded, of course. Seeing that she answered immediately, Elena thought to herself, it seems like someone who has a deep impression. The answer came out without thinking at this moment. Render's voice rang out again. But all I know is the part related to money. Elena was excited. That is what I want to know. Hearing this, Render hurriedly stood up. If that is the case, then you have come to the right person. I will show you starting from the documents. First of all, Viscount Ron Jeffer's actual financial situation is very bad. About 3 years ago, when I was running the Render Trade Union, the Viscount family started trading. Since then, he has accumulated debt because of gambling, luxury food, and having fun with women. He is both a VIP customer and a customer on the trade union's blacklist. Listening for a while and then looking at the statistics of the books, Elena pondered. In a sense, this information is really great. But the terrible debt of the Viscount still surprised her. He has borrowed this much money in 3 years. In fact, if he owes this much, each trade union will have a way to not let him borrow anymore. But occasionally he brings a large sum of money and then borrows a lot immediately so he can continue to borrow, but recently he only borrows money and can't pay it back. Silently listening to Miss Render tell the whole story, Elena asked, but until now, knowing the Viscount's situation. Understanding what she wanted to ask, Render continued. He came to the trade union for the purpose of borrowing money, but of course I refused. Then Elena continued to look at the books and fell into what? He has not been able to pay off the debt and still continues to borrow more. He is really too impressive. Moreover, how can he pay off those previous debts? Could it be with the money he makes as a spy? But if it is called spy money, there must be records as a valuable item. Holding the question in her heart, Elena asked, I still want to ask one thing. How was the Viscount's debt paid off? Render immediately replied. He mainly brings cash. Gems or gold, sometimes it can also be an expensive piece of jewelry. Hearing that, Elena's eyes widened and asked seriously, you said an expensive piece of jewelry, it could not be, could it? Render stood up and left the chair, continuing. He said it was the family heirloom. To date he has brought about 6 to 7 to exchange. After speaking, Render took out an exquisite flower vase from the desk. This is also one of them because I thought it was too beautiful so I kept it. Looking at the flower vase, Elena sighed. Miss, I have also seen that object before, although I do not have any close relationship with Viscount Ron Jeffer. I saw it at the Grand Prince's palace. Miss Render, I have also seen that object before. I saw it at the Grand Prince's palace. The shocking news caused the whole room to fall into silence, like a statue turned to stone for a long time. Render suddenly screamed in a shrill voice. This story goes back a few days. While with the Grand Prince in the palace, Elena had inadvertently noticed this flower pot because it was so cute. She did not know if this flower pot suited the Grand Prince in the past, but it is hard to say with the current one. Elena speculated that he had secretly taken it while the guards at the Grand Prince's palace were negligent, which made Render extremely frightened and unsure of what to do. Even if she was deceived, Buying royal items could become a problem that harms Miss Render, depending on the situation, but I won't let that happen, Elena thought to herself. Please do not worry, miss. You have done nothing wrong, and I won't let you suffer. Elena continuously reassured Render, holding her trembling hand. Just trust me, I promise. By the way, let us also increase the capital of the new trading company. The next day, still in the library, the Grand Prince continued to ask Luke, have not you thought about working for me? The silver-haired Luke took a book from the shelf and shook his head. If it is about that, I think I already refused last time, did not I? The Grand Prince did not give up and repeated again, but people's thoughts change many times. At this point, Luke immediately turned his head, glanced at the Grand Prince, and sneered, sorry, but I won't change my mind. Because working for you, Prince Loy, would not benefit me at all. Hearing this, Grand Prince Loy smiled handsomely, I see. From Luchel's perspective, the Grand Prince had come to recruit me on the day of the noble stag gathering, but I clearly refused from the first time. Yet today is the third day he is tirelessly coming. Here. Luke angrily shoved the book onto the shelf forcefully. That guy is really persistent. The Grand Prince's voice continued to ring out. You have to be persistent to survive in this harsh world. I have more than just a field of flowers in my head. If you work with me, you will see even more amazing things. Luke focused on the books on his shelf and shrugged. What is more amazing? I am not materialistic and I am not short on money. Or are you referring to knowledge? But I am definitely superior in knowledge. I have not even heard that you, Grand Prince, are reading anything. Or honor is not it either. If so, then only power remains, and this issue needs no further discussion. Luke bluntly said these things, hoping the Grand Prince would be humiliated and give up, but unexpectedly. He calmly continued, Luke, can you really be so decisive? The Grand Prince's eyes suddenly became deep. Luke, you do not want anything from me. The Grand Prince's footsteps gradually moved closer along with his voice. As I said, I know people like you very well, Luke. Exceptional ability and perfect self-control. There is nothing you can't do yourself, so life is very easy. So people like you will also be more bored, so why do not we play a bigger game? Looking at the handsome face close to his breath for a moment, Luke gravely said, I do not understand what you are saying. Haha, what I mean is, turn me into an emperor. With your abilities, can you bring someone to the highest peak of the empire? Isn't it fun? Aren't you curious about that? Luke immediately flashed a dangerous smile. Your words sound like you want to be controlled by me. Just then, the time bell from the nearby temple rang. The Grand Prince smiled. That is all for today, I have to go. It would be great if I get a different answer tomorrow. With that, the Grand Prince continued to put on his mysterious cloak and left amidst the crowd under the setting sun. Suddenly, an antique carriage stopped right in front of the Grand Prince. The carriage door opened, and a somewhat familiar voice rang out with the figure of Viscount Ron Jaffer. Oh, who is this? Isn't this Prince Loy? The Grand Prince was slightly surprised by his appearance, not noticing that someone had approached from behind and swung a cane. That evening, Viscount Ron Jaffer's carriage drove into his mansion. Viscount Ron Jaffer walked in front, while a servant walked behind, carrying the unconscious Grand Prince with a bloody head on his shoulder. They roughly threw the Grand Prince onto the ground while he was unconscious. Baroness Ron Jaffer quietly stood aside, thinking to herself, the Marquis said to kill him cleanly, but now he can't just kill His Highness, because now is an opportunity. Thinking of this, he sat down and rummaged through the Grand Prince's pocket. Finding something, the Viscount smiled, as long as it is successful. And this will be a great opportunity to change my life. From the Grand Prince's coat, he took out a medal or some kind of symbol representing his status. Currently, the position of heir is being shaken. If he uses this to bring Grand Prince Loy to the throne, he will become the Emperor's closest confidant, Baron Ron Jaffer planned. If so, I will become the top nobleman of the Empire. I have kidnapped the Grand Prince, but if I explain clearly, perhaps he will understand. The important thing is how to make the Marquis think I have killed the Grand Prince. While pondering, Baron Ron Jaffer walked into the room with the maid greeting him. Suddenly an idea popped into his head. He smiled and ordered, "Give me your hand for a moment." The maid felt strange at this request, but as a maid, she immediately reached out her hand. Before she could react, the Viscount took out a sharp knife from his pocket and immediately cut across her hand, causing fresh blood to splatter. Amidst the maid's painful scream, he pressed the medal symbolizing the Grand Prince's status onto her hand, and the medal was immediately stained with fresh blood. While the maid painfully held her hand, he looked at his result with satisfaction. At this rate, the Marquis will believe that I have killed the Grand Prince, right? Wondering, he glanced coldly at the maid and ordered, "Don't pretend there anymore. Replace all the furniture in the living room with the most luxurious items. And tell my wife and daughter not to go near the basement of the villa." The girl painfully teared up, resentfully watching the Viscount's back, thinking in her heart, that bastard still owes me months of wages. While replacing the furniture in the house, she muttered, once I receive this month's salary, I will leave the mansion immediately. But it hurts so much, why did he use someone else's blood to smear on that gold plate? Speaking of this, the girl suddenly blanked out, wait, a gold plate, in my 3 years of working in this house, this is the first time I have seen something so valuable. Right, moreover, he controls the basement but never sets foot in it. Could it be that he is hiding something valuable there? A bold thought arose in the girl's mind. A moment later, regaining her cheerful expression, she brought good wine and bread to the guards. Hello, the master told me to prepare food for everyone. Receiving the food, the guards were immediately attracted, and taking this opportunity, the maid tried to sneak in. Enjoy your meal, everyone, I am going to do the work the master requested. Entering the basement, the girl listened to the soldiers' discussions and wondered in her heart, unexpectedly. He even hired mercenaries, there really is something here. Quickly holding the small stick in her hand, the girl walked down the dark steps. Because it was quite dark here, she kept looking around as she walked. I do not know what he is hiding here, if it is something valuable that would be great. Just then, noticing something in front of her, the girl startled and stopped abruptly. Then, she horrifiedly covered her mouth because she saw a bloody corpse. After discovering a strange man in the basement of Viscount Ron Jeffer's house, the maid became frightened. Upon closer inspection, she saw he was still alive. Did the Viscount kidnap someone? I must escape this house immediately. Not stopping there, she discovered something even more valuable. The button on his sleeve. Above the 2 buttons were engraved luxurious symbols. The maid smirked as if she had a plan. It looks very expensive. If one button goes missing, they probably won't notice. After carrying out her dark scheme, she hurriedly left. Scene changed to the office. Miss Bella Cheddar stretched wearily, exhausted. Lily, standing beside her, worriedly reminded her, Miss, it is already 9 of the clock. If Miss Rosalia finds out we opened this late, it will be a big problem. Hearing this, Bella could already imagine Elena's terrifying face. Miss Cheddar, our closing time is now 7 of the clock. She trembled, saying, don't say that, just thinking about it scares me. Lily dejectedly added, then let us stop here for today and come back later. And so Bella had no choice but to close the office early. Guess I should. Let us prepare to leave. Just then, someone pushed the door open and entered. A hurried voice called out, is anyone there? Bella was a bit surprised. Customer, let us attend to them. She slowly walked out to greet the customer. Hello, this is Cheese Information Shop. It turned out to be the maid from Viscount Jeffer's house. She hesitated. I have heard the rumors about this shop. Bella stood behind the screen, observing the girl's expression and speculating. There are wounds on her hand, and her body is trembling violently. And her face looks scared too. Did something unfortunate happen? The maid mustered her courage and asked, will I get paid if I tell you what I know? Bella replied warmly, of course. Did you come here to sell rumors? She hesitantly answered, yes. Then, the maid looked at the button in her palm and pondered. At first I tried to escape by selling this button to a pawnshop. But every place I went was a favorite of the Viscount, so I had to leave. While wandering around, I suddenly thought of this place. People say that Cheese Information Shop is a place that buys rumors. Bella suddenly asked, so, can we hear that rumor? The maid tried to calm herself and recounted everything. Actually, it is not just a rumor. No, only a few people really know about it. Bella quickly reassured her. Don't worry, your identity and confidentiality are completely protected. Suddenly she made a request, then can you give me 5 gold coins first? Bella's eyes widened in surprise. What, she suddenly wants that much money? I guess this is not normal information, but I can't let the seller lead me by the nose. Seeing the shop owner standing silently, the maid wondered, why is not she saying anything? Did I ask for too much? After a few seconds, Bella finally spoke, my dear customer. I will listen and decide on the value of the information. If I decide it is worth it, I will offer a price that you won't be uncomfortable with. So just trust me. The maid asked again to confirm, really. Then she put the button down on the table. Bella, seeing it, was also stunned. A button, what kind of information does this provide? The girl slowly described. This is a button from the clothes of the man who was kidnapped in the basement of Viscount Jeffer. Based on his clothing, he seems to be a noble, but he is unconscious. Bella began to sense something was amiss. Viscount Jeffer, a noble kidnapping someone. When piecing all the events together, plus the familiar button, she asked, do you know what this button is? The maid blankly replied, isn't it just an expensive button? Bella hurriedly turned and left. Please wait a moment. She opened the iron chest and took out a bag of gold. Then she immediately placed it on the table to give to the customer. Thank you for the valuable information. The value of the information I received from you is in that bag. With that amount of money, you won't have any difficulty starting over. Hearing this, the maid was startled and panicked. What starting over? Bella put on a serious face and warned, yes, as far away as possible. Possible, leave this empire right now. She stood silently watching the female customer leave. The button is engraved with the seal of the Grand Prince. What the hell is going on? Bella immediately made a decision. Lily, we're going to the territory of Duke Rosaria. Scene changed to Elena practicing fencing. The group of knights outside cheered and encouraged her. Miss, go, defeat the commander and fight us too. No, become our commander. Elena's face stiffened, gross. Taking the opportunity, Dior also teased her. I guess our knights like you more than me, miss. She smirked and said, that is because you have not defeated me yet. Dior gleefully made a bet with Elena. Then let us bet. If I win this match, you will practice with me once a week. Okay, she flatly refused. You only decide everything according to your wishes. Why should I go with you? Dior chuckled and asked, is Miss afraid of losing? Elena was furious when she heard Dior's excessive teasing. If you provoke me so much, should I try it? Suddenly, the maid Lena ran over and called out loudly, Miss. Seeing her so flustered, Elena also felt something was strange. The maid quickly announced, Miss, I am sorry for interrupting your match, but there is a guest who needs to see you urgently. Elena curiously asked, at this hour, who is it? Just as she finished speaking, a special guest appeared. Elena was very surprised to find out that it was Bella Cheddar. Bella spoke, Miss Rosalia, please forgive my rudeness, but this is urgent. Elena anxiously asked, what is it? Bella handed her the button and continued, first, look at this. As soon as she saw it, Elena recognized it immediately. Isn't this the button I saw on Lloyd's clothes? Bella approached and whispered in her ear, don't panic. It seems the Grand Prince has been kidnapped. Elena asked in shock, who kidnapped him? Bella worriedly replied, according to speculation, it may be Viscount Jaffer. After hearing this, Elena stood silently pondering. If it is Viscount Jaffer, does she mean he is a traitor? She clenched her fist in frustration. Immediately afterward she asked her, would you like to take a walk with me now instead of continuing to practice? He blankly asked, a walk at this hour? Elena replied with a meaningful tone, yes, right now. I feel like someone stole something of mine. Scene changed to the basement of Viscount Jaffer's house. Lloyd had woken up after a coma. In the silent night, a scream rang out. The knights of Viscount Jaffer's house were beaten and lay scattered on the ground. In an instant, Elena and Dior had defeated all of them. She asked, aren't you using a bit too much strength? Dior resolutely replied, he stole something from Miss, so I want to make sure he regrets it. Elena, hearing this, could only smile awkwardly. No. I used to make excuses like that. Dior wondered, where are we going tonight? She revealed, Viscount Jaffer stole something from me, so I think I should go get it. He, hearing this, screamed in surprise, what, this is crazy. A moment later, Dior had dealt with all the knights. It seems the soldiers that Viscount Jaffer hired have all been given a one-way ticket to hell by me. Elena also admitted, that is right. It seems like there is no one else coming. Dior suddenly turned his head and asked, but you are not planning to quietly go get your things, are you? Elena smiled brightly and replied, of course. As a person who believes in an eye for an eye, I can't just leave like that. Because there is enough evidence to catch Viscount Jaffer in the act of gambling, theft, and smuggling royal goods. If that is not enough to put him in the royal prison, he continued to commit another crime. That is the crime of kidnapping Lloyd. In other words, he committed a serious crime of kidnapping and detaining a member of the royal family. Elena turned her head and said to Dior, let us go to the basement. As she walked, she thought to herself, thanks to this incident, it is even clearer who the Viscount is acting under orders from. Although it is dangerous for Lloyd, it is very timely for this. We can find the Viscount's master. Elena suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, timely. She recalled her conversation with Lloyd the day before. You are going to meet Lucelle alone. Are you out of your mind? What about the escort team? Lloyd smiled calmly and replied, are you trying to tell me to announce that I am trying to form a faction? I need to act in silence. Elena hesitated and replied, that is true, but... No, you can't. Then take this with you, Your Highness Lloyd. As soon as he saw her take out a knife, he froze. What is that for? Moreover, why did that come out from under your skirt? Elena enthusiastically showed Lloyd some basic knife-wielding moves. If you have to do this, you also need a chance to escape. At least swing it like this. Seeing that scene, he did not know what to say. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Lloyd clapped and praised Elena. You look really cool holding a knife. She said in a hateful tone, don't talk nonsense and take it. After piecing together the whole event, Elena angrily realized, that bastard is doing this on purpose. It turned out that Lloyd knew that Viscount Ron Jaffer was watching him, and everything was part of his plan. The more she thought about it, the angrier Elena became. That damn Lloyd. Suddenly, a strange man opened the basement door. Dur quickly noticed and shouted a warning, miss. What, there is still one more. The two of them slowly approached to investigate the situation. Dior gripped the sword in his hand and said to Elena, please step back. A man's voice suddenly rang out, are you here to save me? Both of them were like startled deer. This voice is. The Grand Duke appeared with a bright smile on his face. It is me, Lloyd. When she saw that he was safe and sound, Elena immediately ran to Lloyd. She eagerly asked, are you hurt? Lloyd chuckled and asked, oh my, are you worried about me? Before he could finish speaking, Elena slapped him. Fortunately, he quickly dodged to the side. A terrible atmosphere enveloped the two of them. Elena furiously yelled at Lloyd, why did you dodge? He blankly pointed to his face and asked, I have to be hit. She could not control her emotions and rushed to grab Lloyd's collar. That is right, you deliberately let yourself be kidnapped, did not you? The young man smiled brightly and praised, so you realized it. You are as smart as I thought. But I think I should explain the situation to your companion first. Dior, standing behind, made a look of panic. Miss, if he said he is Lloyd, then is that the stolen item you were talking about? In the silent space, he shouted loudly, it is His Highness the Grand Prince. After the three of them sat down and explained everything to each other, Dior was somewhat enlightened. First of all, I understand that. Both of you are doing this for your own purposes. Elena still sat with her arms crossed, looking angry. Is it because he is a knight? I guess no matter what his superiors say, he will accept it. As for me, no matter how much I hear, I still feel uncomfortable instead of understanding the problem. A summary of the situation before entering the Viscount's mansion. Lloyd had told her all about his plan. Moreover, I have installed an extra device for emergencies, a mercenary to monitor, and a clock that rings at a certain time. Elena gritted her teeth as if she wanted to devour Lloyd. What about this? I do not know anything about safety devices and things like that. Returning to reality, she eagerly asked, what is next? Lloyd calmly replied, we will wait for the main culprit to return. A voice echoed from outside the yard. What is in the yard? Dior quickly turned his head towards the door to look. The voice is really loud. Not only that, but there are many people talking too. The daughter of Viscount Jaffer was surprised why all the mercenaries had died. Did you hear anything from father? His wife also shook her head in confusion. I do not know. I do not know what he is doing so. As soon as they stepped inside, both were stunned. Lloyd and Elena looked at them with indifferent expressions. The wife asked, who are you? Lloyd smiled and introduced, I am Grand Prince Lloyd Kartika. The daughter of Viscount Jaffer asked, what is His Highness doing at our house? The wife stood to one side with a worried expression. The Grand Prince, but why is there blood on his head? Elena, while reaching out to take the flower vase, explained, currently, an unprecedented theft has occurred in the royal palace, and His Highness and Elena Rosalia are investigating the incident. The daughter, seeing her, cursed inwardly, Elena Rosalia, that idiot. Elena continued to imply, and after a long chase, we arrived at the mansion of Viscount Jaffer. Do you understand what I am talking about? Behind that bright smile, there was still a terrifying aura. Jaffer's daughter secretly speculated, the syrup theft on His Highness's head. Could the culprit be my father? Lloyd turned to them and said, if you understand, then please come forward and testify. Then I will exempt you from all responsibility in this matter. Scene changed to Viscount Ron Jaffer. He kicked the carriage with a frustrated attitude. Damn it, that bastard. I did as he told me, but he treated me like this. Marquis Tennessee had dismissed all of Ron's efforts. Unfortunately, I can't encourage you for the efforts you have put in. Even so, it is good to see everyone being deceived by my own lies. After all, Viscount Ron Jaffer returned home with a satisfied expression. Keep being happy, and I will make that smile disappear soon. Now, if only I could persuade the Grand Prince. Surely the servants have decorated the Grand Prince's residence nicely, right? Upstairs, Lloyd and Elena were already waiting for him there. Am I seeing things? It looks like there is someone in the reception room. After looking closely, Viscount Rond was shocked to realize. His Highness Lloyd, Miss Rosalia. Why are those two together? He gritted his teeth, trying to remain calm. Never mind. If that woman does not recognize me and I can talk to Lloyd, everything will be fine. He pretended not to know anything and ran over to inquire about Lloyd. Oh my God, Your Highness, you are awake. I'm so glad. Do you remember anything? I was very happy to see your highness in that alley and went to greet you. But some kind of thug suddenly harmed you. But please do not worry, I took down that thug and brought you back safely. Elena was obviously annoyed. Is he trying to turn black into white? In fact, he tried to kill Lloyd on the orders of the person behind him, but when he saw Lloyd had fallen and the change in the Emperor's disposition, he must have had other thoughts. That is, to take advantage of this situation. To increase power. Lloyd still pretended not to know anything and asked him in return. Something like that happened, Ron Jaffer resolutely replied. Of course, Elena glanced at him with sharp eyes. I do not know how ridiculous Lloyd used to look to come up with something like that. Because she could not bear it anymore, she spoke up and said, it is a little different from what I heard. He asked, startled, what do you mean? Elena ordered bring him in here. He bowed and accepted the order. Yes, miss. A moment later, Dior brought in another strange man. Elena smiled and said, but the guy I caught said something completely different. He said that Viscount Jaffer was the mastermind of the kidnapping of His Highness the Grand Prince. Hearing this, he denied it. Miss, what are you saying? Why would I kidnap His Highness? I am afraid my loyalty to His Highness will be questioned. Please take back those words. Elena turned to ask the suspect. The Viscount said that. What do you think? He honestly confessed. Let me show you this. Can someone look at my chest? I have the check that he wrote to me when he hired me. That could be evidence. Hearing this, she turned to order. I understand. Find it and give it to His Highness. While he searched the suspect's person, Elena secretly praised Lloyd's intelligence. That bastard was very well prepared. I never thought he would use a double agent like that. A few seconds later, Dior carefully handed the letter to Lloyd to check. He smiled and opened the envelope to see. Where is the check with your signature issued by the Merchant Guild? It is a little heartbreaking. I must be a terrible prince in your eyes. Despite the clear evidence before his eyes, Ron Jaffer still pretended to be innocent. Your Highness, this is just a misunderstanding. I will explain everything. Elena added fuel to the fire, immediately taking out the flower vase and asking him, then this is also a misunderstanding, Viscount Jaffer. He panicked and asked, why is that in the miss's hand? It should have been thrown away. Ron Jaffer was shocked to realize he had slipped up. And so he hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. Indeed, the mouth harms the body. Lloyd said meaningfully to him, I asked this lady to do something. Because there was a rat stealing in my palace, I asked her to find it. This is where this lady came after catching the rat's tail. But now that rat has kidnapped me and even tried to kill me. Ron Jaffer's face was pale with fear. Your Highness, that can also be explained. Please listen to me. He secretly wondered, does Lloyd have such sharp blue eyes? He cruelly refused the Viscount's explanation. There is no need. Your wife and daughter have told me the whole truth. Everything you say will be meaningless. Ron Jaffer knelt on the ground in defeat. It is over. They pushed me to the brink just to survive. Just when he thought his whole life would end here, Lloyd saved him. However, I want to give you, a loyal servant of mine for many years, another chance. He raised his head and asked, is that true? Thank you, Your Highness. Lloyd looked directly into his face and said, however, tell me who is the person behind you manipulating you? Ron Jaffer trembled and asked back, what do you mean? In his heart, he was constantly filled with anxiety. What is this? How much does he know? Lloyd put more pressure on him. Oh, so it was just you and you alone who kidnapped me. In order to save himself, he had to tell the whole truth. No, I am just a henchman who does what he is told. The incident of Your Highness being kidnapped and nearly losing your life was due to the cruelty of Marquis Tennessee. If I'm going to die anyway, I should at least drag him down with me. Now I have told you. Will you spare me? Lloyd smiled and made a condition, of course. I will spare your life if you can provide evidence proving that the mastermind is Marquis Tennessee. Not only will I ensure your safety, but I will also give you this. Seeing the sparkling blue stone in Lloyd's hand, his eyes lit up. With such a precious stone, I can start a new life in another country. I will give you documents proving my relationship with the Marquis. After receiving the important evidence, Lloyd said to him, that is enough. Keep the precious stone. Ron Jaffer happily bowed and replied, thank you very much, Your Highness. One disaster had just passed when another arrived. Miss Render suddenly appeared at his house. Excuse me, I am from the Beatrice Merchant Guild. You are Viscount Jaffer. Right, I have come to collect the money you owe. He was stunned and asked back, Beatrice, what debt? What is going on? Miss Render did not say much, but reached out to take the blue gem on his hand. What the hell is going on? She held the precious stone in her hand and smiled, but this is also a wonderful precious stone. It is only worth a quarter of the money you owe. He resolutely affirmed, I have never borrowed money from the Beatrice Merchant Guild. Give me back that precious stone. The 2 bodyguards following her immediately suppressed him. Ron Jaffer could only shout in helplessness, What are you doing? Let me go, I will report you swindlers. Incidentally, Miss Render also announced, Viscount, you also owe a large amount of money to other merchant guilds. Do not you? Our guild has bought all of those bonds. This is the certificate. This amount is quite large. Ron Jaffer still arrogantly said, How ridiculous. Miss Render on this side was no less happy. So from now on, please work hard to pay off your debts. Elena, standing on the side, watched the drama with satisfaction. She probably does not have much time, but the results have exceeded my expectations. Returning to the conversation between Elena and Miss Render, she was also quite surprised by Elena's plan. What, defeat him and increase the funds of the Merchant Guild? The young lady nodded in confirmation, that is right. However, Miss Render was still a little hesitant. It is true that we can buy Viscount Jaffer's bonds at a low price right now, but if we can't recover them, the risks will be very high. Elena smiled and reassured her, You will get it back. Guarantee it. After some consideration, Miss Render finally agreed. Then I will trust Miss Rosalia and prepare for this stage. Please tell me the time. Back in the present, Elena and Lloyd left together, leaving Ron Jaffer alone, lost in thought in the house. His whole future was stained with a dark color. If this continues, I won't be able to escape. I will be killed by the Marquis. Why is this happening? Everything was going so smoothly. Why did it suddenly? From when? On the way, Elena kept complaining about Lloyd. Respect your partners a little. He just smiled and replied, I will try. But neither of them expected that Ron Jaffer had put Elena in his sights. She destroyed my life, he thought, pulling out his sword. Then he ran towards Elena like a man out of control. Get out of my life, you wicked woman. Just as Elena turned her head, the tip of the sword was just a few centimeters from her face. In the face of the critical situation, Lloyd appeared as a hero, using the tip of his dagger to stop his sword. He used force to throw his hand back, causing the sword to fall to the ground. Ron Jaffer slumped to the ground in utter despair. It could not end like this. Dior approached and placed his sword on his shoulder. Then he yelled, questioning, You bastard, how dare you? Ron Jaffer was startled in fear. How dare you take that from me? How dare a knight like you point a sword at a noble? Elena ran to stop Dior. Viscount is right. He is a noble, you might get into trouble. Dior hesitated at first, but I understand, miss. Elena looked directly at Ron Jaffer and warned him in advance. Don't worry, I am not saying I will let this go. From now on, he will have to negotiate with me again. Those words, combined with Elena's cruel expression, terrified him. A beautiful morning at the royal palace on the day of the plenary session. People entered the hall one by one. Count Wooten greeted, Oh, you have arrived. Count Harris replied worriedly, The atmosphere of the meeting is a bit chaotic, is not it? Wooten calmly explained. Today is the first time the Great Prince has participated in the plenary session. So it is not surprising. Harris was also a bit curious, yes, but are not the nobles of the Great Prince's faction also anxious? Wooten quickly replied. Worry is understandable because he only reveals a pitiful appearance. Marquis Tennessee suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two. Don't worry, the meeting will proceed as normal. Count Harris asked blankly, Marquis Tennessee, what do you mean? Tennessee sat with his arms crossed, looking towards the door. It seems someone is coming. Duke Rosalia is entering. This is Duke Rick Rosalia, the neutral leader of the Imperial faction. As soon as they saw him, everyone stood up to greet him. I heard that you have recently decided on a successor, congratulations. Duke Rick Rosalia sat down and said, It has been a while. I am even more pleased to receive congratulations from you all. Marquis Tennessee said in a flattering tone, I am also very happy with such good news. Duke in his heart. He already had a plan. Sooner or later, I will drive that hateful successor crazy. If the Crown Prince's fiancé is replaced by my daughter, how ugly would that be? I wonder if she can maintain that arrogant attitude until then. By the way, why do not I see Viscount Jaffer? Did he run away because of debt? Marquis Tennessee looked around anxiously. A guard announced, Everyone please stand up. His Majesty the Emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince are entering. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the entire hall. Emperor Laurent and Kaizen sat in their positions, but there was still one empty seat. People began to whisper, Isn't the Great Prince coming? I have not seen him today either. I knew he would not come, of course. Marquis Tennessee smiled knowingly. Emperor Laurent raised his hand to signal. Everyone please be quiet, the Crown Prince will preside over this meeting. Kaizen obediently complied, I understand, Your Majesty. Now we will begin the 20th plenary session of. While the Crown Prince was speaking, the voices of people echoed from outside. He is here, the Great Prince is here. Even the guard was surprised. What, he is here? Crown Prince Kaizen angrily turned his head and questioned. You there, what is all the noise during the meeting? The guard blankly announced. They said he has arrived. Your Highness. Kaizen was very curious about who it was. From behind the curtain, a familiar figure appeared. His Highness the Great Prince is entering. Crown Prince Kaizen hurriedly turned his head back to see what. Even Marquis Tennessee was shocked to see Lloyd's presence. Lloyd stood in front of everyone and said seriously, please forgive me for this delay, it is my first time here. Emperor Luron smiled and said, don't worry, this often happens, come and sit down quickly. Crown Prince Kaizen gritted his teeth in frustration. I thought he said he had taken care of Lloyd. The eyes of the two met. Lloyd said nothing but smiled as if wanting to show something. Crown Prince Kaizen became even more uncomfortable with Lloyd's infuriating expression. You bastard, how dare you laugh at me? He shouted loudly, demanding everyone be quiet. Then, glaring, he said, let us start again, the 20th plenary session of the Kartika Empire. Lloyd suddenly stood up and interrupted Crown Prince Kaizen. But first, please wait a moment before we continue the meeting. I want to discuss an important matter first. Crown Prince Kaizen sighed inwardly. He is interrupting me again. He reminded Lloyd. Participants are only allowed to speak after. Emperor Luron replied, Great Prince, please speak. Lloyd respectfully bowed and replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. This is an issue related to the conspiracy to assassinate a member of the royal family and the handling of a noble who stole royal property that I recently encountered. On this side, Marquis Tennessee clenched his fist in nervousness. Hearing this, the emperor flew into a rage. Assassinate a member of the royal family, who dares? Lloyd immediately ordered, open the door. As soon as the door opened, a group of people turned their heads to the door to eavesdrop. Miss Elena entered with a luxurious appearance. Greetings, Your Majesty the Emperor. She confidently entered, ignoring everyone's whispers. She has finally gone too far, Miss Rosalia. A conspiracy to assassinate His Highness the Great Prince. I knew she was a cruel woman, but... Duke Rick worriedly turned to his daughter and asked, Elena, do not tell me. She smiled sweetly and replied, I know what father is thinking, but it is not me. Then she turned her head and ordered the guard, bring him in. When the criminal entered, Marquis Tennessee could not believe why. Why did you let that idiot catch you? Viscount Jaffer knelt on the floor in front of so many people. Elena also solemnly introduced, Ron Jaffer. This is the person responsible for the assassination of His Highness the Great Prince. The nobles also began to stand up and criticize him. Jaffer, how dare you, impossible. Lloyd turned to the emperor and said in a serious tone, I, Great Prince Lloyd Kartika, propose an urgent agenda item before the plenary session. I want to bring the punishment for Viscount Ron Jaffer into the meeting for the crime of attempted royal assassination and theft of royal property, as well as the punishment for the person behind this. On that fateful night, Elena sat down and said to Viscount Jaffer, perhaps we should renegotiate. He asked with a bewildered expression, what do you want me to do? Elena then told him, we will bring you to the plenary session in a few days. Then reveal who is behind it. If you do that, I will let you survive and not leave here. Back at the meeting, everyone was eagerly waiting. Alas, it is almost time to question Jaffer. A voice rose to reassure the public, everyone please calm down. Marquis Tennessee stood up and asked with a calm face, I still do not understand what is going on. Lloyd turned to ask him, what do you mean? The Marquis began to raise his own doubts. You were kidnapped and almost assassinated, but the royal family did not know anything about it unless you intentionally hid it. Isn't that ridiculous? Those present also felt that what Tennessee said made sense. Thinking about it, it is very true. How could the royal knights not know about this? It is unreasonable, very strange. Elena's face clearly showed anger. You cunning devil, you changed the mood with just a few words. Lloyd then faced him and asked, Marquis Tennessee, what are you trying to say? He turned to look at him and replied, I am just wondering if this is a play. Elena questioned the Marquis, you say this is a play, so are you saying that the Great Prince is lying? Viscount Tennessee still strongly retorted, that is because I doubt the authenticity of the agenda, miss. Elena was also not one to be trifled with. She glared and asked, why would His Highness the Prince have to lie? He could answer all the questions because this is my opinion. Maybe he is trying to enhance his influence by leaving a strong impression at his first meeting. Or maybe the prince wants to use his close associates to build a non-existent force and eliminate the forces that harass him. Viscount Ron Jaffer thought to himself, Tennessee, are you planning to survive alone? Elena was also surprised. No matter how weak the prince was, how could he say such a thing? Then she said to him, these are just speculations. Marquis Tennessee smiled and continued, I think the motivation of the two people who are not familiar with state affairs is right in front of them. Should we consider this agenda a small matter and pretend it never happened? I will forget what just happened. Can everyone do that? Emperor Luron stared at Lloyd and asked inwardly, "What will you do now?" It was time for Lloyd to speak up. "I have heard clearly what the Marquis said and can understand why you think that way, but I am not lying. I hope everyone can vote on whether to create a list of agenda items or not." Tennessee was quite surprised. "Votes, suddenly putting on a deceptive act, Your Highness, the agenda is not listed randomly like that." Elena then explained to him, "May I say something? There is a law that says, if there is disagreement when listing an agenda item, a vote can be held." Tennessee reminded her, "Miss Rosalia, do not be too complacent," she strongly challenged. "If you do not believe me, invite a lawyer to verify, it won't affect me at all." Elena recalled the time she spent trying. "I stayed in the palace library for several days to read the entire royal law, Article 387, Section 39 of the Imperial Law. When opinions on recording are divided due to the authenticity of the agenda or other issues, a vote list of the agenda can be held under royal permission." Lloyd suddenly slammed his hand on the table and said sarcastically to him, "Even those who are familiar with the work of the court do not know everything." Being forced into a corner, Tennessee could not refute. "Fine. Then let us proceed with the vote according to the law." In his heart he was still smug. "Anyway, not many people will agree." Lloyd announced to everyone, "Then let us start the vote. The agenda will be added if more than 1/3 of the votes approve. Those who agree, please raise your hands." As soon as Lloyd finished speaking, a hand slowly went up. And it was Duke Rick Rosalia who raised his hand in agreement. Elena stood aside and smiled happily. "Father, thank you. I will repay you, and Mom too, of course." One by one, opinions were given and people gradually raised their hands in agreement. Marquis Tennessee glanced around. "Still not enough, is it, if it continues like this?" Luke Hell also raised his hand in agreement and explained further, "After listening to the Great Prince and thinking carefully, I feel that I witnessed what happened at that time. That day, I was on my way to the library to prepare for the meeting between the male nobles. Then in the alley, Viscount Jaffer approached the carriage and helped the Great Prince. I did not think much of it because he was considered the closest person to the prince, but now I know it was a kidnapping." Elena was overjoyed that new witnesses had appeared. "That is it. It is the one-sided argument between me and Lloyd, but the witnesses and testimony from Tuesday's party will help our situation." After synthesizing all the opinions, Lloyd made a decision. This condition concludes the vote and declares the agenda item on the list. The Marquis's opposition will be considered based on loyalty to the Emperor. Marquis Tennessee glanced at him with a questioning look. Emperor Luron also spoke in approval. "I confirm the elimination of the Marquis's opinion on cancelling the agenda. Let us continue." Lloyd suddenly asked Viscount Jaffer, "I give you a chance to say who is behind this. Confess who your backer is at the plenary session, otherwise your family will be eliminated. Speak, who is behind this? If you answer, I will spare you." Ron Jaffer trembled and replied, "The person who ordered me to harm the Great Prince is Marquis Tennessee." Before he could finish speaking, he was slashed in the neck by a guard standing nearby. After that sudden attack, Viscount Ron Jaffer lay slumped on the floor with a pool of syrup. The other Viscounts jumped up in confusion. "What is this? Someone arrest him." A stern shout rang out, causing Elena to pay attention. Silence. Kaizen, with a furious expression, asked everyone, "Anyway, he is the one who tried to assassinate the royal family. Should he be allowed to live?" The meeting was cancelled because it could no longer continue, and everyone quickly left. After passing Kaizen's face, Elena secretly speculated, "Killing the only witness seems to have resolved the situation. But Kaizen, your actions are enough to make everyone suspicious." The name Tennessee was heard clearly and the Crown Prince blocked it. At that time everyone was wondering. "You heard it," he did not finish speaking. But why the Crown Prince? Perhaps the Crown Prince is behind the assassination of the Great Prince. Just knowing that everyone would realize that was enough for Elena. "For now, I am satisfied with this." Suddenly, she accidentally met Emperor Luron's gaze. A sudden worry appeared in her mind. "He is looking at me, is not he?" Loud noises were heard in the room. Crown Prince Kaizen smashed many items. He also harshly cursed Marquis Tennessee. "What, you are willing to go against the Emperor's orders to help me?" Kaizen repeatedly questioned. "A beautiful girl of marriageable age, and what else? You are also a useless Marquis who only knows how to talk." Right before the Crown Prince's heavy words, Marquis Tennessee remained calm. Next, Kaizen moved closer to Tennessee and gritted his teeth and asked, "Is that so, Marquis?" He was very scared and dared not look Kaizen in the eye, stammering, "I am very ashamed of myself." Then finally Kaizen let him go, but he had a new request. "Forget the old things, investigate carefully who is on Loud's side." Hearing this, the Marquis bowed and received the order. "Understand." Not only that, Kaizen also told Tennessee to investigate Elena Rosaria as well. "I need to know what the damn relationship between her and Lloyd is." Transition to the palace, Rosaria thought to herself. 2 days have passed since the plenary session ended. From that event, Lloyd has been sought after by a large number of nobles and has received countless invitations. Of course I have also received useful gains. The next morning she had breakfast with Miss Rendor. The lady happily talked. In fact, Viscount Zephyr's debt is so much that even selling the mansion would only pay off a little. Rosaria heard the object and was very surprised, really. I can't imagine how much he has accumulated without paying off his debts. I believe that the fund will grow as you promised, miss. Then Rendor took out a document and gave it to Rosaria, and said, "Oh, this might help you." Rosaria was stunned. "Help me, really?" The lady said, "I found a contract between Marquis Tennessee and Viscount Zephyr." When Rosaria opened it to read, she was very surprised. She thought to herself, "It is even more detailed than our evidence. Did that bastard intend to change his mind at that time?" Then Rosaria politely and happily thanked the lady, just as I expected from Miss Rendor. "Thank you very much," the lady giggled in response. "You are welcome." Rosaria quickly calculated in her head. The Marquis will probably search Zephyr's mansion as soon as the session ends to eliminate any connection with the Viscount, however. There must be nothing there. He must be furious when he sees that. So who will come and find it first? We left a subtle message that we know more than you think, and we have evidence. Just that alone made this successful, but at that time I did not know that. A big storm is coming. Transition Duke Rick Rosalia is standing thoughtfully by the window thinking. He is very worried about his daughter, wondering why Elena is taking so long because of the Great Prince. Is it possible that? The Duke seemed to have thought of the worst case, but he quickly stopped that line of thought. That is probably not the case. Trying to protect the prince who is in danger is obvious. Elena's personality has changed a lot. Just then Dior came knocking. Duke Rick Rosalia asked, very surprised, "What are you doing at this hour?" Dior said frankly, "I have something to say to you about the young lady." After listening to Dior's words, the Duke became stunned, worried, and his face turned pale. Transition. Elena Rosaria went down to the dining room and said good morning to her parents. Her parents also happily said, "Elena, hello." Then Elena Rosaria happily sat down at the table and said, "It is midsummer, so it is getting hotter, right?" Duke Rick Rosalia told her, "Elena, Dad wants to ask you something." Hearing this, she was drinking juice and was a little curious about what was going on. Then, Dad asked her with a serious face, "Is the reason you want to break off the engagement with the Crown Prince because you want to get engaged to the Great Prince?" Elena was so shocked that she choked on the water and spat it all out. Her mother was so worried when she saw this, she asked her daughter, "Oh my God, Elena, are you okay?" She replied while coughing, "Yes, I just coughed." Then she said tremblingly, "Of course I just coughed, Dad, why are you saying that now?" Her head was very messed up. "No, damn it, I am the happiest right now, what the hell?" Duke Rick Rosalia continued, "I wondered what happened at the plenary session and your behavior afterwards. When I was thinking about it, Dior came yesterday and told me." At this time, both mother and Elena were very confused and wondering, what did Dior say? Dad said. He said that Elena gave her knife to the Great Prince. And throughout that kidnapping incident, their relationship seemed unusual. At this time, Elena was in a panic, jumping up to protect her father. "That is not right, what you heard was a misunderstanding." Elena was also so angry that she just wanted to go in front of Dior and scold him. "Dear, I told you not to tell Dad after all. He is still Dad's subordinate, we will consider it later." Then Elena's mother hesitantly told her father, "Thinking about it, there was a time when Lord Lloyd came to see me directly. Dad was very surprised, really. Elena just wanted to get into the ground and was too embarrassed." "Mom, do not add fuel to the fire." She thought to herself, "It would be stranger if I denied it." "Right, calm down." Then she said strongly to her parents, "I know you are worried about my previous actions. But now I have changed, and I will not let my parents down again, please believe me." Before Elena's sincere, serious words, her parents were so surprised that they sprayed glue. Then Mom happily said, "That is right, Dad and Mom will believe Elena. As you said, you have really changed, Elena." Elena was very happy to hear that. "Thank you for trusting me, Mom and Dad." She breathed a sigh of relief thinking, "It seems like I just got over a difficult time." In fact, she was also very annoyed and wanted to ask Elena, "I still wonder what the hell is going on because of your business." Elizabeth asked Elena for her opinion. "Would you like to go out with Mom this afternoon?" Elena said sadly, "Mom, I am sorry but I have an appointment." Mom was curious when she heard that. "Oh my God, really? It is okay, but who are you meeting?" Elena giggled and replied, "I am meeting the Great Prince we were supposed to meet yesterday." Mom was very surprised. "Prince, really?" Elena immediately explained, "Mom, you might misunderstand, but that is not it. We're going to meet for work in the session, so you know." Transition to the royal palace. Elena walked and got angry. "That is annoying. Coming here without being able to resolve misunderstandings makes me 100 times more uncomfortable." Suddenly she noticed something and glanced to the side. Elena exclaimed, "Beautiful, this is the only good thing in this palace. Just looking at it makes me feel much better." Suddenly Crown Prince Kaizen called her from behind. She silently continued walking, ignoring his call. Elena felt annoyed in her heart. Kaizen patiently followed her, gently asking what she was doing here. She shook her head, telling herself to stay awake. She could not ignore him, right? "Hello, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Elena placed her hand on her chest, speaking sincerely. Kaizen looked at her, stammering, not knowing what to say. Elena quickly turned her face away. She said, I am very busy now, I will take my leave first. He then grabbed her hand tightly, waiting to help. Kaizen could not hold back. He boldly said, all the frustration in his heart, Miss, why do not you stop? I have a limit to my tolerance. She turned her face back, showing her annoyance. She replied, I do not understand what you are implying. What are you talking about? Kaizen grabbed her wrist tightly, determined not to let her go. He raised his voice and said, your tricks are really childish and mediocre. Of course that is because you love me too much. But there is a limit to my tolerance, so stop. And I hope I do not have to see you lingering around that person to provoke me again. Why do not you answer? Listening to the loud words from him, the girl's face went white. Confused, she said to herself in her head, wait, this bastard is not serious, is he? Elena, calm down, your highness, if you do not mind me asking. Do you think I am next to the great prince to get your attention? Kaizen asked bluntly, isn't it? If you do not want to tease me, why are you going with that fool? Elena was angry, threw his hand away and said firmly, you are not wrong, the great prince is much better than you, your highness. The two people looked at each other for a while. No one said anything. After saying those words, Elena felt worried and insecure. Crown Prince Kaizen showed his attitude. His face wrinkled, angry. What did you just say, miss? Elena was not inferior. She looked straight into his eyes and said, you think I can't do that? Let me say it again. Great Prince Lloyd is much better than you. Your highness, if you ask better in what aspect, then the answer is everything, personality, intelligence, and above all appearance. A moment later, Great Prince Lloyd visited the garden, unexpectedly meeting the two people here talking. He said, I wonder what is going on because you have not come even after the appointment. What are you doing here, miss? Elena quickly came and grabbed his hand. She said to herself, you fool, it is the perfect time. You are the perfect person to provoke that bastard. Now, I should have kept silent. Of course I was teased because of the nonsense I heard from home to here. But then Elena took Lloyd's arm. She confidently said to Kaizen, you ask why we meet. Well, the biggest reason is because we are in love. With Lloyd at this time, he turned to look at her. His face was stunned, not knowing why she did this. Crown Prince Kaizen was confused, standing still. She gloated in her heart. How does it feel, you bastard? It is driving you crazy with the trouble, right? Kaizen spoke up. Miss, how dare you do that in front of your fiancé? She was surprised by his question. Elena glanced, stared at the Crown Prince's face. She murmured in her heart, now what is this bastard planning to say? Elena said, frankly, I do not think that is what you want to say, your highness. She recounted that Crown Prince Kaizen had previously had relationships with many other women. They had provoked her. Elena said strongly, look what I saw as soon as I got here. Kaizen spoke loudly, pointing his finger at her face and saying that men and women are different. How can we think of everything the same? Elena did not give in. She retorted, different what? She pointed to her head, saying we all have a head, a body, 2 hands, arms, and feet. Even the internal organs are almost the same. Alright, there's one thing different. Do you really want to know genitalia? That is because you have one and I do not. Kaizen was embarrassed, his face turning red. He quickly explained this. Stop it, miss, are not you ashamed? Prince Lloyd, standing beside them witnessing the heated conversation between the two, was also surprised and worried. He stared straight into Kaizen's face, making him tremble, his face pale. Kaizen said defensively, there is nothing more to say here, let us go. Lloyd immediately stopped him, protecting Elena. He said, no, you can't do that, you should not carelessly lay a hand on my lover. Like that. Kaizen showed a displeased attitude. What lover? Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. Lloyd hugged Elena tightly. He confidently said, I will show you who should leave. At this time Elena was surprised. She asked herself, what is he doing? He leaned close to her, gently kissing her forehead. Lloyd, with a provocative voice, challenged Kaizen, you see now who should leave. The two looked at each other for a while. Then Kaizen decided to turn and leave. Before leaving he said, let us see how long you two last. Elena and Lloyd happily walked together, both chatting cheerfully. Looking to one side, Kaizen silently walked alone. A moment later, Prince Lloyd seriously asked her, all right, can you explain to me what is going on? Elena startled. She calmly recalled everything that had just happened, asking herself, what have I done? I have brought trouble on myself. The next day, at Elena's office. While working, she could not concentrate, always remembering what happened the day before. She felt remorseful. She asked herself, moving away would be good, but I would not be able to return, right? She remembered what happened the day before after Lloyd's question. In the end, that day, she ran away, leaving Lloyd behind who wanted to know the truth. It should have ended there, but what happened at the palace, as people often say, rumors spread quickly and it quickly reached her parents' ears. Both her parents were annoyed. Understanding that this matter caused her difficulty, Elena told herself, this is not something that can be avoided. I must quickly resolve this. First, I will meet with Lord Lloyd, explain the current situation, then come in. The maid opened the door and said sorry. Miss, you have a visitor, Elena said in surprise. A visitor? She said, Lena, I do not want to see anyone, can you send them away? But she hesitated and said, it is Lloyd. He walked in and said, what do you mean send them away? That is terrible. I miss my beautiful lover so much that I could not wait to meet you. Elena felt confused. She said in her head, I was planning to meet and talk to him, but I did not want to meet this soon. Lena said, then have a good time you two. She closed the door and went outside. Now only Prince Lloyd and Elena were in the room. She stammered, do you want someone first? He sat down and gently asked, are you ready to explain now? She was flustered. Do I have to explain? I did it because it was necessary, and it is written in our terms. I do not need to tell you all my plans, right? And you also do it without telling me, right? I am just acting as you did. He admitted that she was right. I will overlook this. Elena was surprised that he said that. She thought that he probably wanted to know what happened next. She said, well, is it about work now? Since the plenary session, Lloyd has approached several nobles. There will probably be rumors, but now it is good that at least our power has increased. Because in the future I will always face the crown prince. More surprising, she was surprised by what he said. What, the emperor has granted you an aid? Yes, he must have been pleased with the work during the session and suddenly came to me with a reward. Elena said the result is better than I thought. He continued, right, who was the earl who helped us in the session? Elena knows the name and surname but does not know the face. He has recognized that person as Lucelle Cedric that I mentioned last. He is my right-hand man. Her eyes lit up, secretly rejoicing. Lloyd seems to like him, and he is probably quite talented, she said. Then that is great. Is there anything else you want to say? Yes, the most important thing, the emperor wants to know what happened between us. Elena worried that this would definitely be mentioned. Elena worried, she clasped her hands in prayer. I am dead. Surely I won't be abandoned when both of his sons are involved with me, right? Lloyd said, do not look so scared. His reaction was not bad. She could not help but be surprised, curiously asking, what was the emperor's reaction if she asked what it was like? He recounted, the night of the struggle, the emperor met with the two brothers and said gently, I already know it was chaotic today, was not it? Crown Prince Kaizen said, it is not something father needs to worry about. Kaizen turned to look at Lloyd's face with a grumpy, restless attitude. It is just a small matter, so I will take care of it myself. Emperor Luron asked Lloyd back, is that so? What do you mean? At this time Lloyd honestly asked him, can I ask for something? Please father. Cancel Miss Rosaria's engagement to my younger brother. Lord Luron was surprised. He asked again, cancel the engagement. Kaizen was angry, looking into his eyes. But the emperor laughed happily, saying you are really putting in effort. Are not you? Kaizen said, a request to cancel the engagement. Lloyd, you have finally decided. Kaizen continued, moreover, you should call me Crown Prince, not younger brother. Are you trying to swap the predetermined succession structure? Alright then, I will add fuel to the fire. Emperor Luron said slowly, I am sorry, but I am afraid I can't help you, because it is a marriage according to national law. Kaizen secretly rejoiced. He said with a provocative voice, you heard that. If you do not know, then stay quiet. Lloyd still firmly said, however, you do not know what the future holds. Since ancient times, the hero is the only one who can overcome the beautiful woman. Kaizen angrily bit his lip. He said to himself, keep fighting like you right now, trample on each other, then stand up and take everything back. The emperor said, all right, it is not early anymore. You should go back. Lloyd politely bowed, I understand. Before leaving he said, father, I have something to say. What is it? Lloyd boldly made a suggestion. Please hold a hunting festival. The hunting festival, an annual event organized by the court, aims to reduce the number of wild animals attacking people's homes in winter and ensure an emergency food supply. Emperor Luron hesitated at Lloyd's proposal. He continued, however, because the focus is on harmonizing with the nobles rather than hunting, this is a good time to consolidate one's position. He thought that the crown prince was no longer playing with his position, and decided to agree. Lloyd said the request to cancel the engagement was rejected, but his mood was not bad. The important thing is that the hunting festival will take place soon. Elena was surprised by Prince Lloyd's story. What is going on? The hunting festival, where Rosetta first appeared. She recalled what happened before, while Rosetta was trying to escape. Unfortunately, she was hit by an arrow. At that time Crown Prince Kaizen came to ask. He said, are you okay? I mistook you for a wild animal. He gently looked at her face. The story tells that, crossing the forest, he quickly arrived at the place where the scream came from, and the moment he saw the scene before him, Kaizen Frohn could not breathe. Elena wondered, what the hell? The hunting festival should be held in winter and Rosetta appears. If it suddenly happens like this and Rosetta comes, then She repeatedly asked why, displeased in front of Prince Lloyd. Why is the festival taking place now and not in winter? It was not supposed to be like this. That hunting festival is in winter. Elena said it was supposed to take place in winter. A woman will appear, Kaizen will love her, and finally She was afraid, explaining everything to Lloyd. We have not cancelled the engagement yet, but that woman is about to appear. Lloyd gently reassured her, Elena, calm down. She was very surprised by his calm attitude. It is easy for you to say because you are not in danger. Lloyd slowly explained, think carefully. That woman will appear at the hunting festival held in winter. That is right. Rosetta met Kaizen at the winter hunting festival, meaning she may not appear because the current circumstances are different. The prince continued to explain, and even if she appears, the reason you were killed by the crown prince is because you harassed that person. Would you do that? Elena denied, no way. Lloyd tried to convince her in that case. There is no reason for you to be hated or killed by the crown prince more than now. Elena thought again, she chuckled, then said softly, yes, that is right. If I think about it, the original content has been distorted. Even if something goes wrong, I will still act like that. Lloyd reached out, taking her hand. He said, do not assume anymore and rest assured. By the way, you have me as a companion, so if anything happens we will get through it together. She agreed, right, thank you for reminding me. Lloyd said, from now on, the most important thing is to get the Emperor's attention. We need to show him our relationship more clearly. And he also suggested to Elena, why do not you start with the main goal, cancel that engagement? Okay, I understand, first we should show that we are more attached than before, right? She happily said, once a week I will welcome your palace, what do you think? He happily replied, no partner, you should come more than 10 times. Scene changed to the palace. Elena sat enjoying while thinking, so I started coming to Lloyd's palace often for others to see. It is funny that I feel comfortable here. More than my own room. She said in her head, because I feel comfortable I started paying more attention to him. She asked Lloyd, hey, can I ask you this? He agreed. What kind of person were you in your previous life? Are you asking me that now? Elena shyly turned her face away. She said, yes, I want to know right now. Even if I had asked before, he probably would not have answered. These days his mood seems to have calmed down. Lloyd said, it is okay to answer, but is not it more polite for the person asking to answer first? She replied, there is no next time, you are lying to me. Elena opened her mouth. All right then. Okay, I will generously speak first. I had a peaceful life. I was born into a normal family. If there is anything else about me, then I am very smart. Plus I am also quick-witted, so I am loved by everyone. She recalled when she was young, always praised by her parents. Her parents were always proud when exclaiming, I am a genius, that is why I thought my life would go smoothly. Lloyd asked sincerely, you thought so? She continued, my family was ruined because of my father's excessive business expansion. I thought that they would protect their child even when the family collapsed like that. But they could not do that, the people I called parents. She could not imagine her parents changing their attitude towards her. A child too young to understand everything. Elena continued, she was completely alone. I kept going and going, forcing myself not to give up. She tried to study, do everything. One day she received a letter congratulating you have been accepted. She was very close to the future she dreamed of. Unexpectedly, an accident happened. When I opened my eyes and saw that I was the daughter of a duke, I had struggled to reach such fame. Seeing myself at the peak like now, I guess it is not a bad death either, right? Lloyd had heard all the truth about her. He was very sympathetic to Elena's circumstances. Yes, that is a common death, she said to herself. Heavens, I was not expecting him to say anything like that. Must have been difficult, but is not it too bland? Anyway, it is okay, it is better than awkward comfort, right? She forced a smile and said, yes, that is a common death. I have told you, now it is your turn. Lloyd mentioned the name Asung. It seemed that she had heard somewhere before. Elena said, wait, Asung is one of the largest corporations in Korea, right? He admitted, yes, I am the heir to that corporation, Lee Seo-jun. She was surprised, not believing her ears. Thinking about it, one of the names of the candidates for succession for the Asung Corporation is Lee Seo-jun. Is that this Lee Seo-jun? She exclaimed, unbelievable, you have more influence than I thought, Lloyd modestly said. Thank you for the compliment. I had the impression that his elegant and noble appearance was because he was reincarnated as a prince, but he was originally an outstanding person. Elena was more curious about him. She repeatedly asked, wait, but why did someone like you suddenly die? As the heir to the corporation, you must have many bodyguards, right? She guessed, you would not have a sudden accident like me. There would also be people checking the food and charging equipment. Why would a talented person from Asung die? Was it because of a chronic disease? Lloyd did not know how to explain it to her either. She anxiously asked, why are not you answering? How did you die? You said you would tell if I told you first. Listen to what I say. He hesitantly continued, my brother, yes brother, poisoned me. She startled, who did what to you? She was panicked after learning about Lloyd's death. That is a pretty rare death, is not it? Scene changed to the festival. The hunting festival has begun. A lot has happened while I was preparing for the hunt, one of which is. Elena went to see Cheddar. She said she could not believe she was still so free. Cheddar replied, hello Miss Rosaria. She explained, listen to me, I am sorry for not being able to keep my promise, but thanks to that you saved Lord Lloyd. However, I think it will be difficult to keep that promise in the future, so. I told my family that I am managing an information store. At home they have arranged more nights. My father and brothers have even decided to pick me up and drop me off every day. Chaddar bowed her head. Elena quickly woke her up, calm down. Wouldn't that be less risky, miss? Elena thought. She prepared a lot because she thought she might not be able to keep her promise to me, she gently said. I guess so, but please tell me first. Chaddar happily said, do not worry and. Miss Rendor has arrived, she called Miss Rosaria. Miss Rendor, what happened from early morning? Elena was surprised to see the bowed face. Miss, what is wrong with your face? Rendor shyly said, I am sorry for coming this early. I came here because I need to tell you something. That tomato business, I have won the contract. What is the identity of the Beatrice Merchant Association that always steals our contracts? At that time she admitted it seems to be you, but it is not certain. What? Rendor confidently said, I am the head of the association, father. Her father angrily raised his hand to slap her face. Fortunately, her mother came to stop him, not allowing him to harm her daughter. Elena was overjoyed, hugging her tightly. She happily said, you did it. Rendor was also very happy. Yes, more tomatoes now belong to us. Elena asked her, by the way, if the Earl is angry and chases you away, what then? Rendor reassured her, do not worry, my father respects other people's opinions, so it won't happen. Scene changed to Elena's office. The maid Lena said, we are ready, let us go. Elena agreed. As a matter of course, when Elena opened the curtains, she saw that the Ladies' Association had come to wait. We have been waiting for you, Miss Rosaria. Miss Rendor safely participated in the hunting festival. They sat down together at the banquet table. The server asked Heavens, the four of them are together, what is happening? Heavens said, I heard that Rosaria has changed, but that is a combination that I never thought of. On the other hand, that is a perfect combination. He continued to ask why. Heavens looked towards Miss Elena and Rendor and said that the successor of the most powerful member after the royal family. The one who runs the Beatrice Merchant Association with her outstanding ability, Miss Rendor. Miss Ern and Cheddar, who are considered the smartest people anyone has ever met. It is like a force to be reckoned with. They sat chatting with each other very happily. A moment later, Prince Lloyd came to take Elena's hand. In fact, if every relationship has a purpose. The Miss said, should we understand that Miss Rosaria is gathering forces to support the Great Prince? The scandal between the young Miss and the Great Prince is seen as a teasing of the Crown Prince, contrary to the speculation of the nobility that it will soon end. They seem to really love each other. There is a saying that has been passed down from ancient times, the Rosaria family only obeys the orders of the emperor. It means that any heir supported by the Rosaria family will become emperor. In that case, the person chosen by the successor of Rosaria, Elena Rosaria, is. Now is not the time to sit here anymore, the Miss continued. Oh my, I say, the man outside asked me to bring him something, but I forgot. Oh, I also have to see if my son has arrived. The ladies left the banquet table one by one. They gradually left the festival. The space is now more deserted. Elena said to Prince Lloyd, it seems everyone is paying attention to me. Yes, completely, she said. Then let us act better, she gently said. Sir, I know you are busy preparing, but what brought you here? He smiled slightly and replied, no matter how busy I am, nothing is more important than meeting you. The truth is, this action is only for everyone to see and has been planned. 2 weeks ago, Elena discussed everything with Lloyd. She said this hunting festival is a good opportunity. Let us take advantage of this opportunity while we are there. He was still confused, asking again, in what way? It is not often that the nobility gathers like this. That is why we have to show them the passionate relationship between you and me. Passionate, huh? She said. Well, then let us start practicing, Elena said in confusion. Practicing what? Lloyd stood up and said, practice looking at your lover affectionately. Let us do it. Elena did not hesitate to look at the prince. They looked at each other with passionate eyes. But he was still confused. Is that how she looks at her lover? What, does not it look passionate? He took out a mirror for her to look at and said, a passionate look carries fascination. You make a face like you want to kill me. Elena looked at the mirror in panic. She exclaimed, it is really scary, is not it? Just an intense look is not enough. I have never had a relationship. I have always been busy making a living. Oh, now I understand. She pointed to her eyes, innocently saying, these are the eyes when you look at the person you love, right? Lloyd smiled and let it pass. All right, it is good too, but look more gently like this, he said. Very good, now open your mouth a little. No, do not open it so wide. After practicing like that, it got to the point where we started looking like lovers in the eyes of others. Elena went to Lloyd, giving him a handkerchief. This is the handkerchief I made hoping for. Your safety, please accept it. I am truly grateful to have the honor of receiving this handkerchief. She secretly rejoiced. I am so glad you like it, sir, she said to herself. Very good, have to overdo it a little more. Your joy is also my joy. They acted in harmony in front of many nobles. Oh, my Miss Rosaria is also present. She and the Great Prince have a good relationship, right? She realized this is good feedback. Now I should launch the final move, right? Although the hunting festival is not too dangerous, I still hope you will be careful. And do not forget that I will always wait for you. You understand, gentlemen. The two exchanged passionate, lingering glances. But she saw Lloyd standing still, feeling uneasy. What is wrong? Why is he silent? He has to react as practiced. Why is he standing so far away? He reached out his hand to take her hand. Elena was surprised. What are you doing? What is wrong? I have to do this to look like your lover. Would not that speed up the cancellation of the engagement? Crown Prince Kaizen had witnessed everything. He angrily slammed his hand on the table. Who is hugging what? Many of the Crown Prince's guards standing there told him everything. It is Miss Rosaria and the Great Prince. Kaizen asked the Marquis Tennessee how the preparations were going. He said everything will go as you expect. Crown Prince Kaizen showed a sinister, gleeful expression. All right, just do what you want. Let us see if it still happens when the hunt ends. The next day, Emperor Luron announced in front of the nobles and subjects, let us start the hunt. Lloyd will enter the forest with a new escort. Before leaving, Elena happily waved goodbye to him. Have a safe trip. Crown Prince Kaizen stood aside following every gesture, attitude of these two people. Lena warned, Miss Rosaria, look behind you. It seems he has been staring at me from before. Elena said, okay, my work here is done, let us go back quickly. Now all I have to do is wait and spend time there as if it were a social party. Move aside, someone's coming, please make way. The young ladies were panicked, not understanding what just happened. Why is it suddenly so noisy? Something must have happened. Elena boldly reassured everyone, I will go see what is going on. When will the doctor arrive? Let us give first aid first. The camp is being set up urgently. The knight is searching for a doctor. I wonder if the incident just now caused serious injuries. I do not think it was a normal accident. For such a big accident to happen at the hunting festival. Everyone came to help the knight. She realized, is not that the apprentice knight who followed Lloyd into the forest? Could it be that all the injured here are the people who went with Lloyd? What about Lloyd? Elena began to feel uneasy. She went to ask for clarification. What is going on here? He said, I am sorry, we are in a hurry and have not heard any information yet. She was annoyed, scolding them for not knowing anything. He lowered his head, quietly saying, Lady Rosaria, let me tell you. He recounted, when we entered the deep forest and found the prey, they heard something. Before them was a deer, and they thought it would be a quite interesting hunt, attracting a lot of attention. Let us catch it quickly. Lloyd ordered, everyone get ready to hunt. But when he drew his sword, he saw a fierce wolf attacking the deer. The whole team was surprised at that moment, not having time to think of how to respond to this situation. Everyone was asking themselves, why did they let such a big wolf into the hunting ground? Lloyd heard a strange noise, asking what is this sound? Fierce wolves attacking the knights. Annandale, come here and help quickly. The new knight said to Lloyd, not just one. Lloyd felt that something was wrong. This must have been planned in advance. He exclaimed, they are coming again. What is that? They look like grey wolves, but much bigger than what we know. Were these animals originally released in the hunting festival? Prince Lloyd's new escort stated no. The hunting festival is for the purpose of socializing among the nobility and focuses on easy-to-hunt animals. Lloyd deduced that means someone deliberately released them. The escort continued, Your Highness, please hide first. We are dealing with the wolves. Lloyd asked to take the injured people out of here first. I will lure the wolves away. The escort tried to stop him, but Lloyd was determined to go. Your Highness, you can't do that. Lloyd went alone towards the pack of wolves. The escort quietly followed behind and tried to stop him. The fierce pack of wolves chased right after Lloyd. He was excited, saying to himself, well, it should be like this, it should be fun. He remembered the emotional moment with Elena and must provoke Kaizen. He muttered to himself, Kaizen, I have been patient all day today. It seems this whole plan was hidden by him. Over there, where I beat myself to death. The wolves hunted him, hiding in the shadows of trees, waiting for an opportunity to attack Lloyd. The escort saw this, shouting, Your Highness, watch out. He rushed in time. How could you go alone like that? Lloyd was surprised. He did not expect that he would cut it in half. It seems that the night escort was chosen better than I thought. After destroying one, the pack of wolves gathered around, protecting each other. The escort said, wolves are also known for their ability to protect their own kind, but they were deliberately starved to the brink of death like this. Prince Lloyd said, right, I think this was prepared for me. How long do you think it will take to deal with all these wolves? Lloyd calmly said, I think before sunset. We still have plenty of time. Let us solve them as quickly as possible. The two rushed together, dealing with the wolves. The story tells that before the princess quickly came to save the prince again. Back to the scene where the friend was telling Elena everything in the forest. He continued, so we only killed one wolf and came back, but the remaining wolves chased after the prince. Elena was startled, she exclaimed, chased after Lloyd. She anxiously asked, where is the horse? He stopped her, where are you going at this time? Do you really think about going into the forest? It will be very dangerous, the search team will leave soon now. Elena firmly demanded him to step aside. He was panicked, sweating profusely, worried about the princess's life. He shouted Rosaria, but she did not bother to listen. She insisted on climbing on the horse, running straight into the forest. After going a distance, she pulled the rope to stop the horse. She looked down and saw swords covered in blood here. She thought it must be this way. She remembered what he said just now. He said he went deep into the forest. She got off the horse, getting closer to the sword. While tying her shoelaces, she thought, I really can't understand them. A while later, Elena decided to learn some techniques. The knight said, today I will teach you the escort and support techniques. She curiously asked if I would ever use it. He replied, if you continue to meet the prince, it may happen often. She was still hesitant about her decision. She wondered if he would continue to be kidnapped like that. The knight comforted her. You will never know what the future holds. She felt something very strange. When something happens to him, I seem to become a different person. Would it provoke Kaizen or former Viscount Zephyr? The contract requires me to stay away from his affairs. But I can't do that when it comes to him. She decided to get closer to the sword, picking it up. She thought in her head, I seem to have gradually become a hasty person. Elena quietly went deep into the forest alone. Elena was walking leisurely in the grassy garden. She frowned, looking to the side, and felt extremely confused. What is that light? Looking straight at it, Elena unconsciously realized it was not a temple. It looks like the temple I saw in the book in my previous life. A statue with a woman sitting in a chair is appearing before her eyes. Was this statue built to worship this person? Elena thought this world had no religion or gods besides that. Could it be that I accidentally met a god that has never been seen before, even in the inner city? Suddenly a sound appeared in her ear. Is that a wolf? It is approaching Elena. It looks a bit big. Elena bent down and said to it, I do not intend to kill you, but if I do not, Lloyd will be in danger. Let us end this right here and right now. Suddenly the wolf jumped up. So she drew her sword against it. Wanna bite me? Do you think it will be that easy? Take this blade instead of me. Elena resolutely stabbed the spear straight into its throat. Because of losing too much blood, the dog could not survive. In another scene, Lloyd was explaining to everyone. Their correct name is Grey Dire Wolf, mainly living in the northern region and famous for not leaving their territory. Someone deliberately released the wolves into the hunting ground. That is quite a good action. Right, everyone is listening seriously. Lloyd immediately called Johar. Do you think the number of wolves out there is more than the number we killed? Johar also affirmed that many wolves escaped during the chase, and wolves have the habit of following packs, so there must be more. Lloyd excitedly continued, I think so too. Then let us play a game. Just mentioned it, there was a sound from behind them. There seems to be someone from behind the bushes. Lloyd ordered everyone to stop. But he was very surprised by what he was seeing. Elena, aggressively covered in blood. Lloyd called out Elena's name. She frantically turned around and suddenly stopped. It was surprising that the two met here. Elena was very happy that he survived. But receiving scolding from Lloyd, that is too reckless. She felt very confused. Something must have happened to him, as if he was worried to the point of panic. Everyone there was still stunned by what they were seeing. We are pretending to be lovers. Elena happily said, I am not injured, so do not worry too much. This is just the wolf's blood. Lloyd was able to calm down after hearing this. The wolf's blood, then that is good, you are okay. Because the clothes were dirty, Elena borrowed Lloyd's cloak. Johar spoke to make the atmosphere less awkward. So you mean you dealt with 2 wolves on the way here, right? Elena seriously affirmed. Also, I found a wolf that looked much bigger than usual, but maybe I missed it. Everyone here must think. Lord Deer always boasts that his daughter is a swordsman, as expected a member of the famous swordsmanship family Rosaria. Lloyd still could not understand, but why did you go into the forest to kill those wolves? Why did I come? That is because I was worried when I heard you were attacked. How should I say it? Probably because she was about to lose a partner by her side, so she had to come to save. Lloyd angrily started to scold. That is too reckless. We will have to finish the wolf that Rosalia saw and return to base. Elena behind was about to fume. I came to help, but all I received was silence. Lloyd was talking to Johar. First of all, the number of wolves is still unknown, so we must kill them even when we see them. Then I will attract the attention of the wolves as soon as I see them. Elena eagerly said, I know which way the wolf ran, so let me lead the way. But before she could finish, he interrupted. You will leave here. What did you just say? What about me? Lloyd kindly, because he was afraid that if she stayed here for another moment, she would encounter dangerous things. Johar spoke to help. Your Highness, the lady's swordsmanship is better than anyone here. But Lloyd was still adamant to kill a wolf. Do the royal knights need the help of a lady? Johar had to apologize sadly for his slip of the tongue. The knights here are enough to catch that wolf. Elena stubbornly did not give in. But if I participate, would not the battle end faster? She really does not understand why we need to talk privately. The scene now is just the 2 of them. Are you crazy? Lloyd did not bother to answer but looked at his hand. Why, what is it? Because it helps you, so why do you insist on stopping me like that? I really can't understand. Lloyd said in a very worried voice. Why do not you think something dangerous will happen? Of course it is because I am very worried about you. Lloyd gently touched Elena's cheek, making her startled. Is what I am worried about unreasonable? Elena became absent-minded because of this action. That moment. That vibration, it is all not acting but the truth. Elena deliberately pushed his hand away. I do not know and do not understand your concern. Lloyd did not want to force it further, okay, but instead do not leave me. The last wolf was extremely huge and Elena had a hard time catching it. Luckily everyone got through and there were no injuries. Thought everything was okay. At that moment both of them did not know what was happening on the other side. Kaizen just heard something. He coldly asked what. Rosetta had an arrow aimed straight at her. The gears of fate kept rolling. Just a few hours later they returned by carriage. The girls were impatient. Lady Elena, we were very worried about you. Elena got off the car and was very happy. Did you come to pick me up, by the way? Is this blood the lady's blood? She denied that it was just wolf's blood. Bella was very worried. Oh God, did you kill those wolves? Elena saw her worried and spoke to reassure. Caught all of them. Suddenly there was a cough from Duke Rosalia. I am glad you returned safely. Then in the afternoon Bella went to the room where Elena called. Lady Elena, did you want to see me? Elena immediately asked why my father was in Area 2. Bella had to tell the truth that Count Schur and he had a small argument. When Duke Rosalia announced that he would go find the Grand Prince and the lady, Count Schur blocked his way and said that if anything dangerous happened to the Crown Prince, he would lack manpower. Count Rosalia told Count Schur to get out of the way but he refused. Who will be responsible for rescuing the Crown Prince if all the royal knights are mobilized? But he did not pay any attention to Count's words, who said he would summon the Duke's private army to support the forces of His Highness the Grand Prince. Count Schur's face looked very funny at that. Elena could not believe that her father mobilized his private army and he decided to support the Grand Prince. Bella affirmed that it was not because of the Grand Prince. But he was overworked because he was worried about you, Lady Elena. Count Schur said that mobilizing the private army was treason and said all sorts of other things. But he was very worried about his daughter. Count Rosalia became impatient at that time. My daughter is in there now, if you bother me again I won't let you off. Elena was really surprised about this, my father. There was a loud noise outside that made Bella also suspicious. It is suddenly a bit chaotic outside. Elena also felt like that, but what else is going on? Stepping outside I saw everyone shouting, move over here, we have to get ready, he is back. His Highness the Crown Prince has returned in his arms, also hugging Rosetta. Elena could not laugh when she saw that guy. Why did not that wolf bite him to death? And by the way that, what is it? A shiny silver thread, because she could not know that it was the girl's hair. While in thought, suddenly an arm was placed on Elena's shoulder. Lloyd appeared and told her not to look over there anymore. Lloyd pulled her close to him, making Elena angrily shout, what the heck, when did you appear? Bella was embarrassed but still had to announce. His Highness the Crown Prince just brought back a strange girl. Elena was so surprised when she heard this that she had to turn around. Elena looked at that girl carefully. Long flowing silver hair, golden eyes looking around as if afraid. Is the woman that anyone will love at first sight. Elena was a bit jealous of this beauty. Rosetta, a heroine in the original work, finally met the person who destroyed her future. Rosetta lay on the bed slowly opening her eyes. She panicked when she saw herself in a strange place. The maid there immediately touched her forehead to see if she still had a fever. Lady Rosetta, are you awake? Let me help you prepare. Rosetta was still confused, not understanding what just happened. Please hurry up. His Highness will be here soon. At this moment she realized she was in the royal palace. Kaizen was heading towards Rosetta's room. They announced His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Rosetta stood up to ask about what she did not understand. Kaizen just kindly said, are you awake? Rosetta suddenly stood up, making the maid unable to stop her. But after taking a few steps, she tripped over the skirt. So she fell right into Kaizen's arms. Kaizen worriedly scolded her. You are so careless. Rosetta happily looked at that face. I am sorry. You can still smile about this. Rosetta could not hide her feelings because she was too happy. Please forgive me, but first please treat Lady Rosetta. Hurry up and treat her. Kaizen worriedly took Rosetta to the doctor. She blankly looked up. Can the maid also be treated? Kaizen did not seem to understand much. The maid, who are you talking about? Rosetta immediately pointed to the person just now. As soon as I woke up, she helped me up and I saw her hand was injured and it is very difficult to work with an injured hand. So please allow her to be treated with me. Kaizen looked at that girl very affectionately. Rosetta, you have a very generous heart. That is right, Your Highness. The lady is a rare young girl with a kind heart. Rosetta thought it was just a matter of course to care about and there was nothing big about it. There is nothing called a matter of course in this. It is just because of love that you act like that, Rosetta happily replied. But Your Highness, there is actually one thing that is a matter of course. In this world, that I always deserve to be loved. In the royal palace at this moment there was Elena's voice. Did you hear that? The female lead scared everyone in an instant. I had to go through all those difficulties to increase my reputation. It is okay, everything is still within range, Lloyd replied very calmly. That is right, that is what I am waiting for. Just make sure in the future I do not act like the original work. As long as she does not bother Rosetta, then the Crown Prince's wrath will not occur. Elena felt more relieved. That way I won't have to die, and I hope to cancel the engagement. Elena just brought the cup up and smelled the familiar scent. This is her favorite Charlotte tea. Lloyd boringly explained that this is not tea but herbs, causing Elena to get angry. I want Charlotte tea, not this kind. It must be sweet and delicious. I do not like sweet tea, so you can only drink what is available. Elena was really confused. He said he does not like sweets. Is not Charlotte tea something he does not like? He is so good that he prepares the tea she likes regardless of his own taste. He must not want to drink it. Look at that frowning face. Elena praised the tea today is so delicious. Lloyd was very happy to hear this. Her face suddenly became sad. I will be away for a while in the near future. You will be very busy. I just need to try to save my life, but Lloyd's goal is not life but this country. Lloyd must try harder while the other party is careless. But remember not to be careless. This looks very similar to the original work. The Crown Prince will transform into the perfect male lead and will not be the same as before. That is because of Rosetta. When the Crown Prince knelt down to propose to Rosetta, all the readers went crazy. That moment looked so warm and romantic. Lloyd raised a question, wondering if her thoughts about him would also change. Was she considering that she might also like the Crown Prince? Lloyd wanted to ask Elena a question if she thought her opinion of him would change, and she found it confusing why he was changing the subject. She emphasized the words perfect male lead and that she liked perfect things. Elena burst out laughing, hearing only that much. What are you saying? Even if that guy becomes perfect, he is still just Kaizen. So there is no way I would ever like him. Don't worry. When it comes to perfect, in my eyes you are the most perfect. Lloyd, who was holding his teacup, was taken aback. After all, you are my partner. Of course you have to be perfect. Lloyd was becoming flustered by this woman. It is great to hear that. Elena found romance boring and also said, I have no intention of dating or liking anyone. Lloyd impulsively asked why. Do I look like I am in the mood for romance when my life is in danger? The most important things to me right now are surviving successfully in the duchy and helping you. Only those 3 things. Lloyd gave in. The only consolation is that I am included in the 3 important things, I guess. Anyway, I have something important to tell you. What is it? Go ahead and tell me. Actually, Elena had planned to talk about the temple and the statue she would seen in the forest, but instead, she just talked about meaningless things. While talking about useless things. I have to resolve this. Elena hesitated shyly but had to say, before we continue, I want to apologize for what happened in the forest. I provoked Kaizen and put you in danger. I should not have. Lloyd interrupted her. It is okay. We can't predict everything, so we just need to be more careful in the future. Thank you for saying that. There is something. Elena had to ponder, that gaze, that look. Where have I seen it before? It is like he knew it was coming, like he was expecting it. Elena decided not to dwell on her thoughts and spoke up. Lloyd, you knew an attack was going to happen, did not you? You have not told me. I treat you like a partner and discuss everything with you, but you do not. If I told you, she would have tried to solve the problem immediately, but I did not want that. I did not want to put her in danger. Lloyd sadly looked into his teacup. He is doing it again. We could be in danger in any situation, and I think what you are saying is disrespectful. Why is the conversation going in this direction? You must not trust me to handle the dangers we face. I am leaving. Elena was angry that Lloyd did not trust her again. Lloyd immediately stood up. Wait. But Elena was firm. I do not work with people who do not trust me. You should know that. Let us talk another time. Lloyd had unnecessarily made things difficult again. Outside the Imperial Palace, Johar angrily struck the wooden mannequin. She thought that she was the one who was screwed up, losing her mind again because of Lloyd, who was not hers to begin with. Actually, there was nothing to be sad about. Elena and Lloyd were just partners. He did not need to open up about everything to her. Johar teared up. But I am sad. I am just worried about his safety, just like he is worried about mine. Lloyd had said he did not want to put her in danger. That is more than enough. I am the only one who feels this way. I should just keep a reasonable distance and help when he needs it. I really hate this. Johar wiped away her tears. Night at the Tennessee Marquis' mansion. What the hell are you doing? Lisa was facing her father's wrath. I told you to make money or take over the family business. You were born just a useless daughter. All you can do is flirt with men. Marquis Tennessee was scolding his daughter. Lisa could only answer in fear. I have tried, but... Do you know the family is in danger right now? I have failed twice to do what the Crown Prince asked. Just thinking about that venomous crown prince despising and exploiting me in the future makes me shudder. Johar thought it was all due to her father's excessive greed. Now there is only one way. Try to gain the favor of the young lady the crown prince brought back from the hunting festival. It is clear the crown prince is head over heels for her. If we treat her well, we will score some points. What the hell, what does that even mean? Lisa stood up and spoke her mind. Father, how can you ask me to do such a thing? I am a proud noble. Why should I try to please a commoner? The Marquis denied everything. No matter how proud you are just a child with my blood. It is my decision. If you do not want to accept it, then try to win the crown prince's favor. Lisa could not understand how he could say such a thing. If it is unfair, you should have wished to be born a man and inherit the family. Lisa was heartbroken that those words came from her father. The law gives women the right to inherit. But then she thought of Elena wielding a sword. Lisa immediately agreed, which surprised Marquis Tennessee. No, I will do as you wish. There is nothing I can do. Rosetta, the second week since entering the Crown Prince's palace. Rosetta sat at the dining table, happily telling everyone at that time he told me. Is the meal to your liking? Kaizen appeared with a handsome look and a bright smile. You guys are eating pretty normally, huh? Garnet was very embarrassed as expected. I should have refused the invitation to dine with Miss Rosetta. I'm sure I have told you this before that you must know your place. Rosetta gently said, don't say that. I feel lonely eating alone, so I wanted to invite them to eat with me. Even so, it is not allowed. Rosetta's eyes sparkled as she looked up. Then will you have a meal with me? No matter how much the prince favors Miss Rosetta, this has gone too far. Kaizen immediately agreed. All right, I will. But we won't always eat together. Once a day we will have lunch together. Okay, Kaizen affectionately stroked her head. Rosetta was very happy about this. The servants there were very surprised. His Highness allowed that. They say when you meet your destiny you become a different person. Is Miss Rosetta the prince's destiny? Rosetta cheerfully spoke. So what are you planning to do today? I came to pick you up because there is someone I need to introduce you to. Since you are here, you can't just interact with the servants forever. It just so happens that a family is visiting and wants to get to know you, so we decided to meet today. Rosetta smiled brightly. I understand. I am so happy. So His Majesty is planning to keep me in the Imperial Palace. The two walked out together. It is nice to meet you. I am Rosetta. The moment she saw that woman, Lisa remembered something. However pure and beautiful a rose is, if it does not have thorns, it will quickly wither and be decided if someone holds it in their hand. Morning in the Lacerta Library. Whaleston, walking down the hallway, heard a voice. That is an argument. Looks like today is a gathering of lords and nobles. Rejecting the invitation to join the meeting was the right thing to do. Regardless of what I think, I still find those people unpleasant. I should get out of here before I am noticed. He entered the library to pick out a book. A book of this caliber can be used as a textbook for Miss Rosalia's class. Suddenly a book from the shelf across the way fell out. Whaleston did not understand what it was. There is nothing written on the cover. Opening it up was very surprising with this book. Switching to a room full of roses. Look at these desserts. They are so beautiful. So beautiful that I can't bear to eat them. It is like a work of art. Elena, though, felt it was really boring. The reason the person who does not fit in here the most in the world is here is because Elena has spent all day worrying after fighting with Lloyd. Elizabeth was very worried about her daughter. Are you okay? Elena hid her emotions and replied, I am fine, mother. There was a knock on the door outside, so she invited everyone to come in quickly. Bella and Landor were excited to be here. Miss Rosalia, we apologize for coming without notice. We have been having some problems lately. Do you have any free time? Bella happily spoke. It is a secret, but I just found a great place. Landor agreed. So where should we go now? Elena was puzzled, not knowing what was happening. You suddenly appear like this, and where are we going? Elizabeth happily looked at her daughter. Mother invited them because she is worried about Elena. Bella brought the plate of strawberries closer. Miss Rosalia, eat a little bit. It will melt right in your mouth. It is a combination of your favorite Charlotte tea. Would you like to try it? But the only downside is it is too cute for Elena to handle. She heard Bella call her name and immediately replied, What is it, Miss Chetta? Actually, I heard from your mother that you have been having some trouble lately. Landor also agreed. We are young and probably can't help much, but we hope you will feel comfortable sharing your concerns with us, but we also do not want to be rude to you. Elena felt this was not rude at all. And I trust you two very much. Thank you both for running here because you were worried about me. It is like my worries were really meaningless and I have blown them away. All three laughed very happily. We are very happy to hear that. Okay, now let us change the subject. No matter how close she is to these two, she does not think she can talk to them about Lloyd. What is going on with Grand Prince His Highness? Bella and Landor were very surprised because the fork in Elena's hand was bent. Elena also could not believe that the fork had been bent in her hand. It must be defective. I will tell them to get you a new fork. It seems like we have naturally changed the subject again. Bella, looking at that expression, guessed that she must be having trouble with the Grand Prince. Elena looked at the servant and a thought popped into her head. The servant's hair is black, similar to Lloyd's. I lost my guard and thought of Lloyd again. Think of other things. Elena told herself. So she looked out the window. There is a new jewelry store. Should I buy a gift for mother? But then she caught sight of Lloyd. What is that? Why is he here? He should be at the palace right now. Who is he waiting for? Why is he looking at his watch with a worried expression? And why is he so thin? The last time I saw him, he looked healthier than he does now. Elena suddenly startled at Bella's call. Miss Rosalia, what are you looking at? He is not alone. And who is that woman? A beautiful girl appeared. His life is in danger and he is still dating another woman. He is mentally unstable, so he lost weight. Clearly he is busy dating. Landor said confusedly. Miss Rosalia, what is outside the window? Continue the story from before. Bella next to her immediately covered her mouth. Miss Landor, please be quiet. I already saw what is outside the window. That is right, I forgot I have to drink the tea that Miss Bella prepared for me. Elena calmly poured the tea and praised how fragrant it was. She drank it in the fear of the other two. It is delicious, but it would be better with ice. The two trembled and hugged each other. That is right, cold tea is trending these days. Bella did not dare to face it, so she had to avoid it. Then I will bring some ice. Miss Cheddar, I will go with you. Elena was still thinking about what had happened today. What the hell is going on? The next day, at the Duke of Rosalia's mansion, Whaleston was teaching Elena. Geographically, this could be a fortress, do you understand? But he saw that she was not concentrating at all. Did something happen with the Grand Prince? Elena woke up as soon as she heard this. Why are you suddenly mentioning Lloyd? Usually, the troubles of young ladies come from the person they are dating. Elena suddenly got angry. What? Who is the Grand Prince? Dating? Could it be me? Whaleston calmly asked. Isn't that so? Because you are openly letting everyone know. There is nothing between me and His Highness Lloyd. Thank you for letting me know that. Before ending the lesson, Whaleston also told her, if you are still wondering about something, contact me. I know a lot of things, so I am quite useful. Of course, it is perfectly normal for young ladies to have questions. Elena implicitly understood. He is definitely thinking it is because of Lloyd. And discussing this with a tutor is a bit embarrassing. Is there a way to change the subject? I am wondering about something else. During the recent hunting festival, I went into the forest and saw a dilapidated white building. It looks completely different from the current architectural style. It is like a temple. Does Mr. Whaleston know what that building is? Whaleston received this question and felt it was truly coincidental. Elena thought he probably did not know. Whaleston cleared his throat seriously. Before answering your question, I want to ask you something. What I am about to tell you is not a story about a place where a secrecy order was issued, but it is also not something good to brag about. So please promise me you won't tell anyone anywhere about what you are about to hear. Elena sensed that this story was more dangerous than she thought. That is the temple of the Rinnell faith that was eradicated by the royal family about 500 years ago. The story that Mr. Whaleston told was about the decline of a faith. In the past, the Rinnell temple, which honored Rinnell as a god, was worshipped by all the residents of the empire. It was a powerful religious order that held the power to govern and raise the descendants of the royal family. But ironically, it collapsed at the hands of the emperor, who was raised right in that temple. Whaleston did not understand, so he asked, why did the emperor suddenly suppress that faith? Elena felt it was probably because he saw the corruption of the faith and the corruption of the sex. Corruption and fraud are common problems in the place I was in before, just like the fun in the Middle Ages and the joy in modern times. Whatever stagnates will rot. Whaleston also affirmed, that is right. The emperor realized he was being manipulated by the will of the temple, so he got angry. And so he ordered everyone to stop mentioning the Rinnell faith, along with completely erasing that faith. This raises quite a few questions. He did not understand what her questions were. If he destroyed the entire temple and statues, then why did not he destroy the statue closest to the royal family? Whaleston suddenly pondered as soon as he heard this. Maybe that was the belief that he could not let go of in the end. He did not hate the god, but hated the corruption of the temple. What a pitiful and selfish man. Whaleston seemed to have discovered something but did not say it. He stacked the documents and said, it is nothing. Today's lesson is over. Elena did not understand. We were still discussing it. Where are you going? Whaleston gently said. It is because I am careful not to say anything I am not sure of. I will tell you when I am more certain about it. Do you know what Koreans hate the most? First, being lied to. Second. Elena was still trying to hold on. Just tell me what is going on. Whaleston did not care. Asking like that does not matter. I won't tell you. Okay, then I will ask something else. How can I find books related to the Rinal faith? Whaleston completely affirmed. You can't find it through normal means. So that means. You got it, did not you, in an unorthodox way? Elena had caught Whaleston. Can I have that book? Suddenly Lloyd appeared, breaking the atmosphere. Looks like class is over, huh? So would you like to talk to me now? He gave a friendly smile. Then the two went into a room together to drink tea. Lloyd asked, Are you still angry? Elena gave a forced smile. How could I dare to be angry with my partner? Lloyd, looking at that expression, knew she was clearly still angry. So he had to lower himself and apologize. Elena could not believe that he was apologizing to her. The man who acted like a proud demon king was obediently apologizing. I did not expect that. What should I reply? What are you apologizing for? Wait, I think I have seen this scene before. Why do I remember the post on the internet? I am not even dating Lloyd. All I have to do is reply. It is okay. So do not think anymore. Hurry back. Where's my mind? Elena put on a serious face. What are you apologizing for? But immediately she said she misspoke. Forget about it. And I am sure he does not know what I am talking about. Thank goodness. Otherwise there would be another stain on my life. Lloyd continued. Once again I want to apologize. And then he will say, I do not even know what I did wrong and I am just saying sorry. Elena could not believe that he could know the next sentence. And one more thing, does the heir of the Asung group also spend time on the internet? I remember that person got scolded again. And was asked why he did something that he knew he would have to apologize for. Right at this moment she was so ashamed that she was trembling. Damn reason, why am I the one who is ashamed? Lloyd suddenly stood up and called Elena's name. She also replied, not knowing what he wanted to do. I apologize for not telling you sooner. Lloyd gently stroked her head. I apologize for not paying attention to you and making you feel untrusted. If that hurt your pride, then I also apologize. Elena was embarrassed and did not want to continue, so she told him to stop quickly. Lloyd, looking at her embarrassed appearance, felt it was cute. The reason I did not tell you is because I trust you. If you knew I was in danger, you would do anything to protect me, even if it meant you would be in danger. I do not want you to get hurt and I do not want you to suffer any pain. Do you understand now? It is because I am worried about your safety. So tell me. Lloyd gently took Elena's hand. He felt she was not too angry anymore. Elena said she was just a little disappointed. Waiting for a long time but not seeing him reply. Did I say something wrong? Elena suddenly saw him smile, so she panicked. What? Why are you smiling? So it turns out you are not angry but disappointed, right? I mean, there is no difference between the two. She was embarrassed again. Anyway, the problem is I feel uncomfortable with you. Lloyd had to give in. I was wrong. Whether you are angry, uncomfortable or disappointed, it is all fine. Elena turned away angrily, about to say more, when she saw Lloyd holding out a box. Isn't this the box that woman gave him? This is a special apology gift made for you, so please accept it. Elena took it and did not forget to say thank you. Lloyd said mysteriously, if so, will you give me what I want? Your dagger, the one you gave me before. I want it back now. Elena was suspicious. A dagger, I can give it to you, but why? Your dagger helped me just like you did, so it is very meaningful to me. Elena stood up and told him to follow her. In her head she thought, is he making it a big deal? How strange. After that she gave it to him. Lloyd also promised to take good care of it. Elena told herself not to tell him that it originally belonged to Sir Dior. What he does not know will make him happier. Lloyd continued to call her name. Please continue to take good care of me in the future. Elena was once again moved by these words. Lloyd, I have a question. Ask as many as you want. Why did you apologize first? Lloyd smiled innocently and replied, of course I have to apologize to you first. How can I live without you, don't you know? Lloyd's answer was more like a confession than any sweet talk. Scene changed to the Crown Prince's palace. Tennessee had been waiting, thinking to herself, this is the 6th time since I met Rosetta as a friend to talk at father's command. Rosetta is potentially beyond what I imagined. But first, something that made her uncomfortable was, again, a commoner dares to make me wait. Since the first time they met, she had never been on time. Even the last time they met, what did she say? Rosetta said innocently, sorry, I overslept. This made Lady Tennessee very unhappy. It was hard to resist tearing her mouth apart. Just then, a noisy commotion echoed from outside. Yes, Your Highness. Oh my God, he is so sweet. Yes, the one causing the commotion was none other than Rosetta, right, Your Highness, he really is. She was so engrossed in speaking that she forgot about the lady's presence there. Lady Tennessee, what are you doing here? You startled me. At this moment, Rosetta suddenly remembered. Is today the day we had an appointment? Lady replied calmly, yes. Rosetta covered her face guiltily. I can't believe I made this mistake again. Lady Tennessee, I am so sorry. Please forgive me. I won't be late next time. But Tennessee knew very well that she would never be able to do it. How many times had she said that? The close maid saw Rosetta crying and gently comforted her. Lady Rosetta, please calm down, do not cry. His Highness the Crown Prince will be very sad if he finds out. Tennessee thought to herself, if this continues, I will only be the one wasting time. She then swallowed her anger and let it go. It is okay, please calm down. Rosetta, hearing this, stopped crying. Really, Lady Tennessee? Thank you, I will make sure this does not happen again next time. But Rosetta's tone was a bit ambiguous. But I do not know what will happen again. The two began their conversation. When the tea was served, Rosetta said to the maid, I want the precious cup of tea you made for me yesterday. The maid did not understand what precious meant. Rosetta spoke up, you should add something precious for a precious person. Lady Tennessee, I hope we can become closer today. Tennessee also just politely replied, yes, in what way? But Rosetta's answer surprised the lady a bit. First, let us call me by my name. Tennessee immediately turned around and asked, what did you just say? But before that attitude, Rosetta still smiled and replied, usually if we call each other by name, we will quickly become friends. Now that I think about it, I have never heard Lady Tennessee call my name before. Tennessee was stunned, thinking to herself, she should know why I do not bother to call her by her name, right? But Rosetta still tried to persuade. I think that is probably why it took us so long to get to know each other. Tennessee did not know if Rosetta did not understand or was deliberately not understanding. She may be a commoner, but she is protected by the Crown Prince, so I have to respect her. Rosetta's attitude was still very persistent. Please try calling my name. Even knowing that, she still dared to ask me to call her name. Faced with Rosetta's enthusiastic proposal, Tennessee only hesitated and stammered, Rosetta was very expectant. What? I did not hear you say it. Tennessee, although unwilling, still tried to utter the three words Lady Rosetta out of courtesy. Rosetta was delighted to hear that. Isn't this great? Now, you call me by my name. I feel like we have become very close friends. What do you think, Garnet? We seem to be getting along better, do not we? The maid also happily replied, of course, I am very happy to see the two of you calling each other intimately like that. As expected, there is no better way to get closer than this. But everyone did not notice that the only person who was not happy here was Tennessee. I want to spit on that innocent face that is smiling so brightly. How can she smile as if she is so happy? Isn't that a relationship that will end as soon as the Crown Prince marries Lady Rosaria? Would she still be smiling when she knew that the Crown Prince already had a fiancé? Tennessee really wanted to see her expression when she found out the truth behind it. Oh, she does not know. She wholeheartedly believes that she is the Crown Prince's true love. Yes, that is just what a commoner would think. Tennessee was lost in her thoughts when suddenly a voice from outside interrupted her. Lady. What are you thinking about that I am calling and you are not responding? Tennessee replied with a contemptuous expression. It is nothing. What did you want to say to me? There is something I wanted to ask. Can you tell me a little about His Highness? I realize I know very little about him. But Tennessee just replied coldly. All I know is basic information about him. But Rosetta was very excited. That is what I want to know. It is annoying to hear His Highness say that I do not need to know that and that it is enough to be by his side. Tennessee smiled lightly. That guy is just building an image. By the way, Tennessee also wanted Rosetta to stop fantasizing, so she accepted. Okay, I will tell you everything I know. Hooray, thank you, Lady Tennessee. So the two girls started telling each other information about His Highness. And of course, the information that His Highness already had a fiancé was also told by Tennessee. And as she wished, Rosetta seemed very shocked. What, he has a fiancé? Tennessee pretended to be surprised. Oh my God, you did not know. Why did not anyone tell you? Rosetta hesitated and asked, who is she? His Highness's fiancée is the only daughter of the Duke and the heir to the duchy, Lady Elena Rosaria. She is a very beautiful and noble person with deep pink hair like flower petals and red eyes. Rosetta, hearing that, was a little worried. Noble, the Duke's daughter. Rosetta thought painfully, yes, noble. So noble that even His Highness can't do anything. How dare he treat her like that? Moreover, although Elena Rosaria is pretending not to care about His Highness right now, it is impossible that she means it. What she is doing now is probably to attract attention. Tennessee swore that Rosetta's disappointed attitude became more and more complacent. Wouldn't it create a beautiful painting? People often say that the most vulgar thing in the world is fighting, right? I can't wait to see how they play with each other in the palm of my hand. Tennessee felt excited just thinking about it. The two maids saw the lady so sad and hurriedly explained, Lady Rosetta, please do not worry about that. That is right, the two of them are arguing these days, not cancelling the engagement. His Highness does not have anyone other than Lady Rosetta. Tennessee disgustedly looked at the maids trying to paint a beautiful picture for her, all drawing sweet things. Rosetta, with teary eyes, asked, so can they cancel the engagement? Of course we will hear that news soon. Tennessee, hearing this, immediately spoke up, it is not that easy. The engagement between nobles and nobles is not easily broken because of other related interests, and this is a marriage between the royal family and the duke's family. You can't arbitrarily cancel the engagement. And it has been a long time since there has been any news about ending it, but the lack of enough news also means. Just then the clock struck. It is time. Our conversation today has come to an end. Well then, see you next time. Every word that Tennessee said was deeply imprinted in Rosetta's mind, making it impossible to hear the maid's explanations. Lady Rosetta, that is not true, they will cancel the engagement. Please listen to us. Tennessee stepped out of that room. With a complacent mood, today's conversation was considered a success for her. This is what she will receive. Rosetta, because in Tennessee's eyes, commoners like Rosetta are not worthy of sitting on par with her. Night fell. Rosetta was still haunted by the name of the Duke's daughter, Rosaria, Elena Rosaria. She suddenly remembered, that is right, it was that woman. The person that Rosetta had met before. She is the Crown Prince's fiancée. At this time, at the Duke's residence, Waleston was intently studying a book. He thought to himself, the book fell out as if it wanted to be read. The content of the book is a collection of documents related to the Rhine religion. However, it is no different from the objective information that we have known so far. And there is this excerpt in the book. The doctrine of the Rhine religion is based on the existence of the soul. The soul is the reality of the body and the source of life. A soul is born from the god Rinal, enters a body, and when it ends its life, returns to the god Rinal. That is the cycle of the soul. The god Rinal is also known as the ruler of souls, a title based on the characteristics of the Rhine religion. That girl also suddenly changed as if someone's soul had entered her body. Is it possible that her soul was manipulated in the way this book mentions? All are just speculations and hypotheses of Waleston. The next day, the residence of the first prince. After that, everything between the two seemed to have returned to normal. But in reality, there was an unprecedented subtle undertone. Elena recalled the previous words, how can I live without you? Don't you know that, Elena? She was always looking forward in her heart because I heard that. But is it an admission? I am not ready to be ready yet. While thinking, Lloyd turned around and teased, hey, Miss Single since birth. Elena scowled and replied, what did you just call me? All romantic speculation from before had completely collapsed. Lloyd continued to tease. Is there anyone here who is single since birth besides? Elena, although her face was purple with anger, still tried to be polite. Why do you call people single since birth, sir, so that the girl would not be angry anymore? Lloyd immediately changed the subject. I found something that I think you will like, Elena. Sure enough, as soon as Elena saw the chessboard, her eyes lit up. Lloyd carried the chessboard over and explained, the name is different from the chess game we usually play, but the rules are almost the same. By the way, do you know how to play chess? Although Elena humbly said, yes, I know a little bit, but in fact she is the chess king in school. The two found common ground and became more enthusiastic in talking. That is great, I also know a little about it. So, because our skills are equivalent, should we bet and play a match? Lloyd asked again, a bet. This is a golden opportunity for Elena to take revenge. Simple fun is too boring, let us make things a little more interesting. She thought to herself, too expectant, I will make you ashamed. Lloyd also agreed without hesitation. Okay, so what? Elena excitedly shared the rules of the game. In a best-of-3 match, the loser will grant the winner a wish. It is not until you actually enter the battlefield that you realize life is not like a dream. Elena was still in shock when her general fell. What, she lost already? At this point it was too late for her to collapse. It is a lie that you said you only knew how to play a little bit. Lloyd replied calmly, I did not lie. It is just that I learned from Magnus Carlsen. Elena was angry why he did not say it sooner. That person has been the world chess champion for 10 years already. Elena was unwilling, this is a trick. But no matter what, the rules were set. She lost and had to accept the results. Although she was sad, Elena was a person who kept her word, who said I did not accept it, I am just a little bitter. Now hurry up and say it, I will do everything within the scope. So it was as Lloyd wished, really, then I will tell you. The guy suddenly reached out with a loving face hand. Seeing Lloyd reaching out his hand in front of her, Elena seemed confused. Hand. Is he asking me to imitate a puppy? If I have to do this, I will bite you. But the rules of the game have already stipulated. Aren't you going to do anything? Hearing that, Elena thought to herself, at times like this, it seems like he does not like me. Although she lost face, she still had to follow. A promise is still a promise. So let us start. Lloyd smiled and replied, I do not know if you have any misunderstandings, but I just... As soon as Elena's hand touched Lloyd's hand, an ambiguous atmosphere emanated. Lloyd gently kissed the lady's hand. I simply wanted to do this. His eyes were full of love. His voice was warm as he called the female lead's name, Elena. This made Elena unable to help but be surprised. Her face turned red, unable to believe what was before her eyes, really. When the atmosphere was romantic, there was a sudden knock on the door. The servant stepped in and gently said, Excuse me, sir. The Emperor wants to see you. Everything was going well when this guy dared to come and ruin it, making Lloyd unhappy. Okay, tell him that I will be right there. Elena saw an opportunity and hurriedly escaped. In this case, I should probably leave too, sir. Okay, be careful on your way. Leaving the Crown Prince's room, Elena covered her face shyly and ran away. I almost got into real trouble. I do not know what I would have said if the servants did not come at that time. Lloyd, could it be that he likes me? She did not expect this to happen either. Damn, I can't understand my own actions anymore. After being so close to victory, Suddenly, from behind that tree in the distance, a silhouette appeared. Elena looked at the girl and felt a little familiar. That silver hair can't be. That is right, that girl was none other than Rosetta. The girl saw that she was discovered and shyly came forward, politely greeting. Hello, you must be Lady Rosaria, right? Elena thought to herself. I heard that she never leaves the Crown Prince's palace. So why is she here? Elena reassured herself. First, let us calm down. We will definitely meet at some point. So, my best defense at this time is not an enemy, Lady Rosaria also politely replied. Hello, Rosetta. Rosetta, hearing that, hesitated and asked, Do you know me? That was such a silly question. Who in this empire does not know you, Rosetta, at this time? And it seems like you already know me too. Rosetta did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I heard the maid say. They said that His Highness the Crown Prince has a fiancée and she often visits the First Prince's palace. Hearing that, Elena also knew the purpose for which Rosetta had come to see her. It sounds like you came here to see me then, why? But Rosetta said, I just wanted to say that I am sorry. Those words made Elena confused. To me, why? Because His Highness, me and you. Although Elena thought to herself, there is no way she came here just to apologize for deceiving me with that fiancé, right? The beloved heroine has a more flowery brain than I thought, but she still smiled brightly on the outside. It is okay. As you may have heard, His Highness and I are in the process of cancelling the engagement. Moreover, I have a lover already, so I am not bothered by your presence. Rosetta asked with a full of innocence. Does that mean you will forgive me, right? Elena replied. Is there anything to prove? I need to understand clearly. It would be better if I said that I did not care. After that, the two continued the conversation normally in a happy state. Rosetta was also not wary of me and I thought this relationship could be better. Elena asked considerately. By the way, Rosetta, have you been allowed by His Highness to come here yet? Rosetta replied, no. I know His Highness would not like this, so I came here secretly. Came in secret? Yes, I asked the servants to keep this a secret, but I think they will tell His Highness if he keeps insisting on asking, right? Suddenly, an inexplicable, uncomfortable feeling surged in Elena's heart. Looking at the beautiful girl with an appearance that seemed innocent, but in reality, there was something behind the words that seemed to be acting pitiful. No, I am sure they will do that. Just then, the voice of His Highness calling Rosetta echoed. His Highness has come to find you, Rosetta. Yes, I guess the servants have already told him. As His Highness appeared, the feeling of uneasiness grew stronger in Elena. Something is too strange. First of all, I need to leave here quickly. Then I will go now. Goodbye, Rosetta, okay? Although Elena quickly left that place, there was still a haunting voice calling her name, Lady Rosaria, causing her to turn back with a cold back. What is it? She just called me lady. Did I hear wrong? Rosetta spoke up. Actually, I came to see you because I wanted to say this. From now on, please take care of me. As soon as she finished speaking, she jumped into the fountain before Elena's astonishment. Lady Rosetta. What are you doing? Hurry, grab my hand. But strangely, Rosetta did not let Elena save her, but she simply grabbed her hand and pulled it down. She is pulling it closer. And above all, Rosetta's face appeared in the water full of complacency. Is she smiling as expected? This is. That is right, Elena had fallen for Rosetta's petty plan. His Highness ran to me with a few angry words, Elena Rosaria. Faced with such a scene, Elena could not deny the crime even if she jumped into the Red River. Such a perfect trap. His Highness rushed over with an extremely angry attitude and shouted, Elena Rosaria. Elena at this time realized it was a trap, but it was too late. He rudely pushed the female lead away. Get out of the way. Looking at the Crown Prince's worried and flustered attitude for Rosetta, Rosetta grabbed my hand, while Elena stood outside and could only sneer. I have been tricked. After rescuing Rosetta ashore, the Crown Prince questioned her. Elena Rosaria, what the hell is going on? Facing that arrogant question, Elena calmly replied, that is what I want to ask Rosetta. The Crown Prince said angrily, are you saying that Rosetta fell into it herself? Maybe after all, I did not push her either. But of course, with a blind person like the Crown Prince, how could he believe those words? Everyone said that you have changed. I even thought you had really changed. But you are still just a pile of garbage. You are still just using those dirty, evil tricks. Elena Rosaria, let me warn you. If this happens again, I won't let it go easily. Truly a blind Crown Prince. He looked at Elena with threatening eyes and said, remember this. After that, the male lead and the female lead left, and only the villain remained. This means death is coming on my path. Elena was sitting blankly beside the fireplace after what had just happened. Suddenly, Lloyd rushed in with a flustered attitude. Elena. Seeing him, she smiled and said, Lloyd, why are you here? Elena had also been given Lloyd's clothes by Dane to borrow. Lloyd anxiously came forward and asked, I heard Dane tell the story. What happened so suddenly? Elena also told, I met them. Lloyd was confused. What? Who are they? It is the Crown Prince and Rosetta. As she explained to Lloyd, my brain is like it just had a party and it is extremely messy. I thought I could escape the role of Elena Rosaria's villain, but the shackles of the original have bound me and cannot be easily released. Elena was a little disappointed. Why is Rosetta like that? I was really trying to get along with her. The girl did not expect. Is Rosetta's nature different from the information I know? Is that just a superficial description of her in the original work? Lloyd tried to comfort. The list of possible reasons can go on forever. Elena also knew that, but I still feel like there is a sword named Death lying right under my neck. That sword was almost blocked by a piece of paper saying that I knew the future. Lloyd gently called her name, Elena. I am not one to say anything first, but I will say. If you are afraid, tell me. I will always be by your side and protect you. If you want to run away, that is okay too. No one will blame you. Those caring, warm words made Elena's heart flutter a little. He really cares about me, not refuting, not belittling, just caring about my feelings. That is so lovely. Suddenly Elena spoke up and asked, Lloyd, who are you talking to? Although she asked that, perhaps this was a test from Elena towards Lloyd, afraid. Surely he is not saying this to me, right? Lloyd just smiled affectionately, then politely replied, I was rude. I sincerely apologize, Lady Rosaria. Okay, I accept your apology, sir. I thank you. They happily laughed and talked to each other. To be honest, I was really scared before and I was not sure what the future would be like, but I can be sure of one thing. If anyone gets in my way, I won't let them go. Lloyd looked at the girl in front of him so strong and laughed loudly. That answer sounds like Elena Rosaria, he said as he gently stroked her cheek with his hand. Elena smiled lightly and replied, thank you. I was not alone because you were here and made me not afraid anymore. Because I believe that you will always be by my side on the road ahead. Lloyd, are you ready? Our road ahead will be much more difficult. For Lloyd, everything related to Elena, he will be and always ready. Of course, I was waiting for you to say that. Everything will be as you wish, Elena. At the same time, at the Crown Prince's palace, Rosetta was being questioned by the Crown Prince. Rosetta, why did you go to the Great Prince's palace? How did you meet Elena Rosaria? I guess this was done with a purpose, right? Rosetta acted pitiful and replied yes, but the Crown Prince did not understand why she had to do that. Rosetta, with teary eyes full of weakness, said, the servants told me that he has a fiancée, so I was curious. The Crown Prince sternly asked, why are you curious about that woman? Are you jealous or something? How dare you? Rosetta said with a flattering tone, it is just that I wanted to be closer to her. Because she is very important to your highness. I hope to be forgiven for my rudeness. The Crown Prince, after seeing Rosetta's expression full of weakness and needing protection, was mesmerized. He was fascinated by her beautiful face and those fake words. Unable to restrain himself, he was about to spoil her. This is the first time I have seen a woman with such a kind heart. Don't bother with that woman. She is just an ornament to shine beside me on the throne of the queen. So do not worry about her. Rosetta, she is the perfect woman in my dreams, and will make her my wife. Rosetta still kept that pitiful face and said, what, but your highness, I am just a commoner. Those problems are nothing too big for the Crown Prince. It is not for you to worry about such things. If you follow my words, then raise your hand and hug me. In front of his highness, she still acted innocent. Rosetta, isn't she already yours? So I will follow your words forever. But in reality, inside that white rabbit appearance is a person with a scheming heart and a wolf's heart. As soon as he finished his work, the Crown Prince had just stepped out of Rosetta's room when he encountered the Great Prince. It seems like you had a pretty good time in there, huh? Hearing someone speak, the Crown Prince startled and panicked. Who is there? Turns out it is the eldest young master. Why are you here? Oh, I wonder why you are here. Lloyd spoke up. I heard my younger brother came to my palace, but I am quite disappointed I did not get to see him. It sounded like a normal sentence, but it was full of gunpowder. The Crown Prince angrily retorted, "Don't you dare call me your younger brother. Get to the point before I cut you off." Lloyd was not intimidated and approached. "It is just about the little animal you could not take care of well today." The Crown Prince said uncomfortably, "Little animal? Oh dear, that woman must have said something again. Tell me, what did she say?" "Well, that should be obvious even if I did not have to hear it." "Okay, we're talking about her, so let me give you a piece of advice. Let her get uglier before she wants to abandon you. Do you think she is with you because she really loves you? No, you are just a pawn used to provoke me. Did you hear about the terrible thing she did to Rosetta today? So, stop letting yourself be taken advantage of and quickly return to your position. Then, at least you can still save face as a member of the royal family." Faced with those words, Lloyd just smiled lightly. "Thank you for the kind advice. I have some advice in response to your advice. That advice sounds a bit physically painful. A real man does not talk much. We must use actions. Consider this punch as a way to vent my anger for Elena today." The Crown Prince, caught off guard by the punch, was furious. "You bastard, why would you?" Lloyd did not explain the reason but vaguely said, "I also thank you. See you next time, younger brother." "No, your highness," the Crown Prince. Then he just turned and left, abandoning him. Leaving the Crown Prince clutching his stomach in anger. Lloyd, at least on par with me, I am sure of it. Rosetta, after a passionate night with the Crown Prince, finally woke up. I slept so well. Lying on this comfortable royal bed, with clean and transparent windows. As expected, this place is perfect for someone as beautiful as me. From a young age, Rosetta quickly realized that her appearance was an advantage. Everyone loved and admired Rosetta. Just by looking at her full face, they all tried to give her gifts. Rosetta was happy with her life. She thought she would live happily ever after in everyone's love until the end of her life. Until a village landowner coveted Rosetta. At that time, no one dared to speak up for her. She gradually became like a commodity, screaming in vain. "Why is no one helping me? I am so sad. I am in so much pain." That is when Rosetta realized the limits of the power of her beauty. So she left the village, not accepting such a life. "I can't let this happen. I need more power, and once I have it, I need to go to the capital where there are definitely many nobles," and what she was aiming for were the royal nobles. "After finding the perfect person for my beautiful self, I will never let anyone treat me badly again." And perhaps by now, her goal has almost come true by winning the Crown Prince's love. "I knew I would meet someone who could elevate me." However, she still had not considered one step. A noble Crown Prince like that would definitely have to marry someone of equal status. "I never thought he had a fiancé. But for someone with tactics like Rosetta, that is not too big of a problem." Rosetta thought to herself, "I will ruin her reputation." Then she called her attendant Garnet. "Yes, Miss Rosetta." Rosetta ordered, "Deliver the letter on the table to the information warehouse." At the same time, at the Rosaria Duke's residence, Elena was still happily immersed in her thoughts. "I am so glad we both talked, and the temple. Actually, I was going to talk about that right after the hunting festival, but I have so much work and things to do, so I could not." At that moment, Lloyd's face unconsciously appeared in Elena's mind. She was startled and composed herself. "I am thinking about Lloyd again. Don't let yourself be distracted and focus on your work. First of all, we both decided on the location for information gathering. Let us try to learn from each location." Elena was extremely happy to find someone with common ground. "It is such a relief to know that I am not alone. I hope everything will be okay until we both understand everything about the Rhine religion." Lost in her complacency, she overlooked one thing. Everyone knows that a scandal can spread as fast as wildfire. As if it had legs, yes, that rumor finally reached the royal palace. Immediately after receiving the news, the maidservant hurriedly came to inform her. "Miss, did you hear?" Hear what?" The maid hesitated while there was talk about. Finally, a few days later at the Rosaria Duke's residence, Rebecca anxiously asked, "Miss Rosaria, are you okay? Oh, you have heard about it, have not you?" Elena was not at all sad but still very normal. "Don't worry, I am not easily swayed by those rumors. Moreover," she smiled gently, "aren't you going to ask if that rumor is true or not?" Hearing this, Cheddar shouted, "That can't be true. You would never do such a thing. Looking at it, it is like they are trying to manipulate that information. Should we counter the manipulation with manipulation? For example, Miss Rosetta's servant pushed Miss Rosaria and..." But before Cheddar could finish speaking, Elena interrupted. "Miss Cheddar, manipulating information is bad." Cheddar then became aware, that is right. You are right. I was thinking too simply, so. Let us do that when you are old enough. A sudden change of direction from Elena. Actually, manipulating information too much is a good thing. Miss Cheddar's intelligence branch has been established in the capital and is planning to expand to other territories. So, if we know how to take advantage of it, we can quickly eliminate my scandal, but this method can only be used once. My ultimate goal is to bring down His Highness the Crown Prince and Rosetta, and we can't go together. Elena was wise to know how to take advantage of the opportunity to facilitate matters. It would be wiser to take advantage of this situation, to expose Rosetta's mask layer by layer. She began to implement the plan. I do not mind, and you should not either. Instead, I want you to help me with something. And of course, the three young ladies are always ready to help Elena. Let us know. This is so exciting. Elena glanced at Rebecca. First, tell me everything that happened to you. I have gathered some good information. Yes, just like you said, if there is anything, it all makes me feel more comfortable after my identity is revealed. I do not hesitate to invest and develop in the Merchant Guild. I believe that if we continue to do this, we will be #1 in the Empire. Elena replied, yes, I believe in you. My only concern is how the Rendor family will feel about you. Oh, do not worry about that anymore. I have left that house. I do not need a family that is jealous of my success. Elena was a little shocked to hear this. What, so, you and your family? But instead of worrying, Rebecca smiled brightly. I know what you are worried about, miss, but I am happier and more cheerful than ever. Elena replied, okay, you say everything is good, so everything must be good. We can talk about work now. Are there masks in the warehouse? If so, how many and what materials are they made of? Rebecca replied, there are masks, but not many, and they are made of 2 thin pieces of cloth only used to block saliva when sneezing. Elena tried to imagine the mask, 2 thin pieces of cloth. It looks like this. Yes, that is right. She looked at the paper in her hand and whispered to herself, this is not enough to stop that. She immediately came up with an idea. I want to make a new mask, but can we hire a suitable craftsman? Yes, we can. I can let you know this week. So, one problem has been solved. The next problem is to ask Miss Cheddar. You mentioned opening more branches outside the capital, right? Yes, that is right. So, I want to introduce this place to you. Cheddar asked, where is it? Elena pointed to the map, in Earl Robert's territory. Yes, establish an information storage branch here. And keep an eye on this place. Cheddar was a little confused, I understand, but why include Robert's territory? Because I think sooner or later something will happen there, what? But Elena did not want to explain too much, so she said skillfully, Miss Cheddar, the owner of the information shop, can find out on their own. Yes, I know. The second problem has also been solved, and the last problem is, Miss Ern, do you still like visiting the Grand Prince's garden? And of course Ern does. It is like a treasure. I do not know how many interesting things you have discovered in that garden. I have more than 15 notebooks just to record the list of plants in it. Elena found it interesting to hear this. Really, that is great. Ern spoke up, thanks to your introduction to the garden, I was accepted into the academy. She smiled and replied, that also depends on your ability. But Ern immediately denied, that is not true. Also, the congratulations gift for passing the exam helped me have the premise to serve personal research. I do not know how to thank you. Miss Rosaria is really so good and kind. Why does not anyone know your true nature? But the truth is, for some reason, I sent her to the garden and gave her money to help me do some work. Elena cleared her throat and returned to the topic. I am quite curious about your personal research. What do you usually research? I am researching many plants, but I am only focusing on making herbal remedies. That is also an achievement. Thinking about it, Miss Ern also knows a lot about medicine. No, I do not know much. And finally, Elena wanted to ask Ern for a favor. Everything is going in a good direction. That is also what I want to ask you, Miss Ern. The girl seemed confused. Ask me, please ask, I will consider it. Elena said with a mysterious face, then you can help me with one thing and consider both toxic and medicinal herbs. Please be so kind to laugh at creating a method for the treatment of the disease about to spread. Erin, although she did not understand her intention, still agreed, definitely. Returning to the scene of Kaizen and Rosetta, the Crown Prince gently asked, Rosetta, what is bothering you? Rosetta immediately denied, not at all, Your Majesty. Kaizen still tried to press, fiancé, you do not have to hide anything. The Crown Prince constantly comforted Rosetta. Tell me if anyone is making you suffer. Rosetta immediately replied, no, it is not that, it is just that. With a flattering tone, she hesitated. I was just thinking about the festival held in my town around this time. Kaizen immediately understood her feelings. You mean your hometown? Rosetta replied with an innocent face. Yes, that is where I feel really happy. The warmth and kindness that everyone gives me makes me extremely happy. That was where she used to be the center of attention. Everyone loved and cherished her, cheered. But then Rosetta's tone suddenly dropped. However, since I spend all my time in this palace, I have missed such interactions. She thought to herself, if I am still imprisoned in the palace, my reputation can hardly be built. I must engage with society and leave an indelible mark as the crown prince's only beloved. Kaizen heard this and spoke up. So you are saying you want to leave the palace grounds? That was exactly what Rosetta was hoping for. She turned back with an excited face and asked, "Oh, can I go out?" The crown prince's eyes were extremely scary, making Rosetta worried. What is going on? Why is Kaizen looking at me like that? The crown prince said with a somewhat sulky look, "You want to venture out," implicating is that he. Kaizen gently grabbed Kaizen's hand. "Your Majesty, what do you say we go out together?" But the crown prince coldly threw out. Rosetta spoke up to defuse the situation. "Although I want to enjoy it alone, I believe my time will be much more interesting when I am with the crown prince." Exhaust. Just a few flattering words like that were able to make Kaizen stop being angry. "Yes, I do not see why not." He called the servant, grinned, "Seven Callan, come here." On the outside she seemed happy. But in her heart, Rosetta was not happy at all when this man came along. I did not expect him to cling on so much, unworthy of a crown prince. Kaizen turned to say kindly, "Rosetta, make arrangements to go out tomorrow." Rosetta showed an interested look, exclaimed, "Really, thank you, Your Majesty." So the crown prince and Rosetta left the royal palace together. The next day, the main roads of the capital were bustling and bustling. "Looks so delicious." Rosetta pointed to the necklace in the shop. "You mean, Your Majesty, look, it is so beautiful," the crown prince said, full of pampering. "Hee, we can buy it if you want." At the same time, from a distance, there was a group of children who had noticed the two of them. "Don't they look rich, and they seem like easy targets," the creaking of flower petals. "They seem like street urchins discussing something with each other. I have reached my quota for the day, so I will pass. I am leaving." The boss warned that there would be consequences if I did not reach my quota again. One of them risked Lalo coming dash. The kid deliberately bumped into Rosetta, causing her to stagger and fall. Seeing this, Kaizen worriedly helped her up. "Rosetta, are you okay?" Rosetta got up, turned around and looked behind her and said, "I am okay, but are you okay, boy?" The kid stammered when he saw the girl asking him back. "Huh, right?" Fearing being discovered, the kid quickly apologized and tried to run away. "I am sorry, please forgive me." But Kaizen quickly reached out, hold the kid, reaching. And not surprisingly, the kid was caught. The crown prince asked with a sharp look, "You are a pickpocket." The atmosphere was full of chills. The kid could only silently endure. Kaizen ordered his subordinates to take this kid to protect the city immediately. But suddenly Rosetta rushed over, using her body to protect the boy. "Oh, you can't," she said with sparkling eyes. "Your Majesty, he is just a child." The surrounding people, seeing this, also came to watch and then gossiped. "I think they may have caught a thief. Did she just call him Prince?" Rosetta said with a benevolent look. "Please consider forgiving him just once. We all make mistakes." But in fact, it was completely her scheme to attract everyone's attention. "Good, I have attracted everyone's attention." Rosetta looked up at the crown prince and continued, "I beg you, Your Majesty, have mercy on this child." Kaizen was very embarrassed. Rosetta said to the boy with a kind face, "Can you promise me that you will never do something like this again?" "No, I won't." Kaizen heard this and spoke up. "That is good then." People saw Kaizen and whispered in an uproar, "Oh my God, that is his emperor approaching. Who is the woman next to him?" People are wondering who the woman standing next to the crown prince is. "I think I know who she is. I have heard rumors. She is the emperor's lover." All the gossip of the people just happened to be in line with Rosetta's purpose. "Oh my, she is not only beautiful but also has a kind heart. She is quite different from you-know-who." She was very pleased that her plan was more successful than she imagined, and spread about the person who is currently beside His Highness. At that time, she can honorably step up to the position of crown princess. Tell everyone about the future queen of this empire. The accomplice of the pickpocket kid also came. 004. Ha. Why are all the adults cheering like that? I do not think she did anything commendable. They all do not understand why the adults are gossiping so excitedly, but they all know I agree. But anyway, what about him? The life as a street pickpocket of the kid has come to an end here. Now everyone knows him. His days as a pickpocket have ended. At this time in Elena's room, Whaleston was hypothesizing, if Lionism is still practiced today, would the lady think she would follow this religion? Elena immediately replied, "That came out of nowhere." Whaleston heard this and said, "Please forgive me, please forget what I said." Elena thought to herself, "I wonder if he has learned more information from the book he mentioned earlier." The lady smiled and replied, "I do not think I can forget something I have heard." "Why did you suddenly mention that?" She reasoned. "So he is trying to cut off the conversation." Elena spoke up, "I know you are not a talkative person." "Oh, careless, Sir Duke, if it is just a random thought that flashed through your head, why not discuss it with me?" Elena said, full of confidence. "As you know, I have enough financial resources, power and problem-solving ability. If there is any problem, I am willing to support." After seeing that attitude of Elena, Whaleston felt that his speculation was highly likely. "Since there is something that makes me suspicious, I can also ask." He spoke up. "After accidentally reading that book, I felt the need to discuss the existence of a higher being with someone. This topic is a difficult topic to talk about. It is not easy to find someone I can discuss such topics with. Elena also agreed with Whaleston's point of view. That is true, but if we really delve into that topic. She said with a smile, I think I need to read that book myself, so let me borrow it. Whaleston thought to himself, I knew she would not miss this opportunity. He agreed. Okay, I will lend the book to the lady. I do not have it with me now, so I will bring it next time. The lady replied, I understand, so you must promise to bring it next time. Even so, Elena was a little worried. Anyway, he has not asked me anything about it yet. Whaleston heard this and asked, what does the lady mean? She shyly replied, you have heard the terrible rumors spreading about me, have not you? But Whaleston did not care about those rumors. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. So to me rumors are just rumors. Elena hesitated and asked again, is that so? Then she looked at Whaleston with affectionate eyes. Then I thank you, Sir Whaleston. Whaleston gently replied, perhaps it is too early to thank me. I have not shared my perception of the lady yet. The lady replied, I am just joking. Oh, the lady must tease me. Whaleston said casually, I have met Rosetta once. The lady heard this and said in surprise, you have met Rosetta? Her face was full of seriousness, asking, what kind of person is she to you? Whaleston spoke up, among all the people I met here, Rosetta stands out as the most peculiar person. The affection she receives from everyone is almost bizarre. Every action is complicated, as if she was intentionally created in that way to become the main character in someone's story. The guy also commented, Miss Rosetta is quite beautiful. Ding, she seems bright, ding, and friendly to everyone. Ding, she seems to be a kind person. Elena was stunned. Is it necessary to have something else? Whaleston asked puzzledly. Isn't the lady attracted to meeting her needs? The lady said awkwardly. Or develop a closer relationship with her, the guy wondered. Why would I think that about Miss Rosetta? Whaleston added. Assuming making friends with her would not hurt anything because she is favored by the crown prince. But that is all. Elena saw that casual attitude of Whaleston and thought to herself. Is he immune to Rosetta's charm? The more she thought about it, the more she could not help but laugh. I am not sure why. But it seems like she does not have that much influence on everyone. But Whaleston was stunned. Why is the lady laughing? Elena replied, I suddenly realized that you are quite good at judging character, Sir Whaleston. Whaleston, although he did not understand much, also joined in. I assume that is why I am the lady's private tutor. The lady smiled and said, oh my, I guess you are right. Finally, it was time for Whaleston to leave. Then I will leave now. Elena said goodbye. Please have a safe trip back. Suddenly Whaleston stopped and said, lady, I want to ask one more thing. Yes, what is it? The guy did not hesitate to ask straight. I am sure the lady has heard about the pickpocketing incident that happened a few days ago. Oh yes, I have. He asked a question that was like a test. If it was the lady in that situation, what would the lady do with that child? Elena immediately replied, if I had to face a child thief. She said with a kind heart, I would not leave him on the street. Maybe she also knew about the pickpocketing incident that happened a few days ago. If it were you, miss, what would you do with that child? A pickpocket. If it were me, I would not let the boy go. Elena presented her views one by one. Maybe, as expected, that answer is right. It is Elena. After leaving, Elena walked closer to the window. The people below immediately noticed her. It is that sister. The gardener won't be happy if you get distracted while working. That is right, the kid was immediately reminded. That child is in more danger than I thought before meeting him. Elena turned and remembered. A few days ago, Cheddar gave Elena a report. Here is some information about that child. You asked me to investigate and it is worse than I thought. Holding the report in her hand made her frown. Elena could not believe it. Children who do not meet the requirements will recognize it through each face. Beaten and starved, the child was thrown out to provoke those who saw it. Before handing over to the government and putting in prison, Elena was worried that this child would die if it continued like this. Miss Cheddar, can I ask you for one more thing if you want? A few hours later, at the Rosaria Duke's mansion. Hello, why are you here? It is you, the main character of the rumor. The kid who just arrived knelt down to apologize. I was wrong, please forgive me, I won't do this again. What did you do wrong and what will you not repeat? I am a pickpocket, he trembled. I will never do that again, so please forgive me. Elena wondered, has the kid told that woman yet? It trembled and said yes, but... In his heart, the boy was afraid that he would die. This person looks even scarier than the silver-haired woman from before. Forgiveness will not come. What can I do? How can I? Then at this moment Elena said that, work in my mansion so I can monitor you at any time. What did she just say? Work here? Is she not killing me? The kid looked at Elena in amazement. She said that, the gardener in my mansion is short of people. I will let you work in my mansion so I can supervise you. Thank you. The kid burst into tears of happiness. In response, Elena said not to thank because I will make the most of it. Yes, I will work hard. Instead, I will give you food first. Eat first. Is the food delicious? And give you a bed with a soft, warm blanket. When investigating the child, everything became clearer. Rosetta was exploiting the child. She had created a suitable stage to show the opposition to herself. Once she had what she wanted, She would throw away the child who had served her own purpose. Rosette, now I know what your purpose is. If this is how you exploit for that purpose, I will do everything in my power to stop it. I will not spare you. A week later. Where are we going? Elena asked curiously, and Lloyd replied, did you hear what I said yesterday? I said we are going on a picnic. Is not that why everyone is dressed like this? Lena can't let me go. Does Elena do what others tell her to do? Actually, I was extremely excited at the last minute when he asked me to go out and play. She asked again, is it today? This is not a good time to go on a picnic. I only have this time. Recently I have received many requests for gatherings. Lloyd saw nothing to apologize for about this, just hoping it would not rain. In reality, Elena felt it was a miracle that Lloyd had found the time. Since Lucille Cedric became an assistant, Lloyd's power had increased terribly. And with me as an alliance. Even Rebecca Rendor's Beatrice Merchant Guild joined the faction. Of course, even if I have 2 pillars, my strength will also increase because that is my own ability, Elena thought very confidently. Lloyd suddenly called out to Elena, I do not know what you are thinking, but can you stop that? Your face looks scary. Elena then realized that her cheerful, smiling face actually looked frightening. The carriage finally stopped. Then let us go explore some other places. Lloyd invited Elena down from the carriage. I am honored, Your Highness. Elena took Lloyd's hand. But as soon as she got down, Elena spoke up. Let me ask again. Are you sure we have to go today? Lloyd apologized. I thought about postponing the outing when I saw the weather today. But I really wanted to show you this land. Elena immediately asked curiously, what land? Lloyd then led Elena to a piece of land that the owner had just given him. He explained, he asked me to choose from 3 pieces of land belonging to the imperial family. So I looked at them all and chose this one. Elena was surprised by Lloyd's land. She did not expect him to own this land. It is very beautiful. Okay, what about the other lands? Lloyd introduced that one belonged to the Empress and a few were in the Duchy of Rosaria. Elena immediately exclaimed, both are more precious than gold. Why did you choose this place? Suddenly she pondered, wait. He said he looked at all the land. So how could this intelligent man not know the profits of those 2 lands? Surely there is something special here beyond those profits, is not there? Lloyd suggested, let us go take a look around first. Elena guessed she was right, there must be something here. She became excited again. But after a while she got tired and asked, how much further do we have to go? Lloyd said, we are here. It is here. Elena wondered, this is the destination. Wait, that tree. Lloyd, I want to go there. This tree. No way. That is a coffee tree. Elena was extremely surprised. Lloyd also spoke up, asking her, well, do you like this land now? Lloyd, I do not like it, Elena blurted out. Then Lloyd said, maybe I should have chosen the land next to the Empress, where tourism is profitable, or the land next to a duchy with many mines. Elena opposed both. I am glad I chose this land, right? Elena excitedly said he was right. Then she rushed over and hugged Lloyd. You are the best in the solar system. He was a little embarrassed by this action. Then Elena happily said, thank you so much, our finances will be better now. After hearing Lloyd's words, Elena noticed that the distance between them was very close. She thought she was too happy and had taken some inappropriate actions. Suddenly it started to rain. Seeing this, Lloyd told Elena to quickly find shelter before the rain got heavier. The 2 quickly went to a place with a roof nearby. Elena did not expect that there would not be a single place to take shelter on the way here. Lloyd, who was slightly annoyed by the rain soaking him, said, soon I will build something here. Seeing Lloyd's unusual, soaked appearance made Elena laugh. He replied, you are the same. You look like a drowned rat, you know. Elena immediately retorted angrily, you won't find a rat as beautiful as me in this world. Suddenly she sneezed. Lloyd then instructed, take off some clothes first, or we will both catch a cold. She turned her back to take off her clothes but encountered a problem. Because they were wet, her clothes were stuck to her body and hard to remove. Lloyd wondered, how long are you going to take? Elena curiously turned around. Then she teased, how strange, you are soaking wet, but you still want to wear all those clothes. Lloyd just sighed. Then he handed Elena an outer coat, telling her to at least wear this. Elena was puzzled. Why do I have to wear your coat? Is he feeling shy? She took the opportunity to tease Lloyd, sir, are you worried? I am too beautiful. I have a beautiful face, a beautiful body, and my clothes are wet. I understand your concern. In her heart she judged, the last time we talked, Lloyd claimed to be experienced in love, but with this behavior that is probably not the case, is it? Elena continued to improvise in front of Lloyd. Although I understand that, it does not feel the same as when you usually ridicule me for being single, as if I have been that way since birth. Maybe you are the same, but you do not seem used to this situation, do you? Lloyd was at a loss for words. He quickly pulled Elena's collar up and said, it is cold. Before her confusion, Lloyd repeated that she would get cold and that she had even had a runny nose earlier. And it is great that you are so confident, but I hope you will consider the actual situation and not imagine too much. First, let us sit down and rest. It looks like it will take a while for the rain to stop. Elena thought to herself, does he feel like he was played by my teasing just now? Lloyd spoke up again, saying, the rain just keeps pouring. Elena agreed, it looks like a drizzle, but it seems like it will last a while. She also started to feel cold and breathed on her hands to warm them. Lloyd then told her to come closer to him. He reached out his hand towards Elena, telling her to come here. Elena felt shy and lied, saying she was not cold at all. So there was no need to worry about it too much. Seeing Elena constantly avoiding him, Lloyd unhesitatingly said he was cold. He panicked. Is it because you got too wet in the rain or because you gave me your coat? He decisively said, yes, I am about to catch a cold at this rate. So help me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lloyd picked Elena up. Then he hugged her close. Elena immediately said, this position is not very appropriate. Lloyd then reminded her to be quiet and not to fidget. Sitting in this situation made Elena's heart feel like it was about to explode. She felt it was a fluttery feeling. I am sure it is not that because I like Lloyd. I feel guilty for teasing him earlier. I have to apologize quickly. Elena hesitantly asked Lloyd if he was angry. I am just worried about you. It was just a little joke. Lloyd noticed that Elena's ears were bright red. He found her very cute and replied, I am not angry. Actually, you were right. I was shy and worried. These words only made Elena's face turn even redder. She hastily asked Lloyd, really, but why? Lloyd explained, I felt like I was being caught with my hands full of blood, so I remained calm. Elena was once again confident that she was right. Then she wondered, but why are you holding my head like this? Lloyd said. I do not want you to see my embarrassed face. That would be humiliating. Elena then said, by the way, it is raining really hard. Lloyd told her to be patient and that they would find them soon. Moreover, as he spoke, Lloyd gently took Elena's hand. He wondered why her body was so cold. Then he gently kissed her hand. Elena jumped back and quickly pulled her hand away. Lloyd asked, confused, what is wrong? Elena was the one who should have asked that question since he had just kissed her hand, but Lloyd asked in reverse, didn't you hear what I said? Your hand is too cold, so I just wanted to warm it up. Look, your hand is getting warmer now. Indeed, Elena's hand was flushed because of the kiss just now. She thought to herself, I really do not know. When I see him like this, I wonder if he loves me. I can't even ask him. It is just that my hand is gradually getting warmer, and I am afraid that if I open my mouth, I won't be able to control my words. Just then, someone found them. That night, at the Crown Prince's palace. He asked Count Randor, do you know that the Beatrice Merchant Guild is very helpful to Lloyd in the succession process? However, the guild's owner is Rebecca Randor. Isn't it difficult to manage just one daughter in the family? Count Randor apologized. The Crown Prince began to ponder. The Beatrice Guild's money comes from 3 mines, does not it? If we cut them off, the Beatrice Guild will collapse, and Lloyd, the sponsor, will also decline. He plotted. Count Randor understood and quickly said to the Crown Prince, I will act immediately. He then gave a deadline of 3 months to defeat the Beatrice Guild by any means. At this, Count Randor quickly bowed in agreement. After he left, the Crown Prince angrily cursed, those idiots, I need to use words so that others can understand me. At times like this, going to see Rosetta is the most appropriate. As he was about to step out, he overheard a conversation. Why did His Highness call him tonight? His Highness was very upset that the Beatrice Merchant Association had allied with the prince. But why are they related to the prince? Someone wondered. Count Randor immediately reminded him and said, do you want me to say it out loud? The other person guessed it might be because of Miss Rosetta. Count Randor then told him to shut his mouth, or His Highness might kill him. The Crown Prince, who had heard everything, glanced at the guard. He grabbed his sword. He wanted to tear all those mouths open. Then he suddenly remembered Rosetta's instruction, Your Highness, you should not swing your sword like that. He immediately reconsidered. Instead of worrying about them, I should go see her. A few days later at Lloyd's palace, Elena was happy because Lloyd had been surprising her lately. Until now, I only saw him as a giant, wonderful, and all-knowing person. But he is so unguarded when he sleeps like this. He is also quite cute. Elena enjoyed watching Lloyd's sleeping face. Then she exclaimed, so handsome. Is that so? Lloyd unexpectedly spoke up, startling Elena. He asked her especially, I want to know exactly what points are handsome. Elena was confused and did not know what to say in this situation. She thought, should I just pretend nothing happened? She then changed the subject. Did you sleep well? You have been tired these past few days, right? I also take naps often. Lloyd immediately asked, Elena, why are you changing the subject? What on my face is handsome? What are you talking about? Did you sleep too much or something? Elena wondered. I did not sleep, so I heard everything clearly, Lloyd bluntly said. Elena did not expect this guy to pretend to be asleep. Since you have said that, I have an idea too. Respond to rudeness with rudeness. She cleared her throat and said, if you want to hear it, I will say it. Yes, Lloyd, objectively speaking, you are very handsome. Did you know that? Elena pointed directly at Lloyd and said. Your face is a harmony between east and west, with a high nose and sharp eyes. Your eyelashes are so long that it feels like butterflies are landing on them, and your face is very beautiful. Feels like there is a vast blue ocean in your eyes, or even an entire universe. Lloyd immediately laughed and asked Elena, is that an objective assessment? She blushed and thought, I probably used some of my emotions to say that, but... She lied and said, of course, other young ladies have said that. Lloyd decisively picked Elena up and sat her on his lap. He told her to take a good look at this objectively assessed wonderful face. Elena shyly said there was no need to look so closely, but Lloyd said, while you are at it, tell me what is the most handsome point. In fact, Elena thought that everything on Lloyd's face was beautiful. But if she had to choose, Elena thought his eyes were really beautiful. She liked to watch the emotions in those always cold eyes. When he is teasing, they sparkle with finesse, and when he is angry, there is a deadly pale blue color. Lloyd suddenly brought his face closer to Elena and said, if you look closer, is there anything else that is even more beautiful? Then Elena thought that Lloyd not only had beautiful eyes, but his lips were also very beautiful. Just then, Landor burst through the door and announced, Miss Rosaria, Prince, we are in trouble. Lloyd was extremely annoyed at being interrupted again. Landor also realized this and immediately slammed the door shut and apologized. All three fell into a silent space immediately after. Landor spoke up, I'm sorry, but excuse me, I wanted to go back, but some things happened. Lloyd just told her to come in. It turned out that the miners were on strike, which is why Landor was so rushed. They said the strike was because of poor working conditions and low wages. Lloyd was puzzled because the miners' wages at Beatrice should be higher than average, right? But according to the Inspector General's report, most people are working according to the agreement with the job. It seems that something has happened. Landor thought that was right. She had asked Miss Cheddar to review it, however. If we can't solve the problem with the miners, even if we know the cause, even if everything is still good now, the volume of mining will still decrease and the Beatrice Guild's finances will be cut within 3 months. I am sorry, as the guild leader, I did not prepare well for everything. It is really embarrassing. Elena reassured Landor, it is okay, do not blame yourself too much. And do not worry too much, what you are worried about won't happen. Landor happily said, Sister Elena, I knew you would find a way. You do not need to say anything because I believe in you, Miss Elena. Then Landor stood up and said, I have to go see Miss Cheddar to hear about the things in the mine. Elena asked, do you need me to come along? It has been a long time since the three of us met. Landor also thought it was a good idea because we could exchange ideas. Suddenly, Lloyd slammed the teacup down. He said, I am sorry, but Miss Rosaria still has some things to discuss with me, and I want her to stay here. Hearing this, Landor also knew what was implied and said, then I will meet Miss Cheddar in the evening, so Miss Elena can also come. Then please continue what you two were doing. Finishing her sentence, she hurriedly left. Elena could not hold her back even if she wanted to. She knew she could not leave here naturally anymore. So Elena decided to change the subject again. She opened her mouth to talk about the mining strike. I am not saying it is great, but is not this a good time? We may be able to use our findings for useful purposes. The preparation time will take about a day. What do you think? But Elena's response was silence. She wondered why he was not saying anything. Is it really necessary to remember what happened before? If so, he should speak up. Elena suspected, or does he want to seduce me and not talk about it? If that is the case, then I have to actively mention that time. I do not think things are okay between us right now. I just feel that it was the same last time and just now you can't hug someone like that. I am sure it means something, but truthfully, she frankly said to Lloyd, anyway, let us clarify the boundaries first, that would be better. Elena, I do not want to do that, Lloyd replied. I want you to think for yourself about why. However, Lloyd did not continue, but stood up and said, I have personal matters, so I am leaving. I hope you enjoy your time with the young ladies. Elena thought in a daze, when someone reacts like that to my words, even if the two of us do not have a clear relationship, it can be easily seen. She mustered all her courage and asked Lloyd, do you really like me? On the other side, at the Crown Prince's palace, Rosetta happily said, Your Highness, it seems like you are in a good mood now. Is something good happening? Kaizen replied, that is right, if it is a good thing it will be good. Rosetta wanted to ask what had happened. Kaizen hesitated a little. He thought it was not a big secret. She would not know even if he said it. So it was not that important. So he decided to tell Rosetta that there was a problem related to money that was bothering him, and he thought it was time to cut it off. Rosetta secretly considered whether this was related to Rosaria as well. But she excitedly said to Kaizen, as expected, "Your Highness, you are really amazing." He was also in a very good mood and stroked Rosetta's head, saying, "Because it is very large, it will take a while to completely solve it. But I will make it suppressed so that it can never rise again. After that, everything will return to normal." Elena Rosaria as well. Suddenly, Rosetta threw herself into Kaizen's arms to comfort him. "I am sure everything will be as you wish." However, she was secretly annoyed. It is Elena Rosaria again. How long is Kaizen going to drag out this engagement? She was taking the time to tame the crown prince, gradually infiltrate his life and make him only need her. But why did not Kaizen give up Elena Rosaria? Rosetta really could not understand. She sighed, which immediately made Kaizen worried, which was also her bait. Rosetta spoke after becoming empress. "I do not think she will let me be by your side like I am now. It would be fortunate if she threw me out. I am sure she won't let me go easily." Rosetta guessed that was what would happen. She flatteringly said to Kaizen, "But I have you by my side. I am afraid, but I will still get through it." Kaizen said, "As you said, there is nothing to worry about. I will always be by your side." Since she said that, he would give her a piece of jewelry. Rosetta pretended to refuse. "Why again? I have already received too much. Even if you do not give it to me." Kaizen immediately interrupted Rosetta and said, "Don't be shy and accept it. Since ancient times, women should never refuse what men give them." After Kaizen left, Rosetta asked Errol to make her a cup of tea. She thought, instead of giving a useless gift, Kaizen should hurry up and cancel the engagement with Elena Rosaria. That woman wanted to break the engagement from the beginning. Why can't Kaizen give her up? Is that how the aristocracy is? Errol had just finished making the tea that Rosetta ordered and brought it over. Unfortunately, she tripped and knocked the hot cup of tea all over Rosetta. Errol hurriedly knelt down and asked Rosetta, "Are you okay? What should I do if you get burned?" Rosetta reassured her that it was not as hot as she thought and that it was okay. She also asked Errol, "Are you okay? You just fell. Are you hurt?" "I am glad that neither of us was seriously injured." But Errol noticed the red patch on Rosetta's shoulder. She felt like it was all over. "I left a burn mark on Miss Rosetta's shoulder. If His Highness knows, I will be killed." Errol became even more panicked and begged Rosetta for forgiveness. Rosetta thought that this might be a great opportunity and said to Errol, "I won't tell His Highness." Hearing this, Errol hurriedly looked up and asked again. Rosetta agreed, but in return, "Can you do whatever I ask from now on?" She set the condition. Errol wondered, does she want me to do personal secret things? Errol realized that immediately. What would Rosetta ask in this situation? She knew she was about to be pushed into a muddy puddle, but she could not refuse. Errol had no choice but to say, "I will always fulfill your requests." "What about Crown Prince?" Rosetta happily said, "Of course, Errol, I will keep the secret about what happened today. Forever." Rosetta said as she touched Errol's face. A week after the strike at Lloyd's palace. He was talking to Elena. "I predicted it, but it is strangely perfect." Elena is annoyed with that jerk Kaizen because he uses dirty tactics just like his appearance. Lloyd was secretly pleased. It seems that smug face does not work on Elena. He smiled and said the Crown Prince looked surprised, which made Elena a little surprised to see this cute look. She told her heart not to beat too fast. You know what Lloyd's purpose is. After Lloyd said, "Think about it," Elena went back to the castle and kept thinking about it. Does Lloyd really like her? But why is he so indifferent about it? Conversely, why is she reacting to everything like this? After summarizing, Elena realized the reason. That she likes Lloyd. Just looking at his face makes her heart go crazy. And Lloyd seems to like her too, Elena guessed. But why is he cold sometimes? What did she do wrong? Elena does not understand. At that moment, she read a page in a book about how men become cold when they get what they want. Elena was so shocked that she could not believe her eyes. She looked at the woman clinging to the man in the book, stuttering incoherently. Elena cursed that bastard loudly right after that. She analyzed many other documents, concluding that Lloyd only likes her body. She assumed that she knew what he was doing, and would not let him escape. Suddenly Lloyd sat down next to her. Elena immediately moved to the side and Lloyd asked what it was. "I think you just dodged me, did not you?" She could only ignore him. She knew Lloyd was staring at her. It would continue like this if she did not give him a reasonable reason, but she could not, because today she finally was not ashamed anymore. Suddenly Elena stood up and replied that, "I am just reviewing documents and thinking. Let us negotiate about the mine in a month or two first. If we do not take any action, the striking workers will become impatient. I think it will take time to improve the coffee trees that we found, but I do not think it will take long. At most 1 or 2 months, this is how Elena avoids Lloyd. She slammed the report down and said, "Okay, today's meeting is over. Now excuse me, I have an appointment with the young ladies." Lloyd was a little stunned, wondering, is she acting like she realized my intentions, right? That is not the point I love about Elena, but is it a crime to be so adorable? Lloyd laughed, remembering Elena's blushing face. He found her so adorable, only one thing, if she realized and understood him, would not that be great? A few days later in the Duke's garden, Lloyd chased Elena and asked where she was going. He did not expect to think about this a few days ago, but where is she going? Rewind to an hour before Elena escaped. Dane curiously asked, "Your Highness, where are you going?" Lloyd said, "I am going to find the princess who is locking herself in the castle." It turns out he has not seen Elena since the last time. He still does not know if it is because she feels shy. Or maybe she is still busy thinking about it. Dunn wondered, "Princess, but our empire does not have any princesses." Lloyd just smiled secretly. "I am sure she will meet me after she has had time to think, but because I am the one who misses her, I should also be the one to take the initiative to meet first." At Rosaria's Duke Castle, the servants were very excited to see Lloyd, and the butler hurried to greet Lloyd. He said, "I came because I am curious about Miss Rosaria. You know, she has not been to my palace lately." Everyone was happy to chat with Lloyd. It is not surprising that Lloyd is rated higher than Kaizen, especially when he has a mistress. The butler then led Lloyd to where Elena was having afternoon tea. Elizabeth was surprised to see Lloyd here without any notice. Then Elena suddenly stood up, then hurried away, making Elizabeth full of question marks. The butler, especially Lloyd, did not expect her to run faster than a rabbit. Suddenly the teacup shattered. Elena's father growled and asked Lloyd, "Sir, may I ask why my daughter ran away when you came?" "Frankly, he meant you, rogue. What did you do to my daughter?" Lloyd had to explain. "I realize this situation can be easily misunderstood, but I assure you it is just a misunderstanding." Elizabeth hesitated and asked, "Your Highness, is that really a misunderstanding?" Lloyd admitted, "I am not sure what Elena is confused about, but I will clarify everything with her." 10 minutes later, Elena ran and shouted, "Do not chase me anymore," but Lloyd was trying to persuade. "Then stop, why do you keep running? Should not we talk first?" Elena even jumped down the high steps to run faster. Lloyd raised his voice, "Are you going to avoid me? Okay, I will catch you at all costs." Just like that, the two ran all over the mansion. Elena was annoyed when Lloyd kept chasing her like that. She found it difficult to run away from him, especially when no one in this mansion was willing to help her, because in their eyes this was like a lover's chase game. Elena finally stopped to catch her breath. She thought he must have given up. She was sure he would not follow her all the way here. Unexpectedly, Lloyd grabbed her shoulder from behind. Elena was surprised, not knowing when he had caught up. Unfortunately, she suddenly sprained her foot. Lloyd hurriedly reached out to support her. But Elena was extremely unlucky to be caught. At this time Lloyd also asked, "Have you finished running?" The two are in a very difficult position to describe. Elena annoyed and asked, "Why are you chasing me like that?" Lloyd wondered, "Should not I ask why you keep running away? Are you ashamed of kissing me?" Elena immediately denied. Lloyd spoke up and asked, "It has been a week. Are you still shy about that?" Elena immediately denied. "Did not you hear what I said? That is not it." But Lloyd teased her. "Our princess is more naive than I thought. If you are so embarrassed, I will pretend nothing happened. Let us skip what happened and the conversation after that. And as your partner, I will generously overlook it because I can't let a lady feel embarrassed forever." Elena suddenly said, "I knew it, you are that kind of person." Elena could not believe it, even if she tried to act like nothing happened. He would not say these things if he really had feelings for her. She told Lloyd, "You just want my body." Lloyd's face went blank when he heard that. Then Elena screamed that is the truth. "I love you for who you are, while you only love my body. That is why you can easily forget it." Lloyd hurriedly told Elena to calm down. "Why do you think so?" he wondered. "I do not know." When someone drew a sword, ordering to speak more. It was Elena's father. He frighteningly asked, "May we know more, Your Highness?" Elena did not even know when everyone arrived. Lloyd hurriedly defended, "Duke, I think there is a misunderstanding here." Elena also thought that although she hated Lloyd, she did not want him to get into trouble with her father. So Elena grabbed Lloyd's wrist and shouted, "This is our problem, you do not have to care," and pulled Lloyd away. He could only cry silently in his heart, because if they left like this, he would continue to think the worst about him. Duke Rosalia helplessly looked at the sword and grieved when he saw his daughter eloping with a man. Elena exhausted all her strength to lead Lloyd back to her room and slammed the door shut. At this time Lloyd spoke up and said, "We need to talk." "What made you think I do not love you?" Elena said, "I thought you did not like me." Lloyd wanted to know, "There must be a reason why you acted that way. I want to know the real reason." She hesitated a little and said, "There are many reasons why I love you, But you do not seem to have any reason to like me. It seems that the feelings only come from my side. Hearing Elena's confession made Lloyd's face flush. He wondered, so that is why you think I only want your body, Elena angrily said. Put yourself in my shoes. What should I think when you never clearly express your feelings? And because that novel helped you further confirm this idea? Lloyd interrogated. Elena suddenly realized she forgot to put it away. Lloyd moved closer to Elena and said, I think I should be the one who is confused here. How could you think I do not love you when you are beautiful, strong and wise like that? He gently took Elena's hand and confessed, not only that, you are always careful in everything you do. You approach everything with sincerity and always try your best. Even when you pretend to be difficult, you are always kind and considerate to others. Tell me, how can I not love someone like you? Elena could not believe it and asked Lloyd, do you really love me? Lloyd did not hesitate to admit, yes, I love you. I, Lloyd Kartika, love Elena Rosalia very much. Really love very much. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave her a kiss. The two happily hugged each other. A few days later, in the mining town owned by the Beatrice Merchant Guild, a glass of beer was just smashed, along with an angry criticism. You said everything would be arranged within a month. But what is all this? Tell me, Commander. Paul is the commander in the mine, he replied calmly. You seem to have forgotten our purpose, have not you? Paul calmly said, Dear sir, have you forgotten our goal? His friend retorted. His friend replied furiously, Our goal means nothing when we can't even hold on. Did not you guarantee that everything would be resolved in 3 weeks or less? You even guaranteed that we would then receive a pay raise and have better working conditions. That friend pointing to everyone. But look at our current plight. The guild has not said a word. If this situation continues, we will find ourselves wandering the streets before we know it. Having said that, he slammed his hand on the table. Do not just sit there, say something. Recalling a month ago, a stranger came to see Paul. Are you Paul, leader of the miners' union? That is me, how can I help you? He said nothing, throwing the black bag right in front of Paul. Paul sat down and opened the bag to take a look, seeing the money inside. Paul exclaimed, What is this? He said, All of that will be yours if you do me a favor. Paul took a stack of money from the bag and wondered, what is in this bag? Make all the miners in the Beatrice Guild stop working for 3 months. That is all I ask of you. Paul looked at the stack in his hand, contemplating. The Beatrice Guild will collapse if no one works for such a long time. He looked up at the stranger thinking. So this man wants the guild to dissolve. Even though this money is substantial, it is not worth trading the security of a regular salary. Paul put the stack of money back in the bag and stood up abruptly. Sorry, but I am afraid I will have to refuse that offer. He immediately said, if you can accomplish it. Double the amount of money in this bag. Paul was taken aback. Double, he thought, with that money he could retire and never have to work again. Now you can convince me with that number. He decided to cooperate with that stranger. I do not need 3 months. In just 1 month you will be able to get the results you want. And now Paul had not expected it to take so long, even more than a month. But if he wanted to ensure this strike continued, he thought he first needed to address their concerns. Paul gently took his friend's hand and said, I could not have predicted that the guild would be so stubborn. I am very sorry for this. His friend stood silently, surprised that Paul would say those words. Even so, let us persevere a little longer. We initiated this strike not for selfish motives but to ensure a more stable life for each of our families. Going further, it is about improving the treatment of all workers like us. Improve the treatment of all workers, right? Sounds great. How could I have thought of that when I am struggling to make ends meet? Paul exclaimed, I will help everyone. His friend asked Paul, what do you mean by that? Paul, how will you help us? Paul smiled, I have some savings. If anyone is having difficulties, just come to me. It may not be much compared to the difficulties you are facing, but I hope you can understand my heart. Even though this is just a small effort. Hearing that, everyone was surprised and exclaimed, Leader. His friend teared up, I am sorry, Leader, you are sacrificing for us like this, and I am just. Paul put his hand on his friend's shoulder, comforting him. Do not worry about it. You followed me because you trusted me, so this is the least I can do for each of you. Paul felt that this was quite right. He just needed to continue like this a little longer. Before long, the Beatrice Guild would collapse, and all that money would eventually be his. Lloyd's drab room was gradually filled with traces of Elena. So much so that, at times, Elena felt like she was in her own study. Elena picked up a pen to write her own stories. And sipped a hot cup of tea. She laughed gleefully and shouted, Finished. Lloyd brought food out from the kitchen. Elena, what makes you so happy? Elena replied. I think I have found a clue to the problem I have been struggling with. I will share the details with you when I have sorted things out more clearly. He sat next to Elena. I see, then let me know when you are ready. Now, I am a little bored and I hope you can do something to entertain me. Elena was puzzled. Entertain you how? Picking up a piece of cake, Lloyd brought it closer to Elena's mouth. Say ah. Elena, while enjoying that sweet cake, asked, So, does seeing me eat something make you feel entertained? Lloyd replied, No, just having you here is enough to dispel all boredom. How can you say that with such a nonchalant expression? Lloyd smiled. But that is better, is not it? After Lloyd and Elena confessed their feelings to each other, Lloyd became much bolder. He always wanted to do everything together, and became more intimate and affectionate. And when it was just the two of us, he never wanted to leave my side for even a moment. Lloyd, can I ask you something, of course? Since when did you start having feelings for me? Lloyd put his hand on his chin thinking, when did I? Was it love at first sight? When we first met, I guessed, right? I admit I did not have feelings for you right from the start. When you and I first met, we were both extremely wary of each other, but I guess you could say that it left an impression on me. It sparked my curiosity and made me always keep an eye on you. And soon after, I knew for sure. I realized your true self and the unwavering steadfastness you have in this life. I thought you were really amazing, and that is when my feelings for you began to develop. It is almost exactly the same reason I started to like him. I mean, when you said you wanted me just for my body and stuff like that, wait, then why did not you tell me sooner? If you had said so, I would not have been so embarrassed. Lloyd closed his eyes tightly. It is test time. I have a question for you, Elena turned to say. Test, why so suddenly? The prince is taking unwanted actions towards Elena, who has no dating experience at all, while Lloyd has confessed his feelings to her, while Elena is angry about being stuck in the engagement. So, the question here is, Elena, how will you respond in this situation? Elena screamed, are you kidding me? I already have too much to do. Why do you have to make things worse? So now, another question. Suddenly, the female character from the novel appears. Unlike the original plot, Elena tries to get along with her. However, she is nothing like the sweet and considerate female lead in the book. In fact, she is the kind of person who likes to scheme and complicate Elena's life, causing her more trouble. And then Lloyd confessed his feelings, saying that he wanted to help her. Elena frowned. Now is not the time for dating and relationships. Focus and think clearly. Lloyd continued, do you understand now? I never fail at anything, and I hate trying something again. I won't try to do anything when I know my chances of success are low. Basically, he is saying that he has been waiting, looking for the perfect opportunity because he does not want to be rejected, like an elegant and aloof swan, circling around me in a pond. But even if he turns into a swan, Lloyd is still cute. I just thought that Lloyd would look cute as a swan. Suddenly, Elena laughed. Lloyd looked at Elena. Why are you laughing? Because I think it is funny to think that you are as adorable as a swan. Lloyd did not understand what she was saying. What are you saying, swan? That means I really like you a lot. You will realize that you really like someone when everything they do is adorable. Lloyd tenderly placed Elena's hand on his cheek. Really? Then I will take those words as a compliment. And gently kissed her. Beatrice Guild, leader of the Miners' Union. Paul, evidence has been collected. The hallway in front of the Emperor's study. Lloyd brought a small bag. A soldier greeted Lloyd. Hello, sir. Please inform His Highness that I have arrived. He quickly replied, yes, sir. As soon as Lloyd entered, Luron Kartika spoke up. Do you know how long I have had to wait, son? But did not your majesty already know? Luron Kartika smiled. I only know what has happened, that is all. Your majesty, do you believe that I am capable of solving this problem? Luron Kartika rested his chin thinking, if you were not capable, you would not be standing here before me. Then I assume that I should not disappoint your majesty. Having said that, Lloyd handed the bag of tea to the soldier. Could you bring us a pot of tea? Just a few minutes later, he brought in the tea. I have brought you a pot of tea with hot water. Lloyd immediately said, thank you. Your majesty, please try it. This is a type of tea that I have just discovered. Luron Kartika was surprised. A new type of tea. I have never smelled such a fragrance before. Lloyd, while pouring the tea into a cup, said, it is done, please try it. Luron Kartika picked up the cup of tea and slowly enjoyed it. Even the color is quite strange. That is it. This is the smart solution that Lloyd came up with to solve the miners' strike. At Elena's palace, today I have invited everyone to introduce something new. Everyone was startled. Something new, what is it? Elena took out the small package. That is what is in this package. Everyone admired and wondered, what is inside? Cheddar tried holding it. It sounds like powder. Ern was curious. Miss Cheddar, open it up. Cheddar opened it slightly to take a look. Seeing that the inside was brown powder that looked like chocolate, Ern felt the wonderful aroma in that package. With a nutty smell and a little bitter, Landor turned to ask Elena, what kind of powder is this and what is it used for? This, everyone, is for drinking. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Elena. This is what you use to drink. Cheddar looked at the powder inside. Drink. Then she brought it to her mouth and took a sip. If that is the case, let me try it right away. Elena quickly stopped her. Wait, do not drink it like that. But it was too late. Cheddar exclaimed, too bitter. Elena began to instruct everyone on how to drink tea. First, rinse your mouth with water and spit out the powder. Cheddar, while hissing, said, Miss Elena, what is this thing after all? It is too bitter. Seeing them worried about taking care of each other, Elena felt they were so cute, like kindergarten kids. If you use it like that, it will definitely be bitter. There is another way to use it, in warm water like this. Hearing Elena say that, tens of thousands of questions were uttered. Cheddar asked, you do not drink the powder directly, but drink the liquid, and Ern asked. Why are there bubbles rising? Landor praised. The aroma is becoming richer. Elena picked up the pitcher, smiling brightly. It is done. Looking at the unique watercolor, they exclaimed, ink. Everyone may hesitate because this is the first time they have seen this type of drink, but please try a little, I am sure you will like it too. Cheddar received the glass of water that Elena handed over. If elder sister has said so, I will drink it even if it is poisonous. Ern and Landor stared wide-eyed at Cheddar drinking that unique glass of water. After taking a sip, Cheddar said, it is so delicious, I have never tasted anything like it. How can it taste like this, oh my god. It is bitter but not too strong, and the taste of fresh flowers still lingers in the mouth. I have never tried this before. Is it from abroad? Elena immediately said. It is not, we found it in the Grand Duke's estate. There is a planting colony there where the fruits of this drink are grown. Landor put the glass of water down on the table. Miss, is this the secret plan that you mentioned earlier? Elena nodded and smiled. That is right. We will sell this as an exclusive item at the Beatrice Merchant Guild. I think it will become a huge craze in societies when we start releasing it. If you know the benefits of this drink, you will be able to target not only the upper class but also other classes. Ern asked Elena, what are the benefits of this drink? It has a stimulating effect. It helps improve concentration immediately and prevents drowsiness. In addition, I would like to invite Miss Ern to further demonstrate other benefits. Ern happily replied, please do not worry about that. Miss Landor, what do you think? Will this drink turn the Empire's market upside down? Yes, it will. No, I will make it happen, even for Miss Elena, who spares no support for us. Great, now all that is left is to capture the Empire's market. Having said that, should we have another glass? Sure, but what is the name of this drink? Elena hesitated. The name of this drink. Then the name of the drink appeared in her head, and she decided to name it coffee. In another scene at Paul's house, how? How can the Beatrice Guild stand firm like that without collapsing? If everything went according to plan, the Beatrice Guild should have contacted the miners 2 weeks ago, and by now, they should have been knocking on the doors of the miners' homes in an anxious effort to change their minds, but the one actually knocking on my door is, Leader, I am sorry, I need some money. Leader, has not the Beatrice Guild done anything yet? Leader, it is better to end the strike now. How much longer will you keep coming back asking for money? How shameless. But because the strike can't be stopped at this time, Paul has no choice but to give them money. I am going to run out of money at this rate. And because he kept giving them money, they began to question the source of that money. I can't maintain this any longer, I have to change the plan. I will contact that person to see if I can get more money. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Leader, we are in trouble. Paul asked, what is wrong? What the heck are you doing? Why are you coming to find me in the middle of the night like this? He continued, now is not the time to discuss this because of the strike and everything that has happened. The Beatrice Guild may not need us anymore. What does that mean? 3 days later, in the mansion. Landor was buried in work. There was too much to be done. Right at that moment, Elena, holding a cup of coffee, came in and gently placed it on Landor's desk. Are you just sleeping and working? Landor was startled. Huh? Miss Elena, Elena continued, your eyes are dark. Rest and drink coffee, let me take care of the rest of the paperwork. Landor was overjoyed. Really, I am saved, thank you so much. Elena seriously looked through the coffee sales. They are soaring so much that I can hardly control it, Landor continued, when I announced that I only sell coffee at the Beatrice Merchant Guild. Everyone flocked to it, saying they wanted to get it in their hands. And they brought a lot of cash in hopes of being able to open a branch store of Beatrice. I think it will become very popular thanks to Miss Ern's proof of the benefits of coffee. Just drinking it is not only more alert but also prevents inflammation in the body and slows down the aging process. Believe in my research, this is the result achieved after drinking coffee. It has been called the drink of the gods by some. There is no better advertising than being recognized by one of the leading scholars of the academy. Landor interrupted, however, the most helpful thing in sales is the differentiated sales strategy that you proposed, Miss. Coffee is sold to all classes of society, from commoners to nobles, with one difference. That is the level of coffee beans. By changing the value, they can enjoy coffee that suits their class. As a result, commoners have had the opportunity to enjoy the joy of imitating the tastes of nobles. And the nobility and the royal family are very happy to be able to enjoy the type of coffee that is worthy of their class. Thanks to the support of both commoners and nobles, buying and enjoying coffee has become popular. I am making a fortune. I really respect Miss Elena. How did you think of these things? Hearing Landor praise her, Elena felt very happy. Thank you for the compliment, but have you made up for the damage from the miners' strike? Of course, although it has not fully recovered yet. Still, if things continue like this, I can survive a miners' strike for many years, Elena replied. That is right, that is a good result. Then let us move on to the next step. Are you ready? Landor was confused. The next step. Elena handed Landor the paper. Landor looked at the paper and said, this is. Yes, I am ready. The next day, at Paul's house. Everyone came looking for Paul. Leader, please come out right now. This problem will not be able to end if I keep hiding like this. The door was tightly closed with no sign of opening. No matter how hard they knocked, breaking the door was not a big deal, but they still waited patiently. Partly because they were still grateful to Paul for the sacrifices he had made for them over the past month. There was no other way. Thomas brought an axe and shouted, "Get out of the way." A friend stopped him. "Thomas," I said, "get out of the way," and Thomas chopped straight at the door with a strong swing. "I heard that the Beatrice Merchant Guild has found a new source of income." "Nonsense. Does not Beatrice's money only come from the mineral mine? So will they abandon us if this continues?" "That is impossible. I will investigate this." "Everyone go back first." "Paul, everyone is feeling anxious. Please investigate this clearly." After hearing this story, I contacted the person who offered the deal to determine the truth of the rumors, but I did not get a response from him, and I could not contact him either. It was as if our transaction never happened in the first place. Wait, in this case we just need to pretend that there was no transaction, and that there was no strike, right? After blaming the Beatrice Guild for the strike, I will resign and run away with the money. It was at this moment that Paul saw the door. What the heck? Impossible. Is someone breaking into the house? The door was broken in half. Thomas asked Paul, "Leader, what are you going to do with us now?" "It is Thomas. I did not think they would break into my house like this. I should let them calm down first. I can't believe that everyone would do something like this. Do you think I would not tell everyone about this when it is all over? So put that aside and calm down a little first." "Hey you, what are you doing? I think we should ask you that question. What have you done?" "What is in that bag?" Paul immediately said, "Nothing, just my luggage." "Put it down quickly. I have been suspicious of this bag since last time. It feels like you have packed it and are about to leave here immediately. So it is even worse than that." Paul shouted, "Put it down." "Leader, what is this money? Where did you get it from?" Paul hesitated. It is just the money I have saved." Paul ran quickly towards the bag and shouted, "Do not," but it was too late. Thomas had already chopped at the pile of money in the bag with the axe. Thomas growled. I asked where this money came from. "I have already said this is the money I have saved. Are you all deaf? It is all my money, my money." Everyone said in unison, "Leader." Paul knelt down in sorrow. "This is my money." Thomas ordered everyone, "Drag him out." Paul floundered. "No, these bastards are trying to take my money. Let me go." "We are in big trouble, Thomas. The Beatrice Guild is at the entrance to the mine." "The Beatrice Guild is here." After a while, in a nearby square, Thomas escorted Paul to. Elena also came there. Looking at the situation, the miners had discovered the corruption of the union leader. The crowd wondered, are they from the Beatrice Merchant Guild? Where is the chairman? Who are those women? And they still do not really understand the situation. Well then, let us see how our chairman will solve this problem. Suddenly a blonde lady appeared, who is currently the leader of the miners' union. "Hey, who are you, miss?" "Hey, so where is the chairman?" "I am asking who is the leader of this union." What is this sense of pressure emanating from this young lady?" "I have just taken over the position of leader of this union," she interrupted. "I see. Then I greet you again. I am Rebecca, chairman of the Beatrice Merchant Guild." "What?" Thomas politely said, "Greetings, chairman. I apologize for this oversight. Just now you said you just took over the position of leader of the union, meaning that someone else held it before. So, the one tied up like a criminal is the former union leader. Very good. The reason we came here is not only because of the strike, but also to deal with the traitor tainted by corruption. Overall, it seems that everyone has understood a little, but how much do you all know? We just saw a bag of money in his house." Rebecca ordered. "Jed, check it out." He immediately obeyed the order and carried it out. "Yes, chairman. If you combine the money in the bag with the money that they said they took, it will be about 3 months' salary for all the employees in this mine. That is a very significant amount." Hearing that, Paul screamed, "What is a significant amount? It is just my savings. Do you have any proof that it is not mine? If there is no proof, then are not you trying to suppress us who are on strike?" "Proof, you said. By the way, how could everyone put together this information?" Elena replied. "We have the cheese information store. Daring to bother my sister, I will gather information about your betrayal. She really is reliable." Rebecca brandished a bunch of evidence. "Are you talking about this?" Thomas picked up the paper. "What is this?" Reading the beginning, he was startled. This is. The documents issued by Beatrice's president contained all of Paul's corrupt actions, from conversations with unidentified men to promises of money in exchange for the strike. And he would be paid double the money in his pocket if this strike was successful. Paul struggled. "No, all of this is fake. To blame this strike on me. Even if you become a victim of his manipulation, we have no way of assigning all the responsibility to you." "I thought so too. Are we all going to be fired like this?" "Regarding the responsibility for this strike, the wages of the mine workers will be reduced by 10% for 2 months. Is not this a dismissal? If I fire everyone who will do the work, everyone must continue to work, and we are not done talking about this yet. I promise to give you the best treatment in the industry. In return, everyone must also promise that there will be no more strikes from now on at the mines of the Beatrice Merchant Guild." "What does this mean? She will take away our right to strike forever." "Jed, prepare the contract now." Jed quickly did it. "Yes, President." Elena was quite satisfied with this handling. The Merchant Guild and the mine signed a new contract based on the terms proposed by both sides. and the Beatrice Merchant Guild distributed all of Paul's slush funds to the miners. Through this incident, the miners not only felt grateful but also had boundless trust in the Beatrice Merchant Guild, and ultimately, it was a beneficial outcome for the Beatrice Merchant Guild. A major fluctuation occurred in the Empire's economy, and the main character behind it was none other than the Beatrice Merchant Guild. What, the #1 merchant guild of the Empire has become the Beatrice Merchant Guild? Why has not His Majesty imposed any sanctions yet? He could not accept it, so he crumpled the newspaper. At the Rosaria Duke's residence, Miss Elena, she happily replied, "Hello, Miss Rendor." Rendor happily ran over. "I finally did it," Elena said. "Congratulations, I knew you could do it. This is an honor that I could not have obtained without Miss Elena." "What are you trying to say?" "This is the result of our efforts. The restoration of the mine and the coffee business, now in fashion throughout the Empire, has brought great income to the Beatrice Merchant Guild. It has helped us achieve our goal a little faster. Now I have to take another step to achieve my goal." Seeing someone outside looking for her, Elena spoke up. "Come in." The maid hurried in to report, "Miss, there is a letter from the Royal Palace." "The person who can send me a letter in the name of the Royal Palace. I will read it now." A few days later, in the garden at the Royal Palace, Elena came to meet Luron Kartika. "So you have come. It is a pleasure to see you again after a long time, miss." "The same to you, Your Majesty. Why did the Emperor suddenly summon me?" "I heard that you have been enjoying coffee recently. Does it suit your taste?" "That coffee, it is a strange thing never seen before. At first glance, it resembles a dark hazel brown, or the color of a 1,000-year-old tree trunk. The aroma faintly wafts through my nose, making me turn my head to see if it is a flower that has just bloomed, but it is not the floral scent that catches my attention, but the rich, nutty, and slightly hazelnut-like aroma. Truly a poet. I am very glad that you like it so much. I heard Lloyd say that you are the one who created this coffee. Is that right, miss?" Elena nodded. "Yes. I am very curious. Normally we only think about eating the flesh of the fruit, and no one ever thinks about processing the seeds. Right, so how did you discover how to make this coffee?" "A curiosity about the success of coffee. And to make everything perfect, you thought of soaking it in hot water." Elena thought, the greed for that success, and she laughed. "It was just a coincidence, Your Majesty." "Really just a coincidence? You would not be foolish enough to think that I would believe you, would you?" "What a stubborn old man." "Alright, this time I heard that the Beatrice Merchant Guild has become the #1 merchant guild of the Empire. I also heard that they are partnering with you." Luron Kartika picked up the coffee cup and drank it, and continued, "However, you are also very lucky to have achieved all that without encountering any setbacks." Elena guessed that he wanted to say that her development was entirely thanks to him. In the end, the competition between merchant guilds is beneficial to the development of the Empire, so it is left alone. "I will say it again, I am very curious about your secret to making coffee." Elena felt that he was desiring to have coffee while issuing threats like this was nothing but greed. But Elena did not want to give up easily either. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, why would a monarch of the Empire meddle in such trivial matters? What is this miss intending to teach me?" "How could that be? It is just that, the Empire all belongs to you, the people all belong to you, and I, the child of a duke, also belong to you, Your Majesty." "Continue," Elena ventured to continue. "Use me for whatever Your Majesty desires. Whether it is wealth or power, Your Majesty's words will bring even more prosperity to the Empire." "You are really confident, so what if I use you and then discard you?" Elena continued. "Your Majesty, do you see me as someone who can be discarded?" "Miss, you are indeed an interesting person." Elena felt that it was quite enough because His Majesty has recognized her necessity. "I like people who know their worth. Such people always do something to prove their worth. I think this miss will do the same." "Of course, if Your Majesty trusts me. This is a tremendous achievement compared to our first meeting as a successor. Now, the Emperor will not be able to just look at me as a miss of the Duke's family or the Crown Prince's fiancée." Elena praised herself. "I tried, really tried. Do you know what the only thing I value most is?" "It is this Empire," Luron Kartika replied. "Yes, I am tired of everything that is not related to the Empire. Your Majesty, I am confident that I will make this Empire prosperous. And I want to tell Your Majesty that I hope to stand before Your Majesty as the heir of the Duke, not the Crown Prince's fiancé." "Okay, I know you want to cancel your engagement. The hearts of young people are like reeds swaying in the wind, so they can change." Recalling the memory of Elena's past engagement. "I am not without understanding of that feeling. What is a cancellation of engagement?" "Thank you for your understanding," Luron Kartika interrupted. "However, it is a pity, but I am afraid I am not willing to grant you a cancellation of the engagement right now." "Yes, Your Majesty's intention, so I can only obey." Elena cursed inwardly. This venomous old man. "Good, you seem to accept the situation." "Excuse me," Elena still does not understand. Suddenly, what is going on? When did I do that, even though I did not accept it? Who is behind it? "Miss Rosaria, why did you come here?" Elena turned to look at Kaizen in astonishment. "Crown Prince, why is he here?" How long has he been here? What I need is someone who, no matter how much mud lies in front, he can overcome it himself and prove that he is worthy of this position. This old man has used me. Elena looked at Luron Kartika. Your Majesty. I have enjoyed the time with you, miss, so much that I forgot about my next appointment. Please forgive me, Elena continued. I am honored that you say so. But I am afraid I have taken up too much of your time, and now I ask permission to take my leave, Luron Kartika said. Okay, you may leave. Kaizen reached out and held Elena back. Sit down, Prince. Kaizen, holding Elena's hand, asked why. I said again, sit down. Seeing Kaizen staring at her, Elena thought, is he glaring at me now? Whether he glares or not has nothing to do with me. Kaizen Kartika never knew defeat. It has been ingrained in him since birth, and all his life. But at some point, Kaizen began to endure what is called failure. Your Highness, I have something to report about the Beatrice mine, Kaizen coldly replied. No need to talk about that. The whole world already knows about your failure. Why can't you do even one thing? I am sorry, Your Highness. Forget it, I did not expect anything. Instead, in the upcoming meeting. While speaking, Kaizen saw Lloyd's figure. You bastard, how long have you been behind me? Your Highness, there is a big problem. The leading merchant guild of Empire has changed. Kaizen snapped. What? It has been replaced by the Beatrice Merchant Guild. Kaizen sighed wearily. Okay. His Majesty already knows that. What I need is someone who, no matter how much mud lies ahead, can overcome it himself and prove that he is worthy of this position. So, that is why he called me the other day to warn me, in front of Elena Rosaria. The Crown Prince can change at any time, and so can the Crown Princess. Continued failure. And her attitude. The expression on her face showed that she was really bored and tired of me. Felena really hates me. I am the one who hates her. She should have liked me because that is the type that women like Elena Rosaria like. I am the one who hates her. She should have liked me. Because that is the type that women like Elena Rosaria like. In the Crown Prince's head, the sentence was repeated. She should have liked me because that is the type that women like Elena Rosaria like. Kaizen bit his hand until it was injured. At this moment he woke up. What was I just thinking? He looked at the nails he had just bitten. I must have just lost my mind because the news of the change in the top merchant guild was so shocking. Elena, how did she change so much? Or, did I not know from the beginning that she was this kind of person? Whatever it is my failure. And now is the time to admit that Elena hates me. Even if I admit it, I can't let her go like this. Her trying to leave me is also unacceptable. She originally belonged to me. First, if I try to listen to what Elena wants and appease her, she will not try to leave me again. Suddenly, Rosetta appeared at the door. Your Highness, may I come in? Now I know no. Come in, the voice showed gentleness and affection. Rosetta, my destiny. Right, Rosetta, what brought you here? Rosetta continued. I had a feeling that Your Highness was in trouble. Me with you by my side, what else do I have to worry about? You say that, but you have endured enough pain to leave such a scar. Seeing Kaizen's injured hand, Rosetta asked worriedly, this is? Rosaria, it is because of Miss Elena Rosaria. So that lady is Your Highness's worry. Rosetta, why are you suddenly crying? If someone has to cry, it should not be you. The one who tormented Rosetta. The one who made me endure pain. It is Elena Rosaria who should cry. Rosetta looked at Kaizen. Your Highness. What is wrong, Rosetta? She continued. What can I do to soothe your worries? You do not need to do anything, just be by my side and smile like a flower. Rosetta interrupted. That does not need to be said, but I want to eliminate the things that are bothering Your Highness. So, what should I do for Your Highness, who is worried about that lady? Yes, that is a problem that would be solved if Elena Rosaria did not exist, but... Rosetta, you just need to be by my side like now. She must become the queen of this Kaizen Kartika. I will not forgive her for leaving me. Rosetta said in an angry tone. I understand. Or because you love her. No, it is not like that. It is just. The sin of daring to run away when she originally belonged to me. I will punish her for her sin by keeping her by my side forever. I can't say that. It is just a way to consolidate my position because she has a very strong background. In that case, what I have to do has already been decided. I will try to build a good relationship with that lady, who will become the future queen. Because Your Highness needs that lady, and I will make it easy for you. But please do not forget me, Your Highness. I am making an effort to do this for you, and I want you to know that I will do anything for you, my beloved Highness. Okay, my beloved Rosetta. An invitation bearing the royal seal has been sent. Along with that, there are flowers and a letter. I would like to be friends with Miss. I am looking forward to it. From now on, the real story between Rosetta and me is about to begin. The carriage is still moving. Finally, Elena returned to the palace. And at this moment, the wheel of fate has begun to turn. But it is not the same as the novel White Rose Maiden. If Rosetta was like in the novel, then I would have believed the words she wrote here, but Rosetta, you and I have changed a lot. You are no longer the White Rose Maiden that I once knew. And I no longer cling to Kaizen. Like Elena in the novel. Many things have changed, but the major events in the novel are still destined to happen. In the original work, today's meeting is the day Elena poisoned Rosetta's teacup. Not Rosetta but Lloyd drank it, of course, because the original story has been changed. Lloyd will never meet Rosetta again. In fact, that makes me even more worried about what this second meeting will bring. Scene change. Rosetta gently replied, "Yes, come in." The servant announced, "Miss Elena Rosaria has arrived." Rosetta happily said, "Welcome, Miss Rosaria. I have been waiting for you." At that time, Elena thought to herself, although she seems innocent and has no malice, she is very stupid and rude. What an abomination, how dare she sit while talking to me? Then she asked about her well-being and Rosetta said that everything was fine. Elena slowly said, "I was very excited when I received the invitation. To the point that I stayed up all night looking forward to it." Hearing that, Rosetta laughed and replied, "I understand. I am really glad I sent this letter to you, Miss Rosaria. Let us have a good time together." Rosette also said, "I really thought you would refuse the invitation. Our first meeting was not very good. You pushed me into the fountain. That was the first time I experienced the feeling of being hated so much by someone." Hearing that, Elena secretly sneered in her heart. Look at her, she makes everything sound like she is deceiving herself, while there are truths that only she and I know. Or is she using this tactic to consolidate her reputation among those close to her? Rosetta also said, "We will share a future husband, right? Then let us get along well." But Elena laughed and replied, "Not really. I am planning to cancel the engagement with the Crown Prince." Rosetta's shocked appearance made Elena think to herself, looking at her reaction, did he tell Rosetta that he can't let her go? Then, Elena ended and changed the subject. "So, you are saying that you called me because you want to get along with me?" Moreover, because she was quite worried, Rosetta invited another person. And she is being led in by Errol. Elena also happily welcomed, "Of course, let that person in." Hearing that, Rosetta laughed and said, "Thank you for your generosity, Errol, bring the guest in." At the same time, Elena suddenly thought, a woman's footsteps. I was worried that it would be Lloyd like in the novel, but what a relief. Then she was surprised to hear Miss Tennessee's voice. "Long time no see. Miss Rosaria." "Yes, long time no see. I did not expect to meet Miss Tennessee here." Rosetta quickly rejoiced, "You two already know each other, right? So I asked Miss Tennessee to help with something. Fortunately, she likes to come here and meet me, so she happily agreed. I can't express my gratitude enough for her listening to and fulfilling my requests." Rosetta also excitedly said to Tennessee, "I urgently informed you again today, but you still came." At that time, Elena thought to herself, if the noble daughter of an earl is overwhelmed by a commoner favored by the Crown Prince, she will have no pride left. Or is Miss Tennessee also blindly loyal to Rosette? Returning to the conversation, Elena laughed and said, "You two seem very close." Rosetta nodded in response, "Yes. That is why I want to become close to Miss Rosaria like this." But then suddenly Elena said, "That might be difficult." Making Rosetta confused. Why? Elena slowly explained, "I usually take a little time to open up to people. I guess Miss Tennessee did not tell you about that." Hearing that, Rosetta smiled slightly in agreement. Moreover, she thought that although it would take a long time to become friends with Miss Tennessee, but that is not the case. "Right, miss?" And she nodded in confirmation immediately, "Yes." Rosetta could not help but be happy. "Did you hear that? We will soon become closer." Elena calmly sipped her teacup and said, "Certainly, if you make an effort, that day will come at some point." Unlike the original work, Tennessee and Rosetta are on the same side. But it feels strange. She blindly affirms Rosetta's words, but does not seem to completely believe it. I need to figure out what this discomfort is. Since they had been talking for a while, and the tea had cooled down a bit, Rosetta told Errol to go and replace it. While Errol was clearing away the old tea, she suddenly slipped and spilled the tea on Rosetta, causing the two maids to cry out in alarm, "Lady Rosetta." Everyone was worried, but luckily the tea had cooled down, so it was okay. At that moment, Elena suddenly thought, yes, this is the image of blindly following Rosetta. Errol frantically apologized. "Something tripped me." Hearing this, Rosetta said, "It is okay, I was just worried that you might have fallen and been hurt." Elena thought fleetingly, making a fuss about trivial things, surprised and worried as if it were a big deal, but Tennessee did not do that. After that, Rosetta excused herself to change into new clothes. During that time, Elena sat with Lady Tennessee. But the two of them just sat in silence. Suddenly, Tennessee spoke up, "What is wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Elena chuckled and said, "I guess you have become very close to Lady Rosetta." But Tennessee curled her lips sarcastically. "No matter what I say, lady, you won't see it." Elena did not expect Rosetta's influence to have no effect on Tennessee. Then she smiled softly, "I understand what you mean. It is not about me but about you, lady." Hearing this, Tennessee said sternly, "I sense an intention in your question. What does it relate to? Don't hesitate to make your meaning clear so I can understand." This time, Elena changed her tone, filled with hidden meaning, clinging and pretending to be under Rosetta's control that everyone hates. Is this a revenge against me? Tennessee could not help but feel frustrated hearing that. She immediately jumped up to retort, because of you, it is because of you that I. Just then Rosetta appeared. Oh my, what is wrong with you two? Lady Tennessee, we are good friends, are not we? I want to be as close to Lady Rosaria as I am to Lady Tennessee. After that, Rosetta apologized to Lady Rosaria for this discourtesy, but Elena thought, her behavior is not offensive at all. Just acting as if she is in control is enough. That is even more unacceptable. Elena smiled and replied, it is okay, I am not offended at all. Hearing this, Rosetta breathed a sigh of relief. Really, thank goodness. I want to be closer to you, so I do not want to make you feel uncomfortable. Elena thought, what is she implying? Keep saying she wants to befriend me. She does not easily reveal her true intentions. Suddenly Rosetta asked curiously, now that I think about it, Lady Rosaria also has many close ladies like me and Lady Tennessee. Right, are they the ladies of the Render family? The second daughter of the Aaron family? And the lady of the Baron Cheddar family? And when Rosetta offered to befriend them, Elena could not help but be surprised. Moreover, this is very confusing. If Rosetta wants to meet them, she can just make an appointment. Why ask Elena's opinion? Rosetta replied. They are Lady Rosaria's close friends. I am afraid you will be unhappy if they become close to me. Hearing this, Elena wondered, is this a declaration of war that she will turn everything of mine into hers? This provocation I do not mind. After that, she slowly replied, how could that be? Everyone has their own life. Go meet them whenever you want. Rosetta immediately expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your understanding. However, in her heart she had other dark intentions. Let me see whether you can endure losing your close ones because of me. After that, Elena excused herself to leave first because she had a meeting, and Rosetta also said, see you next time. Yes, if there is time. After saying goodbye, Elena left immediately. At that time she wondered, is she going to persist until the end? Then I wonder if I should find out if something happened while I was absent. Personally, she is smarter than I thought. She takes advantage of her position to create advantages for herself. It is surprising that most people around Rosetta are friendly and care about her very much. However, that does not mean everyone is influenced by her. Today my hypothesis is, if there is someone related to me, whether good or bad, the way they look at her is very objective and cold. But I do not think this hypothesis is correct because they are the main characters of the original story, so I do not know if I can take advantage of their power. Will my influence decrease? Then Elena said to herself, no, forget it, what Kaizen does or does not do is his business. After that, she got into the car and said, to Beatrice Guild. Currently, Elena needs to take care of her people first. Back there, Rosetta inquired of Lady Tennessee, tell me just now what happened with Lady Rosaria. Then she just said, it is nothing big, do not worry. However, Rosetta realized this is clearly a rejection. After that, she said sternly in response, I do not need to worry. I think something happened between the two guests I invited, of course I need to know, do not I? But no matter how Rosetta pressed, Tennessee still refused to answer. So she thought, Tennessee has not had a good impression of me from the beginning, only hostility. I was curious to find out the reason, but there was nothing. It was completely hostility. Rosetta awkwardly apologized. I must have asked too much out of worry. Even so, Rosetta also had moments when she wanted to keep her by her side because she wanted to see that expression. But the more I look into those evil eyes, the more uncomfortable I feel. Should I just throw her away? Rosetta is more sensitive than anyone else to the malice directed at her. There are many people who have antipathy towards Rosetta, but that is just a cause and effect relationship. She certainly understands that detail as well. Meanwhile, Rosetta could not help but be confused. Should I soothe her worries? Then suddenly, she called Lady Tennessee. I am sorry for making you angry. I sincerely apologize. So please forgive me, Lisa. Hearing this, Tennessee was extremely flustered. What? Seeing that Lady Tennessee did not respond, Rosetta hurriedly apologized. I am used to calling you Lisa, so sometimes I overstep the etiquette. But Tennessee was full of anger at this time. I have had enough, and she intended to take action. Then suddenly Rosetta spoke up. But Lisa will forgive me for the sake of the Crown Prince, when he introduced me to you, right? So Tennessee had to endure and replied yes. Rosetta was immediately delighted. As expected, Lisa, you are so good. Feels like we have really become close friends. Friends must help each other unconditionally, so if Lisa needs help in the future, I will help with all my strength. Then Tennessee also replied, yes, I will tell you when I need to. In her heart she thought, Rosetta, the woman who insulted me and made me helpless, and Elena Rosaria, the one who created this situation. I will surely lead you two to your own demise. Scene change, a few days later at the Beatrice Guild. Lady Landor was very excited, as you said. Lady Rosetta approached me. She is very beautiful and also very kind, but she is also no different. Suddenly Lady Bella shouted, I do not like it, she has such words with Lady Rosaria. But as you said, I did not reveal it. Elena, hearing this, stroked her head and praised her very good. Not only do they not see the difference, but they also feel a sense of hostility because she is not friendly to me, which means that her charm does not affect them. My hypothesis is about to be verified just a little more. Scene change, a few days later at the royal palace. Rosetta has appeared there. An unexpected event happened in a place that Elena did not know about. Seeing Ern, Rosetta was quite surprised. She gradually approached, nice to meet you, are you little Ern? About a few minutes before that. In the garden of the Grand Prince. Ern wondered, why did Lady Elena ask me to study the poisonous plants and herbs of the north? She must have her own reasons. I will complete the research as soon as possible. Just then, Ern unexpectedly met Rosetta. She had started to greet Ern, which made her surprised. What is she doing here? After Rosetta explained, Ern learned that this plant has antiseptic properties. Rosetta also said, while this plant can be chewed to relieve pain, it also risks numbing the mouth if chewed for too long. So, after a while, remember to spit it out immediately, and clearly not swallow it. Hearing this, Ern was completely impressed. Your knowledge is so extensive, thanks to you I have made a lot of progress today. At that time, Ern thought, considering Lady Rosetta's knowledge of northern plants, I wonder if it is related to what Lady Rosaria asked me to do. I am not entirely sure what is going on, but thanks to her, gathering information about plants has become much easier. Ern also told Rosetta, this is the royal palace. Some people even joke that the royal family moved an entire mountain from the north just to serve this purpose. I did not know you were also from the north. It must be great to see plants from your homeland here. Rosetta smiled hearing that. Yes. Honestly, when Rosetta first saw the greenhouse here, it was the worst feeling in the world. This whole place reminds me of her past, when she was a poor girl, struggling to survive. And more than that, it is as if she is being shown that this is her true self. Those things are very difficult to believe for Rosetta. Even so, among all of Elena's relatives, she is the one who treats me the best, so I should be a little grateful. Ern constantly expressed her gratitude to Rosetta, and she also smiled in response. It is okay, it won't take too much time. After that, Rosetta took a walk and suddenly discovered the flower nearby. Ern saw her stunned and asked, does that flower also have medicinal uses? But Rosetta shook her head and said, no, actually it is not a medicinal plant at all, it is just a flower. Then the two of them talked about the mystery of that flower because it reminded Rosetta of the flowers that used to bloom around her house. Hearing this, Ern smiled and said, feel free to visit the garden whenever you want, that flower will always be here. Yes, I will do that. Just then, Rosetta remembered that she needed to meet His Highness, so she had to go back right away. Hearing this, Ern excused herself and thanked the lady very much for everything today. Then the two of them said goodbye. Rosetta left with her servant. After that, Ern spoke up, you can come out now. Elena just appeared, I am completely surprised. Ern forced a smile and said, me too, it must be because we are lucky. Lady Rosetta happened to stop by right when you left a little bit. Hearing this, Elena laughed, I agree. But the real reason Elena ran away was when Elena and Ern had separated to study different plant specimens for their research on northern plants. And Rosetta suddenly appeared in front of Ern, who was alone at the time. Elena could not help but be surprised, so she hid in the trees and observed from afar. Who would have thought Rosetta would come all the way here just to meet Lady Ern? I will stay here and see what she does. After Rosetta left, Ern really could not stand up anymore. So Elena opened her mouth to praise, you did well, Ern. Suddenly Elena asked, so what do you think, which made Ern wonder what? I mean Lady Rosetta, she is both beautiful and kind, and I am very grateful that she shared so much about plants, but for some reason I do not intend to become friends with her. How should I put it? It feels like I am looking at a painting drawn skillfully. There is something about her that makes me feel like she lacks vitality. Hearing this, Elena could not help but be curious. Would anyone close to me still like her if they shared the same interests? But this time that did not happen. Now I am sure that I can protect the people close to me, but it seems like Rosetta's approach has changed. I will have to keep an eye on her. After that, Elena asked Ern's opinion. Let us go too, shall we? Why do not we go to Beatrice Guild's cafe? Alright, what was the flower that Rosetta was looking at just now? Ern said she was happy to see them because they bloom near her house, but there was something a little strange about that. For a person who has seen a flower from her homeland. She looked quite melancholy. Hearing this, Elena suddenly felt strange, the Rosetta in the novel that I know would really have to be happy. So she requested of Lady Ern, can you find out more about this flower? I do not believe it is just an ordinary flower like what Rosetta said. After returning, Elena sighed tiredly. I have been out longer than expected. Is this a letter from Lady Cheddar? Why did not she give me this letter when we were having coffee? I wonder if something happened. And actually Elena could not help but be surprised. What the hell? Scene change at the royal palace of the Grand Prince. Elena was quite hesitant. What am I doing here? If possible, I would have smashed that window right away and asked them what they said when they met. I know that nothing will happen between Rosetta and Lloyd. I have checked from every angle, but perhaps because I have read about Lloyd loving Rosetta so much in the novel, I worry that the original plot may be forced to happen. Just as Elena was about to go home and come back tomorrow, Lloyd appeared. What are you doing? Which made her flustered. Aren't you asleep yet? You almost shot those knives through my window. How could I sleep? Tell me, what are you doing here so late at night? Elena hesitated to answer. Actually, it is not that big of a deal, but it is about something I heard. Lloyd interrupted. Is it my meeting with Rosetta alone? Which made Elena's face turn red. That, how did you know? Meanwhile, Lloyd also did not expect to be able to see this expression of hers. Then he laughed loudly, which made Elena flustered. Why are you laughing? How did you know? And why did Rosetta come to see you? Lloyd found it too cute, so he pinched Elena's cheeks. Then he kissed her lightly and whispered in her ear. Don't worry, Elena. No matter what that woman does, she can't defeat you. Anyway, my little bird is very curious about what happened, right? So I will tell you. After talking to Elena about the presence of God, he spent the whole day compiling information from the secret base. Lloyd also searched a lot. Of course, there was no progress at all because all the remaining books were just to cover things up. Just as he left the room, Lloyd met Luke Hell, which made him surprised. What are you doing here? And he explained, if the master has not finished his work, how can the assistant rest? After that, the two of them walked and talked. And Luke Hell was quite surprised when he heard Lloyd mention God. Lloyd also asked, what do you think about the presence of God? Luke Hell slowly replied, if you are asking about God, then I am an atheist. I am not interested in those hypotheses about imaginary entities like ghosts or gods. All I want to learn more about is how to move towards a more progressive future. Hearing this, Lloyd also felt a little interested. Thank you for your opinions, now you can leave. At this time, Lloyd sighed in frustration. Investing so much time and not getting anything is a bit disappointing. Then suddenly he met a woman. Rosetta was also happy to see him saved. I am glad I met you here. Honestly, I got lost. I often get lost even though I have been to those places many times. But today, somehow I got lost here while wandering around. At that time, Lloyd was always vigilant. It seems the only thing she knows how to do is charm men. After walking for a while, they arrived. Rosetta thanked him and Lloyd replied, it is okay. Be careful on your way back. Before leaving, Rosetta also introduced her name and asked, you must be the Grand Prince, right? You are Lloyd Kartika, right? Forgive me for not recognizing you right away. After getting lost, my mind is like I lost my mind. It is okay, just be careful on your way back. After saying that, Lloyd also left. Suddenly, Rosetta screamed in pain, which made Lloyd stop. She called out, Your Highness. I'm sorry, but can you help me a little? It seems like my leg can't move. Hearing this, Elena was both shocked and angry. Then what else did you do? Then Lloyd replied calmly, what else could I do? I called someone and instructed them to ensure her safety. Which made Elena secretly happy. Is that so? You did that? What else? At that time, Lloyd felt that Elena was really cute. Finally, the conflict was resolved, and the two of them were happy together again. However, in truth, there were things Lloyd did not tell Elena. He was the one who reached out to help Rosetta up. Taking the opportunity, Rosetta unexpectedly fell into Lloyd's arms. Seeing this, he smirked and whispered into her ear, Lady Rosetta, listen carefully. I am not interested in a woman who would willingly hike up her skirt in front of a man she has just met. Rosetta was immediately flustered. What do you mean? I am tired of these old tricks, Lloyd quickly replied, which left her speechless for a few seconds. Rosetta still tried to argue. I think you have misunderstood something. I simply slipped, there was no other intention. But Lloyd still could not trust her, so Rosetta decided to leave before things went too far. Immediately after, she turned and left. Rosetta was quite annoyed at being exposed. At that moment, Lloyd thought to himself, smarter than I thought, just as irritating as Kaizen. If I tell Elena, she will definitely overthink things. I like seeing her smile like this. Seeing Lloyd staring for too long, she asked, and he quickly smiled in response. No, it is just because your smile is so beautiful. Thus, the misunderstanding was resolved. That night, in Rosetta's bedroom, she was angry and wondered why. Rosetta really could not understand why. Why could not I seduce him? Rosetta just sat there in a daze. Suddenly, she remembered, wait, now that I think about it, it seems like something changed since that day. The first time we met in the office, no one paid any attention to me. Not even the noble ladies, then the crown prince, they all have a connection with. Elena Rosaria, that is right, it is her. She could not believe it. Is everyone's attitude towards me changing because they are paying attention to Elena Rosaria? For the first time in her life, Rosetta developed a fear of the person who did not like her. If she is the problem, then I just need to eliminate her. A few days later, in the Crown Prince's palace, Kaizen suddenly heard a strange noise. So he ran into the room to see what was wrong. Rosetta, what is wrong? She suddenly cried. There is another dead animal on my bed. Kaizen was shocked. What? Who in the world would do that? I do not know. Why do these things keep getting sent to me? Seeing this, Kaizen quickly rushed to comfort her. Calm down. Tell me exactly what happened. Too worried, Kaizen immediately turned to ask the servant, do you know anything about this? She replied, recently. Gift boxes have been sent to Lady Rosetta's room. But inside they are all dead animals. Hearing this, Kaizen angrily shouted, who in the world would do such a thing? At that moment, Garnet spoke up, I am not happy to say this, but right now, there is only one person who holds malice towards Lady Rosetta. Then suddenly she shouted, no, it can't be her, Your Highness. Hearing this, Kaizen deduced, there is only one person, Elena Rosaria. After Rosetta calmed down, Kaizen continued to question, why did not you tell me when you first received it? Don't you trust me enough? Rosetta unexpectedly exclaimed, it is not like that, I just did not want you to worry about trivial matters. I know you are very busy. And after I was confident that I could become closer to Lady Rosaria, I did not want you to know that things were this bad. So, do you have any evidence? No, but she is the only one who hates me enough to do something like this. At that moment, Kaizen's thoughts were divided. One was that the woman was capable of doing this, but he still believed that she would never lower herself to this level. Therefore, Kaizen was confused. I really can't imagine her doing something like this. Hearing this, Rosetta wondered, why does he need evidence? He just needs to believe me. I just need to treat him as always. Then she spoke, Your Highness, I must have been mistaken. She would never do such a thing. I am sorry. I will never doubt her again. So please do not send me away. Kaizen was quite panicked. What do you mean? Why would you think I would send you away? You are the only one for me. Never say such things again. Okay, I'm sorry. I love you too, Your Highness. Scene change. It was the day the heirs of the great families gathered. A day like any other. Or it would have been if he had not come to see me. Kaizen went straight to Elena after the incident with Rosetta. Elena bowed, greetings, Your Highness. However, Kaizen frowned uncomfortably, which made them feel uneasy. Elena then asked, I presume you came here to see me. Hearing this, the other two excused themselves. We will go ahead. Kaizen gritted his teeth and went straight to the point. Why did you do that? Which made Elena suddenly confused. What are you talking about? Remembering that Lady Bella had also mentioned someone repeatedly sending dead animals to Rosetta's bedroom. So Elena guessed, you are talking about the dead animals being sent to Rosetta's bedroom. Kaizen was surprised, so it was you. Hearing this, Elena said sternly, you should keep this more private, but I never thought you would think I was behind this. And you think there is someone else who hates Lady Rosetta? Kaizen angrily shouted, don't be ridiculous. Who else besides you could hate that lovely girl? Alright, let us just say I did it, then where's your evidence? Don't tell me you are accusing me, the heir of a duke in this empire, and also a close ally of the royal family, of being the culprit based on suspicion. Kaizen could not say a word. I completely understand, my actions are indefensible. Yet I can't stop myself. Suddenly, Kaizen shouted, it is all your fault. Elena was now panicked. Oh my god, what are you doing? I really hate you. Kaizen suddenly trembled. How can you say it so easily? Elena also wanted to ask, why are you so obsessed with me? It was strange to think about it. Kaizen was so desperately drawn to Elena, yet unlike everyone else, he was also fascinated by Rosetta. Suddenly, Kaizen asked, why can't I let you go at this moment? Hearing this, Elena said sternly, I can't answer that question for you. Now can you take your hand off my shoulder? But Kaizen tightened his grip, causing Elena pain. He also said, this is both my last offer and my last warning. Come back to me, come back and reclaim your position as queen. Of course, Elena did not agree. Even if I become the queen you want, I won't be able to become the queen that you desire. Kaizen was quite surprised. The queen that I desire. You told me before to quietly live a luxurious and privileged life. But it is a pity I no longer crave such a life. Isn't that what all women desire, to live on top, without worrying about the world, eating well and being by their husband's side? Elena agreed. I guess maybe some people want such a life, but I do not. I want to live my own life, where Elena Rosaria is the center, together with the people I love, and can rely on. Kaizen could not have foreseen things turning out this way. He gnashed his teeth in anger. You have just lost your last chance. Do not come crying and begging me later. Elena immediately replied, don't worry, I won't. As Kaizen turned to leave, Elena thought to herself, that conversation was not enough for me to know everything, but he was definitely moved. But that is not my problem, Kaizen, you have to solve your own problems. A few days later, at the Rosaria Duchy, Whalestone came to see Elena and heard from the Duke that she had taken on more than half of the work, and that the Duke was proud and had nothing left to teach her. But Elena humbly asked the Duke to continue to instruct her. She also cheerfully asked, "What brings you here today? We do not have any lessons." Whalestone said, "I came to bring you this book." Elena was surprised. "I have been waiting forever." But before Whalestone handed her the book, there was something he wanted to ask. "Are you really Elena Rosaria?" Whalestone Juk does not believe in any gods. For those who can't bear life on their own and have nowhere else to turn. At least not until I saw the title Soul Dominator. But the infamous villainess Elena Rosalia, the Duke's shame, now that I have met her, she may be hot-tempered, but she is much wiser than the rumors I could believe. It is almost as if the soul inside her body has been swapped. Since learning about the Soul Dominator, I can't help but want to learn more about her. In the study, Elena received a book from Whalestone. Along with that, he asked her meaningfully, "Are you really Elena Rosalia?" Elena felt strange. She wondered, what did he just ask me? She continued to confide, "I expected someone to ask me that when I first reincarnated here, not now after so much time has passed." After taking the book, Elena smiled and asked Whalestone, "Who else would I be?" He became difficult to articulate, absolutely looking down at the book. Then continued, "I do not know, only you know the truth." Elena froze for a few seconds, her voice becoming flustered. She suddenly thought, what in the world, it seems like he knows something. Elena involuntarily trembled. What the heck did he see in this book that made him ask me such things? Thinking for a moment, Elena decided to speak. "I do not know what made you ask such a thing. Does it have anything to do with what you read in this book?" Whalestone confirmed, "Yes, it does." Elena smiled. She said, "Your answer only piques my interest even more. I will have to read this soon. So, I hate to be rude, but can you leave me alone to read this book?" Whalestone understood and quickly stood up. His hands demure, "Yes, of course, until next time, lady." He bowed in thanks. Safe travels home. As soon as he left, the study returned to its quiet orbit. At this moment, Elena could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Was my answer too late? Then he surprised me. He must be sure that I am not the real Elena, but I can't just say that I am not. How can I explain everything to him? Her hands caressed the book obtained from Whalestone. Her heart filled with many doubts. I guess I will have to start by reading this book. Then maybe I will know what made him ask that and what I will have to do next. A little later, Elena changed into a new, more comfortable outfit, then held the book for a long time. She inadvertently noticed its name, Soul Dominator. That is all he needed to connect the dots. About me. Remembering a few minutes earlier when Whalestone asked Elena, "Are you really Elena Rosalia?" Elena guessed, so he is smart and intuitive after all. As far as she knew, Lionalism has similarities to the belief in reincarnation in the real world. Although in this world, how you reincarnate is determined by your faith in God. A person in this world can't easily understand an ideology of this kind. Reading this, Elena smiled along with a long sigh. I am impressed. Reading this book, I think that God might actually exist. Because what happened to me has proven the teachings of this religion. So, what will this world be like? Is it different from in the book? Elena raised many tricky questions. So if God exists and this world is real, then what makes Rose a protagonist loved by God? Then what must I be? Another sigh was let out, she thought. One day I randomly appeared here and started to go against the original plot, and then there is Lloyd. I am Seojun Lee, the heir to the Aesong group. I thought at least the book would point me in the right direction. But now I have more questions. This is not something for me to figure out on my own. I will have to talk to Lloyd. Thinking is doing, Elena stood up. The next morning, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by a scream in the royal palace. It turned out that Elena had actually gone to Lloyd and told him about the current situation. After hearing this, Lloyd reacted strongly. He questioned Elena. "Sir Wales asked you that. So how did you answer?" Elena replied. "I wish I could say that I handled it easily, but I did not. I stammered a lot. I am sure I look suspicious." Lloyd put the teacup down on the table, then continued. "But so far nothing has happened. That means he does not intend to use this against you." "Think you are right," Elena added. "He does not seem to want to harm me in any way." "You really trust him, do not you?" He was a little jealous. Elena then said that he was her teacher. "Anyway, I will have to talk to him about it again soon." Hearing this, Lloyd brushed aside the worries in his heart. He said radiantly to Elena, "And we can start learning more about whether God is real or not. Don't worry, I will be by your side, helping you." "Thank you." Both seemed to have erased the strange distance just now. After many days of curiosity, we then began to search for hints about the existence of God in any possible field. But even that did not last long. An incident occurred forcing us to stop. Just as we had feared, a plague began to sweep through the town of Robert. The palace, a few days after the plague broke out in Robert County. Because of the new disease, the palace convened an emergency meeting. Elena and her father re-entered the royal palace amidst the noise from the people there. She glanced around, then thought to herself, these meetings usually only have representatives from each family. But look, everyone here knows. She guessed that it must be very serious. Next, Elena's eyes inadvertently saw Sir Whalestone not far away. Sir Whalestone. I still do not know what to say to him, so for now I will avoid greeting him. At this moment, the royal guard shouted towards everyone because of the upcoming appearance of a high-profile figure. He shouted loudly, introducing the majestic emperor, Crown Prince and Prince Lloyd. Each royal figure entered the hall in turn. Many greetings surrounded them as an unwritten rule. Greetings, Your Majesty. After Emperor Luron settled into his seat, he began to speak. We will skip the formalities. Let us hear what the representative of Robert has to say. Sebastian carefully spoke, his voice revealing sternness and professionalism. Allow me to explain the situation. It was known that he was Robert's assistant. Sebastian's voice echoed, currently. A new disease unlike any we have seen before is spreading throughout the western region of our territory. The symptoms are headache, chills, fever, cough, phlegm, and red rashes on the skin. Within 2 weeks, the victim's body is covered in red, and they inevitably face death. We do not know the origin of this disease. Please, we beg you to help us. We are desperate. A chilling sensation enveloped the meeting. One of the participants, unable to withstand the pressure, trembled. What? It kills you. The crowd became restless. Words of doubt were uttered. What is going on? My territory is right next to Robert County. What if it spreads? What the heck are they doing there? Next, a noble stood up with an annoyed attitude. He questioned, why did Count Robert let the disease develop to this extent? How did he run his county to allow such a disease to spread everywhere? Sebastian retorted, what are you accusing us of? The origin of this plague is still unknown. Unknown, absurd. Everyone knows that the Count does not care about his people. He has been a troublemaker since his father was alive. Pathetic, witnessing this commotion. Elena frowned. She thought to herself, this is not the time to argue like this. People are dying. Before the situation got out of control, Emperor Luron became furious. He slammed his hand on the table to show the solemnity of the meeting. Enough, this is not the time to find someone to blame. We must find a way to help Robert County and prevent the epidemic from spreading to the capital. Does anyone have any ideas? The crowd became silent, not even daring to breathe heavily because the pressure from the emperor was too great. No one replied. Luron then added, it seems that you only open your mouths to blame others. A weak hand was raised. Your Majesty. We should start by prohibiting the people in the town of Robert from leaving and send them enough food to survive. What are you hesitating for? You are going to trap and kill my subjects, are not you? The noble next to him interrupted. No, that is not my intention, but we can't allow it to spread to the capital, the Duke replied in confusion. At this moment, a slender hand joined the meeting. Elena immediately denied the idea from the Duke. Worthless, all of you. She asked the Emperor if no one has a good suggestion. Would you like to hear my opinion? The audience quickly fell silent. Not until dozens of seconds later, Luron spoke. Speak, madam. The Emperor allowed Elena to present. After listening to all of Elena's reasoning, Luron could not help but exclaim because it was so convincing. He praised, yes, you are right about that. Continue. I believe that controlling the border is understandable and... The Duke from earlier shouted, that is exactly what I suggested. Elena ignored him, continuing to speak to Luron. Our plans for what happens next are very different. This made the guy very resentful, his harsh eyes looking towards Elena. This little girl. Suddenly the voice from the Emperor echoed to the Duke. Enough. I allowed her to speak. Who gave you the right to interfere? Your Majesty, I apologize. The nuisance was resolved. Luron then turned to say to Elena, continue, madam. Thank you, Your Majesty. As I said, we need to control the border of Robert County to prevent the epidemic from spreading. Then we will burn all the objects that the sick people touched. This falls under preventive measures. We must also send them the necessary supplies to support the people in the county who have lost everything. And finally, treatment. We must help the sick people recover and find a cure. In this way we can save the people and, by extension, the entire empire. And to do all of this, we need nobles to personally visit the county to lead the operations. As soon as these words were heard, the nobles became uncomfortable. They muttered many things to each other, mostly negative issues. I do not know what will happen if it scares you. You might fall until you go. They say that of course it has a mortality rate of 100%. Seeing this situation, Elena realized one thing, that they were all very concerned about their own health. From here she raised another issue. I would also like to mention that there is one thing that my people have learned after studying the outbreak. This is an airborne disease transmitted through coughing, sneezing, and talking, so you must be careful of the saliva of those who are infected. Question was asked, so all we need to do is prevent the saliva from escaping their mouths. I can't guarantee that it will completely stop the epidemic, but it has the highest chance of preventing the spread, Elena replied. The Duke then sneered at Elena. He glibly questioned her. How do you expect us to trust you? We can't even guarantee that that is how it spreads. Nonsense. Duke Rosalia became angry. He stared at the person who had asked the question just now, dared to question the intelligence of the duchy. He seemed to have sensed this. Muttering, but now that I think about it, I do not think it is necessary to verify it. The information of the Rosalia Duchy is always reliable. At this moment, Lloyd joined the argument with Elena. He relied on the information that Elena provided to ponder. If there really is a way to prevent the spread of the disease as Rosalia claims, then all that remains is to decide who carries out the mission. The Emperor asked Elena, "Are you willing, Lady Rosalia? It is typical for the person who came up with a plan to also be able to implement it." These words were no different from pushing Elena into a difficult position. Both Kaizen and Duke Rosalia were shocked to hear the question from the Emperor. Responding to him, Elena showed her sincerity. "Yes, Your Majesty," she said. "I have officially been assigned the task by the Emperor." She rejoiced inwardly. Duke Rosalia did not agree with her decision. He knew that participating in this trip would be extremely dangerous, so he jumped up and shouted Elena's name. "But I guess I also need my father's permission," Elena lamented. The commoners began to comment. "Did you see how quickly she accepted? She must have something up her sleeve. I bet the duchy's intelligence has discovered something bigger. Or maybe she is just participating for the glory." These words quickly reached Elena's ears. She suddenly thought, "And I will have to make these little lords who want to mess with me shut up." The fat duke, out of curiosity, asked Elena, "Lady, is there any reason why you are willing to direct this matter? Perhaps you are plotting, or rather planning something bigger." Elena had been waiting for someone to ask this question for a long time. As soon as she heard it, she gave a sinister smile. "Found it. I have been preparing for questions like that from bastards like you." Elena's voice became holy. "I simply am." At this moment, Lloyd angrily questioned the fat duke. "Conspiring? How twisted must you be to talk about such nonsense?" Elena's father also showed his dissatisfaction. "You have a question. You are so stupid. They say you are blinded by power, but are you really going to let that affect your judgment here? Do you know what men like you are called?" The Duke shouted straight at his face. "Parasites, that is all. I can't believe someone like that can sit at this table, out of shame." The perfect combination between Lloyd and my father surprised Elena quite a bit. "You have no right to call yourself a noble. I demand you renounce your title and start immediately." Dang, you would think they had scripted this. Seeing the fat duke's frightened face, Elena exclaimed, "I am glad they stood up for me, but I can't end things like this." Elena spoke. "That is enough, you two. We are in a meeting with the Emperor attending." Next, she sneered at the person who had asked the question. "And I have no conspiracy when I come to Robert. I simply have a relationship with the Beatrice Association there. So I have enough means to provide emergency support." "Of course, madam," he replied tremblingly. "I believe that will settle it," Elena said with a smile, asking the nobles present at the meeting if any volunteers would accompany her. Silence was her response. Elena rolled her eyes, then quickly wondered how this empire had become a world power, when suddenly an arm appeared along with a warm voice. "I will help." She was delighted and looked towards the voice. "Thank you for your support." It turned out to be Whalestone. He left his position, then continued, "I will join you on your journey to Robert County." Facing Whalestone, Elena had a bad feeling. Why would Sir Whalestone suddenly volunteer? Once again the meeting was shrouded in chill. "Oh right, the son of Count Juk is here, is not he? And there is no need to worry about succession since he is the second son, and you know Lady Rosalia do not you why how perfect." As for Whalestone, he thought, "I thought it was strange that he was here when he does not even fit his father's title. Is he coming to see me? I guess I can't avoid him anymore. I will have to accept it." In the end, Elena agreed. She smiled at Whalestone. "I appreciate the help, thank you." "Thank you too." 2 days after the meeting, the plague, dubbed the Red Death, after some discussion, we decided to go to the county in 3 days' time. The preparation time was not long, but it was enough. Although it was not entirely smooth sailing, mainly because of Lloyd. He slammed his hand on the map, then asked Elena, "Why do you have to put yourself in danger?" "Because it has been decided," Elena replied. "Do you really need to go and deal with it yourself? You can do so much from here in the capital," Elena retorted. "I need to go. Think about how much this story has changed. But this plot is in the original novel. Above all, this is the episode where Rosetta really starts to gain power. I can't let that happen." Hearing this, Lloyd also wanted to join Elena, but as soon as he opened his mouth to say, "Then let me know," she flatly refused. "You have work to do here. You need to make sure Kaizen is not put in charge of dealing with the Red Death. If a main character like him takes the reins, who knows how good that will be for Rosetta. I have convinced him, but the closer it gets to my departure date, just burn the whole place down, that'll disinfect it." Lloyd is getting gloomier. Elena placed her hand on Lloyd's hand. But the guy's next action made her blush. Lloyd took Elena's hands, then glared at her uncomfortably. Are you mad at me? Lloyd fell into Elena's arms. No, I am worried about you. I do not want you to go. Elena hugged Lloyd tightly, satisfied. She reassured, I won't die. I am going so we can all survive. You know that as well as I do. I will be careful, I promise. Do not worry about me. I won't go anywhere too risky. And I won't throw myself into danger like last time. And I will definitely write often, so lighten up, okay? The sound of flapping wings came from the window. Mill. A carrier pigeon had stopped by Lloyd's room. He said, it is the carrier pigeon I trained. You can send your letters through it. Lloyd said sweetly to Elena, you have to write every day, okay? Tell me every detail. I want these letters to be long. That night, Elena returned to the Rosalia Duke's palace, and as soon as she met her parents, they burst into tears. Elena, we have so much to discuss. Elena's mother still could not believe it. Elena was stunned for a few seconds by this situation, and just as she was about to say something to her parents, there was a knock on the door outside. Is Lady Elena home? Yes, she is here. This suddenness made Elena even more worried. Who is visiting at this hour? Lady Elena, Miss Cheddar and the others ran to Elena when they heard she was back in the royal family. They asked her in unison, what does this mean? Elena froze for a few seconds. Why are they all here? Oh no. My lady, are you really going to lead the efforts in Robert County? We heard the news at the information shop. Is it true? How could you go without letting us know? A barrage of questions came at Elena, making Elena just want to scream. Oh God, great, I have only just calmed down. Although it was late, I could not turn the girls down when they were in that state, so I decided to talk to them. Anyway, I happened to need them to do something before I left. Cheddar and the two girls were still teary-eyed. Don't be so sad, you guys, I have planned everything out. But how can we not worry about you? Why do not you ever learn to take care of yourself? I can't calm them down like this. It is time to switch tactics. Elena changed her mood. Her leisurely voice rose. I am not worried at all, because I know you will all help me. Oh, am I wrong, my lady? Just as everything was still hesitant, Cheddar gently placed her hand on Elena's. When you are serious, I just need to help you in any way I can. Me too, the others chimed in. The atmosphere had become relaxed again. Perfect, since we are all here, let us discuss what we are going to do in the future. Do you all have time? Of course. Elena got straight to the point. First of all, have all the guild members retreated yet? The moment you told us about the plague, all the members of the Information Guild withdrew from the county. But since we still do not know how things will turn out, I want you to keep an eye on the county. Cheddar immediately agreed with a kind smile, of course. Next, Elena had another task for Landor. And Miss Landor, have you prepared all the masks I asked for yet? Yes, we have prepared enough. And even if we eventually need more, we can still make them without any problems. I guarantee that the products we have made are ready to ship and sell. I know I can count on you, Elena replied. Then send 80% of the total supply to Robert County and distribute them for free. What, for free? Landor found this hard to believe. Her voice also became reluctant. Landor asked Elena for some time to think. Landor immediately fell into thought. Making masks is probably more expensive than we thought if we distribute them for free. The whole guild and I as an investor will lose money, but still. A few tens of seconds later, Landor returned with her usual confidence. She replied to Elena, the honor we gain after distributing them for free is worth more than any amount of money. Very good, but would you allow us to charge the nobles for their masks? I was going to suggest that anyway, Elena replied. At this point, Cheddar said, but the nobles will object to that, to why they should be the only ones who have to pay, and all that. For Elena this was not a major obstacle. She continued, don't worry. Sell them under the authority of the Rosetta Duchy. Then no one will be able to complain. I will definitely do that. Landor and Elena understood each other again to a strange degree, making the other two women just marvel. They thought if those two teamed up, they would not be able to be stopped. There is still one last task, and the person to carry it out this time is Erin, Elena called softly. And finally, Miss Erin, yes, what do you want me to do? Elena became heavy. To be honest, this is probably the most difficult task. I need you to cure the Red Death. The whole group paused for a few seconds. Cure? Erin was a little unwilling. Her eyes revealed worry because this was after all an act with a high degree of danger. You want me to make a cure? Erin's hands trembled non-stop. Mabel Erin in the novel was also very worried when she carried the fate of the Empire on her shoulders. But in the end, she succeeded in developing a cure. Patients in the novel, after using Erin's medicine, exclaimed, my skin has returned to normal. It is such a relief, the medicine is working quickly. Erin gently said to the patient, you will soon be completely cured. The Emperor came to Erin. He greatly admired her talent, so he gave Erin the most beautiful praise. We will soon overcome this epidemic. It is such a relief to have such an excellent researcher. I will definitely reward you handsomely. You praise me too much. I simply make medicine. The person who really deserves the award is Miss Rosetta, who introduced me to the appropriate ingredients. And Mabel finally let Rosetta take all the glory. Because Rosetta's influence in the Empire grew after this episode, Elena's circumstances became even more miserable. To be true to the plot in the novel, Elena did her best to encourage Erin that, you are the only one who can do this, even though I know the pressure is enormous. Just a second later, Erin displayed eyes full of passion to Elena. She swore in her heart, "I won't let you down, miss. I will make sure that you can return safely before you realize it." Having the strong support of the sisterhood, Elena expressed her gratitude to them. "Thank you all," she added. "Then I will leave when I know everything here is okay. Course, do not worry about us while you are gone." Scene change. 3 days later, the morning of departure to Robert Town officially took place. Elena was already present with the Legion. Next to her was Sir Whalestone and Lloyd. Whalestone softly called her Lady Elena. "Good morning. It seems he is quite flustered. I still do not know what to say to him. This is so awkward." At this time, a familiar voice appeared and rang out to them. This person said softly, "There is still some time until departure. Everyone's out quite early." Lloyd stepped towards Elena. "Sir," she asked in surprise, "what are you doing here? What do you mean? Were you so heartless that I could not come to see my lover off?" "But we really only met yesterday," Whalestone, not wanting to witness this, left in a hurry. Lloyd ignored that cold-hearted guy and replied to Elena, "Yes, but I was afraid he would try to do something today. You do not need to worry about that." Lloyd placed his hand on Elena's cheek. His annoyed voice rose. "But to be honest, that is just an excuse to see you one more time. Thank you, I am really glad you are here." The two continued to pour honey into each other's ears. Lloyd said that he never thought he would see this kind of reaction from Elena Rosalia. This made Elena laugh. "Really, what about this then?" Elena looked straight into Lloyd's eyes. "I love you," then ended with a sweet smile. Lloyd became immobile because these words of love were too sudden. Next, he leaned into her. "I can't lose, can I? I love you too." Just as the two were still deeply in love, the guard came and announced to Elena, "My lady, it is time to leave. Don't forget to write, keep safe, do not worry." In the end, Lloyd had to say goodbye to Elena. The carriage rolled, the clatter became smaller and smaller and then disappeared completely. On the carriage, Elena suddenly thought, "I won't give you even a sliver of luck, Rosetta." At the village near Robert County, Elena's convoy had arrived, but everything did not seem to be as she expected. "It is so bleak." Elena clenched her hand as if in disapproval. "We decided to check a nearby village first to assess the situation. Unfortunately, the scene here is not much better." Even Elena had to exclaim, "But it is much worse than I thought." Before her was a mother and her little child crying in her arms. "Let us go to the Count's mansion." Elena left immediately. "Very well." Scene change. In the Robert Manor. Elena met the noble who managed this manor. As soon as he saw her, he ran over in a panic. "Welcome, Miss Rosalia, Sir Juk." Some people rumored that he was the top lord of Robert, Count Robert. "Thank you for welcoming us, sir." The top lord did not mince words, saying, "Everyone must be tired after the journey. I have prepared dinner, let us go eat." Following the top lord, Elena suddenly thought, "Is there a factory that produces these corrupt nobles? They all look exactly the same." Next, she glanced around the scene and realized, he must have decorated this place luxuriously. Even Whalestone praised the top lord, "You must love art a lot. You have a keen eye, Sir Whalestone," the top lord added. "I have recently bought all the good things, quite a lot have been produced. While the people in your territory are writhing in pain, the lord of this land is living in luxury." Finally arriving at the dining room, the top lord softly said, "I have prepared today's meal to be more special for your arrival. I assure you you will find it to your liking. Sit, sit." Elena sat down with an angry face. This banquet must have something worth showing off. People outside are fighting for their lives against the epidemic. Does not he even think about the state of his territory when spending his money? Unexpectedly, the top lord said, "But it is really too bad," making Elena extremely puzzled. "What is?" "To be honest, there are so many things to see in the county. I wish I could take the two of you to a few of them since you are here. But we can't go now because it is too noisy." "Is not it?" Elena retorted. "That can't be helped after all. Your people are dying from the Red Death." "I know," Robert said casually. "They must live in extremely dirty conditions for an epidemic like that to appear." Elena was as if frozen. She glared at Robert. What did you just say?" Her hand held a sharp knife with an immense aura. Robert became confused, or rather terrified by Elena's action. She then spoke. "Let me tell you something, sir. The people living in your territory can eat for a week with the money it takes to buy one piece of this steak." She rudely slammed on the table. "This nutritious food. No, even this source of clean water is enough to prevent this epidemic from happening. You want to know how the common people live that allowed an epidemic like this to happen, my lady?" Robert stammered. The more she spoke, the more scathing Elena became of him. "Do you really have to think deeply about that? Have you ever visited your territory, sir? Have you ever thought that maybe this happened because your people can't even afford to eat foods that are half as delicious as the foods you throw away after taking one bite, or because you have neglected your land?" Just thinking about it made his eyes and lips turn pale when he witnessed the intense reaction from Elena. As for Whalestone, he just stared at Elena without saying anything. Next, Elena sprung up. "I would like simple soup for breakfast tomorrow. I'm sure you understand why. And if you really do not understand, then maybe you should take that useless head of yours and go." Finishing speaking, Elena left. leaving only Robert with confusion and fear, my lady. And cut it off. The terrifying pressure made Robert close his beak. On the corridor, Elena and Whalestone returned to their rooms together. She turned to say to Whalestone, I am sorry, you did not even have a chance to eat because of me. Whalestone softly laughed. I also do not think I would have been able to swallow it. That definitely makes me feel a little better. The silence would probably make us awkward as long as that question has not been answered. That is terrible. I did not want things to turn out like this with the person I thought was on my side. Because there was nothing to say, Elena risked asking Whalestone, I am sure you are tired, why do not you go rest? Finishing speaking, Elena was just about to leave when his movement made her stiffen. Whalestone spoke, and my lady. I am here as your assistant, you do not need to worry about me when you work here, just do what you think is right. I will do anything I can to support you. Elena went straight back to her room. When the door was locked, many doubts began to arise in her heart. What Whalestone just said to me just now. It felt like he was telling me that he would be willing to wait for my answer to his question, but not necessarily something that he would be happy with. It is like how a teacher is willing to wait for his student to realize the answer themselves. Okay, then I will think about that a little bit more. Let us start by comforting the little dog who is worried about our separation. Scene change at Lloyd's place. Dane served hot tea in the office. At the same time, Dane asked, Is everything difficult for you, sir? Are they difficult? He became even more grumpy and said, Those loudmouths are all arguing just for the sake of arguing. You do not know how hard it was to stop myself from strangling them. Dane turned pale and had to try to tell Lloyd, calm down. Don't worry, do you think I would really do something like that? The tension was simply, before he could say anything more, the carrier pigeon he trained flew over. Attached to its leg was a small letter. At this time, Lloyd remembered the words he had instructed Elena with before. His heart was as happy as spring. Oh God, Elena has sent a letter. I did not think she would do it on the day she arrived. When he opened it, Lloyd was quite surprised because inside was a list of something unidentified, including names and times of existence. Hehetik Qtipt, 40 Lihat Kwabagai 45 Lohet 7 Kwabagai. Fair 7:30. Lloyd burst out laughing. What is this, a letter or a report? It was as clear as day. It turned out that Elena had written about her travel schedule in this letter format and sent it to Lloyd. The details are as follows. 3:30 departure, sleep in the carriage 3:40 give the seeds to the post office. He is quite cute. 4 of the clock. One of the escorts asked if I was okay. Do not talk to me. Lloyd, I know you are worried about me, but do not worry, the best way for you to help me right now is to focus on your work. And I do not think we have to be too wary of Sir Whalestone. He is still my warm teacher. Teacher, Lloyd was a little surprised. Please, it seems like you do not even care how I feel. Has she really never had a boyfriend? She knows how to make a guy's heart race. In the end, it was the kiss that Elena intentionally left behind. Lloyd did not hold back anymore and directly pressed it to his lips. Okay, that is it then. I will stay here and follow the Queen's orders. The next day, life was really busy. But the real lord of the territory, Count Robert, did not even bother to show up. He said he could not come because he had a fever or something. A fever? Get real, you are just upset because I told you off. Just wait and see what I will do to you. Just as Elena was about to fly into a rage, she heard someone greet her. Hello, Lady Rosalia. It turned out to be Sebastian. He excitedly introduced. I have not seen you since the meeting. I am Sebastian, Count Robert's assistant. Ah, yes, what is it? I apologize for not personally escorting you yesterday. I had urgent business to take care of. Elena did not mind this, so she let it pass. And also, I was wondering if there was anything that upset you yesterday you did not hear. I suppose that is also why breakfast became a mess, despite what she said. Breakfast was still another feast. Sebastian was quite surprised. I beg your pardon. I am afraid I do not know what you are talking about. I was not informed about anything. Hearing him say this, Elena implicitly understood. So it turns out the boss and his servant keep a lot of secrets from each other. Not that it is my business. Then never mind, there is nothing to worry about. No, my lady. Just say one word and I will fix it right away, Sebastian said. However, this angered Elena. She glared at the guy. Didn't I just tell you not to bother? Sebastian immediately understood, only knowing to blame himself. What did that idiot do this time? Sebastian went to Robert. He pushed the door open rudely, making Robert jump in fright. Blast it to hell, my lord. Seeing him, Robert then spoke. Sebastian, what is wrong? He strode to Robert, then burst into a rage. What happened yesterday and why was not I informed? Robert recalled Elena's attitude. Then replied that there is nothing serious. And I did not feel the need to bother you over such a trivial matter. Sebastian roared, Sir, how many times have I told you to give her the greatest hospitality? I did what you told me. But that girl must be upset about something. She made a scene with me. He then sighed, Sir, tell me exactly what happened. I need to know if I can fix it or not. Robert became anxious. What happened was, during dinner I mentioned that I did not understand how this epidemic broke out among my people. Then, that girl suddenly started talking about commoners and water and whatever. Then she left without eating anything. Commoners, Sebastian hastily thought. Nourishing a noble like her not eating because the Count is talking about commoners. No way. This fat old pig definitely did something to upset her. But because he is afraid of getting scolded, he did not tell me anything. I need to quickly find out the reason why Lady Rosalia has a hostile attitude towards him. That is the only way I can achieve my great dream of integrating into society in the capital. Sebastian looked at Robert scathingly. This incompetent, thoughtless pig can't do anything right. I have been trying to teach him for a long time. In the end, Sebastian regained his composure. He softly said to Robert, "Sir, I apologize for raising my voice. This is our chance to launch ourselves into capitalist society. I am afraid we have missed it. Of course I understand how you feel, thank you for your understanding because of that. I have a plan to regain Miss Rosalia's trust. I will need some money for it." A dark purpose had formed. A few days later, at the city center of Robert County, because we quickly recognized the existence of the plague and were able to prepare for it, its spread was quickly controlled. And thanks to that, it was not long before the county began to recover. And taking samples of the disease became easier thanks to the masks. This will help a lot in developing a cure. Everything is going smoothly except for two things. Sebastian went to Selena. "Miss Rosalia, did you sleep well? You still look as beautiful as ever today. First of all is this guy's disgusting brown nose," Elena suddenly thought. "I thought so until I saw you." Elena left immediately, but Sebastian stopped her. "My lady, I apologize. I will definitely help you get out of sight in the future, so please quell your anger. Just seeing him makes me uncomfortable. He is not even helping with the epidemic and wants to stand on my side. And secondly, it is Whalestone. He also has a few expressions like that Sebastian guy from before." "Good morning, my lady," Elena wondered. "Is the fact that things still have not been settled with Sir Whalestone? Recently there are only two things that bother me. One is that bastard constantly picking his nose. And the other one is my unfinished business with Sir Whalestone. Good morning, Lady Rosalia." Sebastian left quickly. Next, Whalestone asked Elena, "Do you have something you want to say to me? Do you have time?" The two quickly went into a closed room. "It is time to clarify things with Sir Juk once and for all. Sit, I do not understand why you asked me who I am." "I was not going to come out and say it like that." Elena was quite tense, she said, "but I am still thinking a lot about how to answer it." "I see, I am willing to hear your answer." "My answer?" Elena hesitated a little. It took a few seconds to regain her composure. She questioned Whalestone. "Am I your best student, Elena Rosalia?" "I am simply me." Not seeing him reply, Elena then scolded, "Did I push it too far?" "So that is your answer, then that is very good." He smiled brightly again. "Do you want to ask me anything else?" "No, I quite like your answer. I can see you have thought a lot about it, thank you." That was a burden on my shoulders, but at Raisin's place, he read a few reports and thought, under normal circumstances, I would dismiss the news about what is happening in Robert County as nothing to worry about. But I can't stop thinking about it. The masks that were provided have helped a lot in preventing the spread of the disease. There have been reports of people progressing in the cure, and it is all because of Rosalia Elena. Prince Lloyd will be responsible for this matter, Your Majesty. That is still not enough. He is still testing me. He is weighing. Rosetta dimly woke up. What is it? Has Kaizen woken up yet? She came to Kaizen and wondered about the stack of reports. Your Majesty, what is keeping you from sleeping? Seeing them, Rosetta was startled. A report. Learning more about that, Elena rose. She immediately resorted to sweet talk. Your Majesty, I am so relieved that you did not go there after all. It is dangerous after all. It is enough for someone as noble as you to stay here. Kaizen glanced at Rosetta. She is starting to worry me, and finding out what is going on through those reports. I heard there will be a celebration of Lady Rosalia and Prince Lloyd's achievements when they return. The truth that I have been trying to ignore is making their presence known. Kaizen vented his anger on Rosetta. He threatened, "What do you know about politics? Are you relieved? What is a commoner like? At least you can make an effort to learn. No, you can try all you want, but you will never be able to compare to her, whether it is in blood or ability." It was not until Kaizen heard Rosetta's voice that he woke up. Your Majesty. Rosetta, I did not mean that. I am just angry about Lloyd. It is all right, Your Majesty. I understand why you might think that way, Rosetta said with a smile. Kaizen then stroked her head, his voice rising. Now that I think about it, I think I would be more helpful to you in Robert County. What? Why would you? You were the one who said that. If I want to be by your side, I will have to become half the woman she is, and to do that I have to go there too. Rosetta. Kaizen tremulously looked at the woman he shared a blanket with. She added, I will fight for you there, Your Majesty. A few days later, another convoy arrived at the Robert estate. From inside, Rosetta emerged with stunning beauty. Robert was still the one receiving. He supported Rosetta and kept exclaiming, Oh my, welcome Rosetta, thank you for the warm welcome. Count Robert. From afar, Elena saw Rosetta arrive at this place. She suddenly thought, I had hoped to prevent Rosetta from coming to Robert County, but I guess the original story can't be stopped. She also saw Elena, and hurriedly ran over. Lady Rosalia. It is so nice to meet you, Elena said. Me too, I never imagined you would come here. Rosetta replied, I will do anything to help Prince Kaizen, and I can't turn a blind eye to those who need help. I'm sure I really hoped I would never have to see this. The beautiful Rosetta put her own safety aside. Elena told Rosetta, I am sure you had a difficult journey, please come inside and rest. Thank you, I think I will. I started preparing for your visit as soon as I heard the news. It is the most beautiful room in the entire manor. Robert's voice echoed beside Rosetta. Looking at the way Rosetta approached this place, Elena had many thoughts. I just hope nothing unexpected happens. The next day, a meeting to discuss the rescue efforts took place. Rosetta said, would you like me to come to the village with you? We are short on volunteers. I would accept help from a passing cat at this point. Oh my God, no, Robert butted in. It is too dangerous for you, Rosetta. No, of course I will go. I came on behalf of the Crown Prince. I can't sit here and just read reports. I will go and help you. I appreciate it. I understand that you have a better grasp of your duties than someone else. Rosetta immediately stood up, then told Elena, excuse me while I go prepare. Before she left, Elena instructed, come to the hall after you are done. We will depart as soon as you are ready. I wonder what she is planning to wear, Lady Rosetta. After preparing, Rosetta appeared in a dress more dazzling than ever. Even the usual mask was replaced with a stylish cloth. Rosetta replied, yes, that will be a problem. Elena was speechless. If I say anything about her attire, people will think I am jealous. No, not at all, let us go. No way I am letting that happen. When they arrived, everything around was so grotesque that it was hard to believe. It could be worse, of course no one is being healed, but no one is getting worse either. Rosetta was seen looking around with anxiety. Put on a show, why not? What does she even hope to achieve by coming here wearing that outfit? Elena wondered. At this moment, a patient woke up and asked for water. Water, I need water. Seizing the opportunity, Rosetta went to the maid Garnet. Can I get some water? Here you are. Rosetta came to the bedside resourcefully. Here is some water, drink it, thank you, but who are you? Garnet scolded, watch your words. This is the future queen, Lady Rosetta. Whispers arose around. What is she doing in a place like this? It is a strange sight to see. Such a noble lady kneeling for us. It is as if she does not care about class at all. She is so beautiful. The moment people noticed Rosetta's presence, they all started praising her blindly. It was as if they were hypnotized or controlled by some greater force, and she looked at me as if she knew. Just as Elena said, Rosetta really looked at her with a sinister smile. In the days that followed, Rosetta won the affection of everyone by being in close contact with the sick villagers. Soon after, at a meeting, once again, Lady Rosetta, you must write a report about your activities in the village. Rosetta was excited. I think it would be better if I just spoke to you directly rather than writing a report, but writing those reports is indeed too difficult for me. Can't we just keep things as they are? Elena, on the other hand, was quite upset. She is single-handedly ruining this meeting. Rosetta may be a commoner, but she is also the Crown Prince's favorite concubine, which puts her in an ambiguous position that makes it even more difficult for us nobles to deal with her. She suddenly turned to Elena happily. If that is all, then I will take my leave. I need to go back to the village. Just like that, Rosetta hurriedly left. At this moment, Elena spoke softly. Let us start the real meeting. The merchants agreed upon hearing that. In just a few minutes the meeting ended. Then I will see you at the next meeting. Yes, madam. Elena now secretly pondered. I want to raise more money to compensate the civilians, but now that I think about it, the Count's mansion is really luxurious. How can he keep this place looking like this? Suddenly a familiar figure approached. I am also curious about that, madam. Whalestone's voice made her startled and turned around. It caught my attention as soon as we arrived, so I have been monitoring the Count's spending. At the same time, he handed Elena a stack of documents, and the numbers really left me speechless. See for yourself, I thought he might be using their assets, so I did some investigating myself. But these numbers are too high to be considered generational wealth. Yes, especially, it is interesting that only the Count's manor has an overflowing treasury at a time like this. At this moment they both said in unison, he is getting money from somewhere else. Elena then put on a mocking face. I will also look into it and share anything I find with you. Whalestone was now extremely pleased. I certainly chose a trustworthy student. I will do the same. Few days later at 5 a.m. the hallway at Count Robert's manor opened. Suddenly a guard carried a large bag. How long do I have to maintain this for? No, I just need to grit my teeth and bear it. An opportunity will surely arise. Elena witnessed the whole thing and secretly suspected. What is he doing in front of the cellar at midnight? After the conversation with Mr. Whalestone a few days ago, I asked the cheese shop for some advice about Count Robert. The next day information about the Count and Sebastian arrived. The information we received not only confirmed what Mr. Whalestone had looked up but also contained more information about Sebastian's activities. It seems he often goes on business trips twice a month. Today happens to be one of those trips. When I pursued him, I discovered that suspicious seller goes on business trips every second Wednesday of the month. And also noticed some strange behavior. He disguises himself to look like the Count, even going so far as to make himself look bigger. Step by step he is leaving. First of all, I need to check what is in the cellar. I guess it is locked, and since I do not have the key, it is time to break it. Elena gradually went down to the cellar. Now let us play detective. The next day, Elena rushed to see Whalestone. He looks skeptical. I take it you found something. She steadfastly admitted, yes, something big. I witnessed Sebastian's secret room last night. Inside that cellar contained strange bags of things. What are these things piled up here? Medicinal herbs. White powder looks a lot like flour. Elena was suddenly stunned. In that instant she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Whalestone looked at the white powder and guessed absent-mindedly. Are you telling me this is a hallucinogenic drug? Elena could not help but feel restless, and a cheap one at that. The ingredients are questionable, but the effects are certain. He must be selling this stuff to pay for the upkeep of the manor. Elena suddenly excitedly revealed. And when I looked in Sebastian's bedroom, I found a notebook containing all this information. Her sudden actions even made Whalestone feel scared. What are you thinking, putting yourself in so much danger? She quickly reassured him, don't worry, I am stronger than him anyway. Don't worry, I will see the ledger. Whalestone softly asked, are there deposits made on the same day every month? Elena quickly retorted, yes, and there was a deposit on the day we arrived. And all the transactions are recorded under the Count's name, not Sebastian's. Sebastian must not want to be bound to the agreements. Whalestone gradually put forward his arguments. That way, he can claim innocence if problems arise and blame the whole thing on Count Robert. If we also want to catch Sebastian, we will need more evidence. So then we will have to see if they are hiding drugs outside the manor. Do you really think they would do that? This gradually made Elena feel suspicious. The money they have here won't be enough to pay for Count Robert's level of extravagance. There must be many other things hidden elsewhere, and perhaps Sebastian is responsible for that money. We just need to find out where it is and catch him at the scene. At this moment, Elena secretly thought about setting up a plan to catch Sebastian. Whalestone's mood suddenly panicked. Do you want to follow Sebastian yourself? You absolutely can't do that, Elena secretly thought. Surely how does he know? He would make a lot of money if he were a fortune teller. Elena then showed him the statistics. Judging from the ledger, he will be lying low for the next 2 weeks. We will use that time to plan. He will act before then. All of her facts made him panic. Have you already started doing something? No more doing this yourself. I will go with you. Great. That evening, Sebastian acted. He was horrified to see that the secret room had been broken into. Sebastian hurriedly ran away. Count Robert. No, he would not have to break the lock. Then who? He suddenly noticed a red hair falling on the floor. Is this Lady Rosalia's hair? We have been discovered. I need to get rid of this. I need to eliminate everything. But wait, we have already been discovered. Eliminating this won't solve anything. Okay, calm down. The fact that she left everything here even after she found it could mean that she does not have any definite evidence against me. Okay, so I just need to move all of this somewhere else. As long as there is nothing in the manor, they can't catch me. Back to Elena. We have received good news from the capital. She was surprised. It alleviates the symptoms. Whalestone went to warn. The research team has not been able to completely destroy the pathogen that causes the Red Death. But they have seen significant symptom relief and have slowed the spread of the disease throughout the body. Elena gradually felt excited. It seems the research team has been working very hard. We will have to quickly measure the results of the drug here ourselves. That means we will have to record the results in a small sample of the population. She just planned a nearby location where we can get results quickly but not too many people. Teak Village would probably be perfect. Hearing this, Rosetta suddenly came forward. What a coincidence, I was planning to visit Teak today. Today I will be able to help you, Lady Rosalia. Seeing this, Elena turned to question. Didn't you visit Teak yesterday, Rosetta? Rosetta also admitted, yes I did, but I'm just worried about the villagers there, so I wanted to go again today. And the medicine arrived just in time. How wonderful. Words of praise began to rise. Her tension. She will do anything to try to take Lady Rosalia on stage. Elena at this time put on an arrogant face. Then that is great, I appreciate the offer. I am sure you will be of great help. A few hours later, Lady Rosalia and the princess both arrived. Is it that important? Here a doctor went to tell Elena, Madam, this is the condition of the village this morning. Distribute the medicine we received today to the people here. It will relieve their symptoms. Rosetta, on the other hand, was also working very hard, so I just need to give them this medicine. Record the villagers' symptoms before and after you use the medicine. Understood. I will divide them by age, gender, and symptoms. We have arranged all the medicine we received today. I understand. Then I will take these things. Lady Rosalia said we are only allowed to allow those who have learned the proper method of use. Suddenly Rosetta pulled the doctor away. No, I need to stay here and prepare the rest of. This action made everyone dissatisfied. Honestly, she does not listen to anyone. She does not even care about Lady Rosalia's orders. You are right about that, and she is not even helping much really. Elena secretly thought. Rosetta is just using this space to make herself look good, as if she is a respectable lady who came here to save the villagers. Looking through that is not the truth. So you want these rumors to raise your status in the palace. If that is your plan, it has succeeded so far. She just sighed and ordered, just leave her alone at this time. About 2 hours later they had rescued to the last tent. The patients here were very touched by their help. No need to thank you, I hope this medicine will help you recover quickly. Rosetta's image gradually made people have a different view of her. How can she be so good? She is so beautiful and kind. Rosetta at this time secretly rejoiced. Everything is going according to plan. I only have one goal when coming to this county. Make sure that the people here see me as the one who drove away the plague. And everything is even smoother than I expected. For whatever reason, some people do not love it. Especially those who have a close relationship with Elena. It seems Rosetta really hates Elena. It is really despicable. I need you to get out of the way, Elena. After completing the rescue, Elena was very excited. I do not even remember the last time I saw a sunset like this. It is so beautiful. However, the other doctors advised her, why do not you go rest for a bit? You won't even need to wear a mask because hardly anyone goes there. There is a very nice walking path just across the stream. Over there. That made her quite thoughtful. I need to rest. Wait a minute, Sebastian has been hanging around Rosetta all this time, but I still have not seen him today. Surely he has discovered that I have discovered his secret storage. I bet he is scared now. He will act soon. I will have to tell Mr. Whalestone in advance. Suddenly a voice rang out, Lady Rosalia. Rosetta approached Elena with a knife behind her back, then asked suspiciously, are you going out for a walk? Right, what are you doing here, Rosetta? To this point she still pretended to be flattering. I decided to go out for a walk myself, when I happened to meet you, so I followed you without realizing it. Elena gradually stepped in front of her. I understand you have something you want to say. There is something I want to say to you. Elena secretly suspected. She flinched when I stepped towards her. What is she planning? Rosetta started ranting. Do you remember the first day we met? I can hardly forget. That is when I learned that you are not the Rose in the novel. I will never forget it either. Sometimes I still dream about it. I was so scared. But now I want to forgive you because I want to be you of you. So let us forget about our past quarrels. I want to extend a hand of reconciliation as a victim. This immediately made Elena even more dazed. However, she did not know that it was Rosetta's plot if she insisted. In that instant, she immediately pounced to attack Elena. Fortunately, Elena reacted in time. Things won't go as you planned, Rosetta. Yet she did not change and shouted, let me go. Very quickly Elena controlled Rosetta. You want to paint me as the villain again, do not you? Elena's words made her absent-minded. What do you mean? So Elena reiterated sternly. Do you really think I am stupid enough to fall for the same trick twice? Yet she still acted arrogantly. If you do not let go of my wrist right now, I will scream. However, Elena did not care much. Go ahead, but that is not a good choice for you. The guards and doctors are on my side. I am sure they will come before the villagers who worship you. Looking at a glance, who do you think will lose more? Looking at her face at this time, I can tell that this is the moment I have been waiting for a long time. So, Rosetta, do you like swaggering as if you own this village? The moment I face her directly and stir up her rotten core. No matter how much Rosetta struggled, Elena did not let go. Only a few seconds later she screamed in pain. Elena on the contrary did not let go and threatened, I told you if you scream, you will be at a disadvantage. Only that way could Rosetta be silenced. Elena also gradually let go. I have been waiting for this moment for so many years. After today, you will always be a little unsettled. Suddenly Elena put on a look of cruelty. You must have enjoyed that quite a lot, my future queen. But do not tell me you really think everyone admires you, praises you, and bows to your every word. Because you are special, are not you? Her words made Rosetta gradually feel uneasy. What are you talking about? Elena smiled brightly. I told everyone to leave you alone. Although it might be more annoying to see you wandering around the village, but I asked them to leave you alone because I respect your efforts. Yet she denied it. They all admire me and are charmed by me like it always is. People always love and cherish me. At that moment, Elena ridiculed her. Don't be ridiculous, a lowly girl like you. That immediately made Rosetta burst into rage. You are doing this just because I am threatening your position. That is why you are trying to feel anxious right now. Are you afraid I will be loved more than you? Elena, on the other hand, was surprisingly calm. Try to make you anxious. Why would I do that? A girl in the same class as you is not even worth the trouble. Rosetta's mood suddenly became chaotic. It is always about class, a drug addict. Who are you to mention my class? You are simply lucky to be born a noble. I can take anything you have, I just need to marry the prince. You will never be able to marry him. You are not me, and I will witness you fall. I will rise above you and your precious class. The scene of a massacre gradually appeared in her mind. Rosetta became like a madwoman. Then turned to shout at Elena. Do you understand this is the end you will have? Elena suddenly interrupted. Rosetta, are you always that kind of girl? Rosetta sighed and questioned, what do you mean? You do not know anything about me, right? I will never be able to understand everything about you, but there is one thing I know. Elena suddenly put her hand on her shoulder. I understand that you do not know your position. I need to throw you out of your current position. Rosetta immediately brushed her hand off of herself. Don't touch me, you are not me of me. I am only saying this once, so listen carefully. Elena said assertively and firmly. From now on, lower your head. Then I will keep it a secret that you, a commoner, attacked me, the daughter of a duke. And be careful. The sick villagers may be wearing masks, but your mask is too fragile. Smile, do not get too close to the sick, who knows, you might also get infected. And the Red Death could easily threaten her life. Despite worrying about Rosetta, she reproached Elena. Don't be ridiculous. You are just jealous of my reputation among the patients, which is better than yours. Elena calmly retorted. Okay, if that is what you want to think, but do not ignore my warning. You and your precious class. What do you know about politics? Are you relieved? Do you think you will be better off here? What are you good at? What can a commoner like you do if you really want to be by my side? At least try to be half the woman she is. After Elena left, Rosetta could not hide her anger. First it was him. No, I can't let this get into my head. It is all that woman's plot. I wish the only thing I could do right now was stay calm. And make sure everyone acknowledges that I am making a major contribution. That is why I should be by the patient's side until the end. Until the day her skills and efforts are attributed. Scene changes to 8 p.m. at the quarantine tent area. Elena has also arrived. Whalestone asks in wonder, have you been resting? However, she admitted, no, but I feel refreshed anyway. Her expression made him quite startled. What did you do now? Just a quick chat. Just then 2 patients ran over for help. Whalestone hurriedly requested, it seems something has happened, let me go check. However, she stopped him. He could not help but be amazed by her actions. Elena just smiled and suggested, let us see how the future queen handles this. The patient then spoke, I know this is not the place to ask this, but please hold my child. Garnet quickly refused it. I can't allow that. Moreover, it is not like that will help cure your child. Even so, she insisted, I understand that the queen's hug won't cure my child, but her kind heart will empower my child. Please let the queen hold him for a moment. Garnet wondered to herself, ridiculous. There is no telling what will happen. At that moment Rosetta refused it. I am sorry, but seeing Elena looking at her from afar, Rosetta gradually felt uneasy. She seemed lost in thought. To save face, Rosetta walked over to the 2 mothers. Here, hand him over, thank you. The mother gently handed her child to her. Rosetta held the baby in her arms and prayed, I hope you get well soon. The kid will be fine soon. Unexpectedly at that moment, the boy suddenly coughed a mouthful of blood into Rosetta's face. She felt desperate. When did this child's mask fall off, the baby's saliva and blood? Rosetta immediately threw the baby off her. Everyone around could not help but worry, this is blood, that thing coughed blood on me. Oh no, the princess bled on her. Garnet quickly ran to help. Rosetta, we must wipe this blood off immediately. Rosetta went crazy, where are the doctors? Take them away. Suddenly someone came over. Elena gently picked up the baby, are you okay? At the same time the doctor also arrived, where's the patient? Madame Rosalia is very dangerous. Put the child down, yet you are calm, you have come, I am fine, look at this child first. The doctor did not seem to understand what she was saying. On the other hand, Rosetta kept trembling. I fell straight into her trap. She deliberately planted the fear of Red Death in my mind. Elena now turned to give a smug smile. How was the performance? Do you still think you own this place? The next day, Elena made an appointment with Whalestone. Did I make you wait? Not at all, I just arrived. She looked embarrassed. You can wait until tomorrow. Whalestone immediately refused. I have to tell you this now as your assistant. That was extremely reckless of you as the person in charge, I know. And I am sorry for making you worry. However, she explained, but me being in charge is why I have to do what I did. What do you mean? Elena said softly, I have a mission to complete. I have to report back to the capital to try to get the most support possible. But there is one thing even more important than that. I need to show the people here, those who are sick, tired, and living in fear of this seemingly endless epidemic, that I will never give up on them. So if I hesitate to act as the woman in charge, Whalestone interrupted, then morale will plummet. That moment made her contemplate. Exactly. The moment Rosetta pushed that child away from her, I could feel the despair filling everyone's hearts. Elena resolutely affirmed, I will do the same if this happens again. 'Cause I think what I did was right. He gave a warm smile. I do not think you even need more than that. But Elena did not think so. I still have a lot to learn. Please allow me to continue classes with you. Whalestone suddenly stood up at this time. I am going to bed. I am sure you are tired, so I will cancel tomorrow morning's meeting. Thank you, Mr. Juk. Good night. Before he left, she did not forget to remind him of one thing, and I will get under Rosetta's skin. A moment later, Elena seemed to return to her room. The maid saw her arrive and respectfully said, "Madam." Elena asked the maid to open the door for her. But she had a frightened expression. "I am sorry, madam, but Rosetta clearly forbade anyone from entering. Elena angrily snapped, "I do not need a commoner's permission." At the same time she shouted loudly, "Rosetta, I am coming in. I heard everything that happened. Are you okay? I told you not to get too close to them." Rosetta looked extremely frightened. "You said that on purpose, did not you?" However, Elena immediately denied it. "I am just worried that you will get infected. How could you mistake me like that?" But Rosetta immediately flew into a rage. "You were worried. Do not be ridiculous. You just want to see me fall and take my place." Elena then scoffed, "Your words are too harsh, Rosetta. After all, I was the one who cleaned up your mess after you ran away." This immediately drove Rosetta crazy. "If it were not for you, that would never have happened in the first place. To think that you arranged the situation this way. You are so petty, Elena." Elena laughed at that. "Are you all right? I do not think you have the right to accuse anyone of pettiness." Rosetta gradually shed tears. "Why are you tormenting me like this? I simply want to be by Prince Kaizen's side. Why are you stopping me from doing that? You do not even love your prince." Elena then spoke to clarify everything. "You are the one who started this. And worse, you blamed me for sending you the dead animal not long ago. You have been like that since we met at the fountain." At this moment Rosetta laughed mockingly. "Did I? I never claimed that you were the one who sent it, and all I remember about the fountain is that you grabbed my collar and pushed me in." Elena then admitted it. "Yes, I am sure, but Rosetta, from now on you should remember this. I do not refuse a fight, I do not lose either. And so, my beautiful Rose, if you promise to bow your head, I will leave the precious prince to you." Rosetta quickly chased Elena out. "I see no value in continuing this conversation, of course, if you will excuse me." Rosetta's mood now was no different than falling into a deep pit. 2 days later, at Elena's bedroom. After a while of working, she seemed to have completed it, the last signature of the day. Elena seemed to collapse. "I am so tired, but at least I was able to get things done earlier than usual while Rosetta is dying." After the small argument, Rosetta has not left her room for 2 days. Thanks to that, we were able to get our work done much faster, and the rumors about her spread like wildfire. Rumors about Rosetta's actions will also spread to other areas. I need to quickly write a letter to Lloyd. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Who could it be at this hour? Maybe Mr. No, it is too late for that. Count Robert could not possibly be looking for me, and Sebastian has not returned yet, so that only leaves Rosetta. This person's voice caught her attention. I know that voice. The person who came was Lloyd. Elena was extremely surprised. "What are you doing here?" "I managed to spare some time." The two immediately hugged each other. Lloyd was overjoyed. "It seems you are having a hard time here. I thought seeing me might give you some motivation." Elena suddenly kissed him on the cheek. "Consider it me picking you up. I missed you so much." And so she recounted everything to Lloyd. "And so Rosetta has not been able to say a word since then. What you did was dangerous." "I know, but her expression was so touching." Lloyd suddenly pinched her nose. "This won't do. What do you think? Have you ever thought about the fact that people are worried about you?" Elena softly promised. "Okay, then next time I will make sure to be more careful. And many of the patient's symptoms are getting better," Lloyd advised. "Go to bed now. I will leave when you reach Dreamland. I really should see you off." He chuckled. "You are already asleep, are not you? Good night, Elena." Scene changes outside the mansion. Lloyd gradually entered Whalestone's room. Hearing the sound, he quickly woke up. "Who is there?" Lloyd then made an offer. "We need to talk." Until he regained his composure, Whalestone realized it was the Grand Duke. In the morning, Elena yawned and woke up. She was shocked to realize, wait, what time is it now? Golden sunlight was shining. "I better shower quickly and hope I am not late for the morning meeting. And I will have to make sure to bring the documents." Lloyd left a letter for her. When did he have time? It seemed that these were the feelings he wanted to convey to her. It made Elena extremely happy. "I am sure he was tired from having to travel so far to see me, but this is so sweet." She suddenly noticed there is another page. "This is a pretty good plan. I better get ready." Inside Rosetta's room, "It has been days since I locked myself in my room. No one but the Count has visited me, and my reputation is declining. If I stay here, it is like admitting defeat to Elena. It is time to go. I need to do what I need to do." Right outside, a dispute was breaking out. "What are you doing here?" "Look, I really did not want to come here myself. You asked me to wait." "Sebastian, how long do you expect me to wait?" "I am not Sebastian, I am Count Robert." Rosetta witnessed from afar and felt curious. Why is Sebastian pretending to be the Count? Moreover, what could he be talking about with that suspicious man in the middle of the night like this? Sebastian said softly, "Does it matter? Just deliver the goods. I told you the lady already knows this place." Hearing this, Rosetta gradually became skeptical. What are they talking about, Elena? "I do not care if it is a lady or anyone else. My life is being threatened here. Just wait a few more days. I will definitely find a solution inside. then take care of Lady Rosalia so she can't interfere anymore. It seems that Elena is interfering with their business. Rosetta suddenly gave a sly smile. I know how the world works. A pawn has appeared right under my nose just when I need it. On the other hand, Sebastian seemed to fall into helplessness, as if I have not tried to appease her. From the beginning I tried to win her over to my side. But according to her, I knew the moment our eyes met. Because she was looking for an opportunity to get my head. What should I do now? I can't let this happen. Suddenly Rosetta came and called out to him, Sebastian. Why are you sitting here? Are you feeling unwell? Sebastian immediately denied. No, I am fine. I am just thinking about a few things. I am afraid you have fallen ill with the Red Death. Rosetta blankly stated. I suppose that sounds insincere coming from my lips. He immediately wondered, why do you say that, after what happened at Teak a few days ago? She could not do anything about it. Everyone knows how scary this disease is. Such an event does not affect my view of you. She suddenly smiled. I know there are still people on my side. Hearing you say that gives me more courage to leave my room again. Anyway, I was planning to visit you. I was very worried. Why have not you left your room? Rosetta did not want to leave her residence. Rosetta gradually became shaky. That evening Miss Rosalia visited me. She told me not to leave my residence if all I was going to do was ruin morale. This made Sebastian very shocked. How could she say that? Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. And what has Lady Rosalia done for everyone? She is the one taking care of the sick. Rosetta then advised, do not say that. Elena has invested a lot in the relief effort. Then suddenly grabbed his hand, but still thank you for saying that. Thanks to you, I think I will be able to venture out again. Her actions moved Sebastian very much. But Sebastian, is there something bothering you? He gently put his hand on Rosetta. You seem more worried than the last time I saw you. Since you comforted me, I want to do the same for you. He began to whisper to Rosetta. An obstacle has appeared in the business I am involved in, making it impossible for me to continue carrying it out. I do not know what kind of work you are doing, but that sounds terrible. But can't you eliminate this obstacle? However, Sebastian still did not understand what she was saying. It seemed that Rosetta was luring him to her side. Sebastian gradually became fascinated by her. Now that she said it, she was right. Rosalia is a nuisance. She is blocking my way in the counts, and I understand now. Yes, we must eliminate all obstacles. She is also blocking this lovely girl's way. Permanently remove that woman from this world for me. Scene changes to the laboratory. Earn another failure in the study. She wondered to herself, we are almost done with the cure, but the rate is slightly off. The whole team is tired after repeated failures. Because she was too tired, Earn quickly stood up. I am going on break. At that moment, Earn remembered what Elena said. Earn then went to the garden. I wonder if there is anything special here. No, she would have told me if there was. Let us not think too much, just take some time to cool down and think more about the appropriate compound. Earn accidentally discovered amaranth grass powder, which helps treat indigestion, diced wukna tree roots, which help improve eyesight. And over there is a new type of tree that was just shipped from the east, called the ongak tree. Its trunk is edible, and its roots are used as medicine. And it is said to be an excellent emulsifier, helping incompatible ingredients blend together. Earn suddenly woke up. Incompatible ingredients, wait a minute. We have been trying to find treatments to address each symptom separately, but they do not mix well together. But if this ongak tree root works, then we will be able to create the perfect remedy. On the other hand, Elena suddenly received a letter. She was stunned and opened it to see. What could it be? I was not expecting a letter today. Has something happened in the capital? Inside was just one word: complete. But this made Elena extremely happy. Finally, this chaotic battle is almost over. The next morning, news of the cure reached the royal palace. Earn's face was full of joy. It is finally complete. Dane also breathed a sigh of relief. What a relief, now we won't lose any more of our people. Elena also had more hope because of this. If we all continue to work hard, we will be able to return home in the spring. She smiled happily. Sebastian sat on the side with a furtive face, shaking. Is it done? No. I have not even been able to cover up what happened at the Count's mansion. If Lady Rosalia returns to the capital now, she will definitely report my crimes. Thinking about Elena releasing the ironclad evidence made Sebastian restless, which means I am definitely left with only death. That can't happen after all the things I have done to get here. Is there no other way to escape this? I am sure she investigated my background. Then I will have to use that to my advantage. Sebastian suddenly had a crazy idea. This is dangerous, but there is no cleaner way to end things. Elena noticed his unusual appearance and noticed. On the day we received news of the cure, Sebastian suddenly asked me something unexpected. Elena was surprised by Sebastian's question. What, you want me to spend time with you tonight? He did not even try to hide it. Elena refused his offer. I am sorry, but I am busy preparing the cure, so I can't. Sebastian paused at Elena's refusal. He stammered, Madam, I want to surrender. As if achieving his goal, Elena smiled smugly. turned around by herself. For what crime? Sebastian did wrong with a voice full of vigor. You know everything I have done. I am not that much of an idiot. Elena turned around, facing him directly. So what? Sebastian bowed to admit his mistake. I know what I have done is unforgivable, so I hope that I will be able to reduce my sentence at least a little. By confessing. Elena looked at him seriously. And why do you need to see me tonight for that? She stared at him, speculating on this person's intentions. Turn yourself in, please. What are you really planning? Sebastian presented his plan nervously. Tonight I will meet my broker. I will cooperate with you so that you can catch them all. He looked very restless, just hoping that Elena would fall into his trap. Please take the bait, Sebastian affirmed. I also want to take this opportunity to cut ties with them. Elena finally agreed. I suppose I will believe your desperate plea. Let me know where you will meet them. Sebastian's facial muscles finally relaxed. He was overjoyed. Thank you, I will tell you the plan. When Sebastian left, Whalestone stepped forward to ask Elena, do you really believe that? She affirmed, of course not, it is obviously a trap. Whalestone wondered, then why did you agree to go? Elena then explained, because we need to prevent the distribution of medicine any further. I have to accept this risk. Otherwise it could cause great damage to the Empire. Whalestone looked worried. He was afraid that, but going knowing it is a trap is too risky. Sebastian is at the end of his rope. There is no telling what he will do. Elena suddenly gave a cold smile. He is trying to stop me from returning to the capital, that is right. But I have some preparations of my own. She gripped the document bag in her hand. I have been given full authority for this matter from the palace. And I have enough evidence to convict them. And I even gathered the troops in case there was trouble. So tonight we can gather them all at the scene. Elena was very proud of herself. You are planning to deal with it no matter what happens, are not you? Elena nodded vigorously. She was determined in the things she would do. Whalestone was worried about this girl, so he decided. Then I will join you. Elena was startled to hear that. She ran to argue, I am sorry, but I am the one in charge, so I can go alone. Whalestone convinced her, I am your assistant. Because I know I won't be able to stop you from going. So the least I can do is follow, Whalestone said with a cheerful smile. Elena had to give up. He thought she was stubborn just now, but who is more stubborn now? She had to accept. Alright, then you can come too. Then I will meet you in the evening. On the dark road, a man's figure appeared. He muttered as he walked. What the hell has Sebastian been doing? I do not know why he asked me to come here and had to make sure I was not followed. Viscount Robert was covered from head to toe. He looked at the drawn map with endless worry. His body trembled anyway. He said that I would be fine if I hid here until morning, but where is this? How does he expect me to know the village where the farmers live? But Robert spotted it ahead. Here it is, that warehouse. The best place to hide a tree is in the forest, I suspected after seeing the map, but I did not think he would actually hide everything in the middle of the village. Me too, Sebastian is bolder than he looks. Elena and Whalestone were also present on that block. The two entered a small house together. The noise made the scene even more frightening. Elena looked around. Oh my God, what is all this? These are the things he hid here. If he sold everything here, he could probably buy the Earl's property 5 times over. What a terrible man. He is too stingy with the villagers when he has all this. Elena shouted angrily. Whalestone reminded her from the side. Yelling at me won't change anything. Elena was determined. I am going to destroy all those people tonight. Seeing her too angry to think straight, Whalestone stopped her. Do not, you promised me that today you would only assess the situation. While the two were discussing, there were footsteps. Whalestone whispered, I hear footsteps and voices. Elena also lowered her voice. The broker must be here. Hurry, hide. Then a man entered the room. He was a little surprised by the things in the room. What is all this? The two of them were hiding behind the boxes to observe the situation. The other man laughed heartily. Look at all these drugs. With these drugs, we will be able to distribute them throughout the entire kingdom. He did not think that someone was watching his every move, and sat down comfortably, urging Sebastian. Hurry, Sebastian, I am ready to trade with you. Having smoked his 3rd cigarette, but no one had come, the man began to get impatient. When is he coming? For God's sake, what happened? Whalestone softly called Elena, my lady. Elena was also very tense. Her heart was pounding like it wanted to jump out of her chest. Something's wrong. Sebastian insisted that it was tonight, but he has not come. I think we need to get out of here. Elena turned to Whalestone and said, You agree too? I have the same thought. Let us go through the other exit. Elena left decisively. Whalestone followed behind. Yes, my lady. While storming out, Elena bumped into someone. What? It turned out to be Viscount Robert. He was also startled and called her name, Lady Elena. The commotion outside alerted the young man inside. What is going on? Who is shouting? Sebastian, is that you? Elena was surprised. What is Viscount Robert doing here? He should be at home at this hour. This incident made Elena think again. Wait a minute, these are all the people who know his secret. The young man also came out. Sebastian, that scoundrel. Elena realized that this was just his scheme and went crazy wanting to curse. Just then, an explosion occurred, and the whole house began to burn violently. He is planning to bury us all, the people who know his secret. That is right, Sebastian was standing outside, silently watching that hellish fire. The boxes began to fall towards Elena's position. Whalestone panicked, my lady. When Elena woke up, she was in a daze. Where am I? I came here to catch Sebastian and his gang, but why am I? Feeling the black smoke spreading in the air, Elena remembered that there was an explosion in the warehouse. Sebastian wanted to eliminate us all at once. Elena gradually remembered, I am alive, so his plan failed. And now there is a fire burning in the middle of the village. Someone will report it and come to help us. But where's Lord Whalestone? Elena turned around to look for him. Then she discovered that Whalestone was blocking her body. Behind him was a pile of rubble. His face was covered in blood, but Whalestone was still worried about Elena first. You are awake, that is a relief. I did not think I could hold on any longer, Elena worried Lord Whalestone. What are you doing? Elena remembered when she fainted. Whalestone had supported her. Even at this moment, Whalestone still smiled to reassure Elena. I am your assistant, and you are my precious student. I can't let you get hurt. As soon as he finished speaking, Whalestone fell to the ground and fainted. Elena panicked, Lord Whalestone. No, Elena could not accept the truth. 10 minutes before the explosion, Sebastian had been watching since the broker entered the warehouse. Is this the warehouse that Sebastian mentioned? He hid to the side, only showing a sinister smile. Finally they are all inside, the Earl, Lady Rosalia, and that troublesome drug broker. You should have left me alone. Nothing would have happened if you had turned a blind eye to this. That group of people brought this on themselves, so Sebastian took a match and lit it. He threw it into the puddle of gasoline that had been poured earlier. Everything ends here. The fire flared up violently. Rosetta on the other side was restless. Why have not I received any news from Sebastian? I need him to eliminate Elena before the cure arrives. Everything will end for both of us when it arrives. She must be eliminated now. Just then, the servant ran in with bad news. Lady Rosetta, there is terrible news. Rosetta was startled. What is it? An explosion at the warehouse caused a fire in the village. Rosetta was also shocked by the information. What? We must report this to Lady Rosalia. Where is everyone? The maid suddenly stammered. About that, Earl Robert, Lady Rosalia, and her assistant are nowhere to be found. Rosetta immediately asked, what, why? The servant reported, we are afraid they are trapped in the warehouse. Rosetta pretended to be worried. She gasped, oh no. That is shocking. Can you give me some private time? The servant saw that her master was sad, so she understood and went out. Of course, Lady Rosetta. As soon as the door slammed shut, Rosetta revealed her true nature. She could not stop smiling. You deserved it, Elena. After all the obstacles, she was the one who disappeared. The soldiers, upon receiving the news, worked hard to control the fire. Grand Prince Lloyd wanted to run inside to find Elena. He kept shouting her name. The guards had to hold Lloyd back. Your Highness, you can't go in there. Before that, Lloyd had received Elena's letter saying that she would meet Sebastian tonight. His broker would also be there. I need you to bring her back. I will be waiting. Seeing that Whalestone was no longer moving, Elena began to panic. She trembled, covering her face and sobbing. No, you can't die like this, Lord Whalestone. Whalestone used his last bit of strength to comfort her. I am not dead yet. Elena was surprised to hear his voice, Whalestone. He smiled lightly to reassure her. My legs are almost exhausted. Elena became very flustered, not knowing what to do. How are you feeling? Are you sure you are okay? Whalestone was still able to answer Elena's question. I can't say I am feeling okay. My legs are crushed by debris. And your head is bleeding. Elena trembled as she touched the wound on Whalestone's head. Whalestone reminded her, this is not the time to worry about my wound. We need to think of a way to get out of here. Elena wiped away the tears. Calm down, do not worry about that. I told Prince Lloyd that we would be here ahead of schedule. He knows where to come. Whalestone sighed. At least there is a silver lining to this. Elena thought to herself, I am sure Lloyd thought he would be here to catch the Earl and Sebastian. Who could have guessed this would happen? A person was crushed by the rubble until they were covered in blood, unable to be recognized. Whalestone told Elena, they will have to take at least a day to rescue us, possibly up to 4 if we are unlucky. Elena still maintained a positive attitude. No, they will be faster than that. All the boxes were knocked over in the explosion, but they are preventing the fire from spreading. And looking from the outside, this part of the building has not collapsed. If the reinforcements can extinguish the fire at the entrance, they will be able to come to rescue us. If we continue to make noise, they will be able to easily find where we are. At this moment of life and death, Elena was still calm to analyze the situation. Whalestone was full of pride. She is truly one of my best students. I have nothing left to teach her. Elena showed no interest in those words. Do not act like you are saying your last words, Elena urged herself. I need to figure out how Lloyd's people can get us out of here as soon as they find us. So, the first thing is, Elena drew her sword. I will survive out of here and continue to learn your lessons. Whalestone wondered what she wanted to do. My lady, what are you doing? Seeing the sword being taken out, Whalestone panicked. Wait, stop, you can't. Elena did not care, she was still focused on what she was doing. I need to get Lord Whalestone out of there. If I leave him like this, his wound will get worse and our escape will be slowed down. But if I do it wrong, the whole pile of rubble will collapse. Elena gripped the hilt of the sword. She was also a little scared. I need to insert something to hold it up. I will only have one chance here. I will stick my sword in there. Whalestone realized what she was planning and stopped her. My lady, I forbid you to do this. Elena continued her actions. If it loses balance, she will also be in danger, my lady. Elena erected the hilt of the sword and pulled him out. At this time on the outside, Rosetta also came to the scene to witness this joyful event. Meeting Lloyd, she started her act again. Oh my God, Prince Lloyd, what are you doing here? Lloyd did not even bother to answer when he saw her. She covered her mouth and smiled gleefully. I did not expect to find you here. Lloyd replied politely, I wanted to ask you the same thing, Lady Rosetta. Rosetta explained, I heard there was a fire, but when it happened, it just so happened that those in charge are currently absent, so I came to replace them. She complacently covered her smile and asked, have you seen Lady Rosalia? I wonder where she could be at this late hour. It is really worrying. Lloyd was so anxious that he clenched his palms to restrain his emotions. Rosetta still attacked Lloyd's psychology. You do not think she could be in the warehouse, do you? Lloyd could not take it anymore. He reminded her, Lady Rosetta, be wiser in your words. In the back, the guards caught Sebastian out. He struggled, let me go. Lloyd heard the cry and asked, what is going on? The soldier immediately reported, Your Highness, this man is the bomber. As he spoke, he forced Sebastian to kneel. Lloyd was cold when he heard this. You did it. You are the one who blew up the warehouse. Sebastian's face changed when he saw Lloyd. Confused, what is Prince Lloyd doing here? Lloyd drew his sword, walking towards him. So you must be the one distributing those illegal drugs. Sebastian was afraid. Backing away. Drugs, you misunderstood. Please spare me. He noticed the person in the back, Lady Rosetta behind him, right? As if seeing an opportunity, Sebastian pleaded with Rosetta, Lady Rosetta, please have mercy on me. Tell him it was not me. Having reached this point, they were no longer in the same boat. Rosetta also turned her face. What, Sebastian? I do not understand what you are talking about. Sebastian hurriedly said, do you remember what you told me that day? The two of them had colluded together, but now Rosetta went back on her word. I really do not know what you mean. She pretended to be innocent, although what I know is that there is a fire burning, and you and those responsible for the epidemic situation have disappeared at the time it started. The fire of anger burned even more. Lloyd could not be patient anymore. I have heard enough. He slashed a line on Sebastian's shoulder. Despite his begging, wait, let me say. A stream of fresh blood splattered. Sebastian was terrified, immediately bowed to beg for forgiveness. Spare me, please, Your Highness. Lloyd became more and more angry. He declared, your fate will be decided according to Lady Rosalia. If her legs are injured, you will also lose your legs. As soon as he finished speaking, Lloyd stabbed hard at his leg. He continued to threaten, if she dies, I swear by everything I have. Lloyd pressed down on the wound on Sebastian's leg, that you will not have a painless death. Rosetta was extremely happy. Luckily she was not exposed. Fortunately, the fire was extinguished without causing the building to collapse completely. But the truth is that Elena has not yet appeared. Lloyd looked at the building tensely, muttering her name. Means she is really inside. But suddenly there was a piercing sound inside. Wait, what is that sound? On the inside, Whalestone shouted, I forbid you to do this. But now there was no other way. Elena was determined. I will do it anyway. She erected the sword against the rubble, then pulled Whalestone out. Having saved his life, Elena was happy. See, it worked. Whalestone also had to give up on her. You always have new ways to surprise me. And I will continue to think of new ways, so look at this. Elena knelt down. She noticed an item. I think I just found the perfect thing to do the job. Whalestone wondered, what are you thinking of now? Elena wanted to use that vase to make a noise. We need them to know that we are alive and where we are. It seems like your gift is about to come in handy, Lloyd. So please come quickly to find us. Elena used the hilt of the sword to hit the golden vase hard, creating a piercing sound. Outside, Lloyd's head was also racing. Elena has not yet appeared. It means she is inside. Wait, what is that sound? The sound that Elena created had successfully attracted Lloyd's attention. That is a cry for help. Surely that sound is from Elena. Is she in the front? No, there is no gap for her, and the sound is even further. Then she must go back to where the damage is not too bad. With that thought, Lloyd entered inside. The guards were anxious. Your Highness, where are you going? The sound was getting smaller and smaller. Lloyd stood speculating. It is getting quieter. Things will get really bad if she faints now. Lloyd quickly called the guards to him. There is someone in this direction. Bring all of our people to the back of the warehouse. We need to save them before the noise stops. In her dream, Elena felt like she was sleeping soundly on a cloud bed. This is wonderful, I want to be like this forever. While she was flying on the clouds, someone kept calling Elena's name in her mind. She also felt it. Someone is calling my name. Come back to me, he begged you. Elena knew this voice. Lloyd held her hand tightly. A tear fell on the back of Elena's hand. Please. Lloyd, that name made Elena wake up. She saw him sitting by the bed and asked, how long have I been out? Lloyd woke up when he heard her voice, Elena. His eyes were dark like a panda. Seeing Lloyd, Elena smiled lightly. I knew you would find me, Lloyd. Lloyd sighed with relief. He leaned on her hand. She asked Lloyd, are you crying? Lloyd stood up, approached her. Actually, Elena. You will understand why I cried if you knew that you had been sleeping for many days. Lloyd fondly stroked Elena's cheek. She also softly said, Lloyd, I am sorry. He smiled gently. It is okay, you have finally woken up. How was your sleep? Elena smiled brightly in response. It was wonderful. On the other side, Rosetta was informed by the servant that Elena had woken up. I understand, so Lady Rosalia has woken up. Yes, Lady Rosetta. She pondered, then I can't do anything more here. It means it is better for me to return to the palace and plan my next step. Rosetta ordered the servant, let us go back to the palace. The servant was surprised. The palace, yes, of course. The news of Elena's awakening spread like wildfire, and Ern visited her as soon as possible. Since hearing the news, having just met Ern, she spat out a barrage. What the hell are you thinking? Do you think you have many lives? How could you do something so dangerous? Elena stammered. Lady Ern, calm down. Ern trembled, thinking of the worst-case scenario. If I had not gone with the person delivering the cure, you might not have been treated in time, you might have died. Then Ern burst into tears. Elena was embarrassed. I am sorry. She signaled for Lloyd to help from behind. Lloyd, do something, help me. Lloyd spoke, that is enough, but Ern argued, I have not finished talking, Your Highness. Lloyd smiled brightly. You can say anything you want after Lady Rosalia recovers. She just woke up. Elena was shocked to hear this. She cursed inwardly. So you told her to stop so she could charge her energy bomb. Ern had stopped crying at this time, reminding Elena, but you must prepare yourself. Lady Elena, Lady Rebecca and Lady Chetta both know this. Elena smiled awkwardly. He wants to triple the scolding. I do not want to be scolded. Elena was sullen. Lloyd laughed smugly at her appearance. Ern scolded. Then you should never do anything to be scolded. At this time, Elena remembered the teammate who went with her. That is right, where's Lord Whalestone? Is he okay? Suddenly the two hesitated. Ern looked at Lloyd's attitude. Your Highness, he nodded. Ern informed Elena of the situation. Lord Duke Whalestone was even in worse condition than Elena thought. He was unconscious due to hemorrhagic shock and weak breathing. Fortunately, they were able to stitch up his wound quickly enough to prevent it from getting a secondary infection, but he has not yet woken up. In the worst case, he will live the rest of his life in a coma. At this time, the images of Whalestone always being by her side in life and death reappeared. Wake up, Lord Whalestone, please, I still have a lot to learn from you. Seeing Elena so heartbroken, Lloyd covered her eyes. Elena was a little surprised. He can't go like this. Then she threw herself into Lloyd's arms and sobbed. Please wake up, I can't let you go like this. Just open your eyes. I will truly open my heart to you. After that day, Elena decided to rest until Lord Whalestone woke up, but that did not last long. Her rest was soon disturbed. When Elena and Ern were intently reading, Lloyd entered. Elena. She was surprised to see him. Lloyd, what brings you here at this hour? Lloyd hurriedly announced. I think we need to return to the capital as soon as possible. Rosetta has taken action. Elena still did not understand. Rosetta, what do you mean? Lloyd handed a letter to Elena to read. I find it suspicious that Elena Rosalia acted so quickly as soon as the plague broke out. Did not she plan everything from the beginning? I can't help but wonder if anyone investigated this matter. From the beginning. Elena smiled lightly after reading the contents of the letter. So this is the reason why she rushed back to the capital. Lloyd worried. Do you think you can go now? Do you feel okay? I can go alone if you. Before he finished speaking, Elena spoke up. No, I will go with you. I have completely recovered. I will destroy anything she has planned. Rosetta. Back to the day Elena woke up. The carriage was driven to her. Rosetta with a radiant face stepped out of the car. Your Highness. She threw herself into Kaizen's arms immediately. He also lovingly responded. Welcome back, Rosetta. I am sure you had a trying time, she coquettishly replied. Nothing is trying if it is for you. Indeed, that is commendable. I am sure you are tired. Let us end this conversation in my office. Kaizen turned away coldly. Rosetta was surprised by Kaizen's actions. What is going on? Why does it seem like he is worried about others seeing us? Something's wrong. Rosetta still followed behind Kaizen. She was surprised by Kaizen's actions. He was doing other work when I was in front of him. It was as if he had returned to the time before I controlled him. How dare he try to escape my influence after I have tried so hard to ruin him? She gritted her teeth angrily. Seeing Rosetta's angry attitude, the butler spoke. Your Highness, I believe Lady Rosetta is waiting for you. Kaizen remembered her presence at this time. Rosetta. I am sorry, can I ask for a little understanding from you? It is just an urgent matter. Rosetta put on a fake smile. Of course, work always comes first, but she was extremely bitter. Do not make a fool of me. I must always be on top. Rosetta crumpled the corner of her skirt. What must I do to get him to pay attention to me again? She suddenly had an idea. That is right, that is it. The moment his spirit collapses. I will relay your message, the butler said to Kaizen. He also responded politely, thank you. After the other person left, the room was only left with Kaizen and Rosetta. But he still did not pay attention to her. Wait a minute, Rosetta, I have some papers I need. Before he finished speaking, Rosetta jumped up and hugged him, making the papers fly everywhere. Rosetta did not hesitate to put a kiss on Kaizen's lips. He grabbed her shoulders tightly, reminding himself, no, I can't let her enchant me. Kaizen pushed her away. Rosetta, enough. Rosetta was immediately embarrassed. Your Highness. Kaizen helplessly said, I do not think we should do this when there are people around. Rosetta argued, but it is just the two of us here. Kaizen was surprised to hear this. What, when did everyone leave? Rosetta asked aggrieved. You do not like me anymore. Kaizen reassured her. Do not think so stupidly. How can I not like you? Rosetta glanced at the papers on the table, replying, because of the mess I caused in Robert County. Those papers were all alluding to her. Lady Rosetta is helping to cure civilians. Lady Rosetta pushed a frail boy to the ground. Your reputation has been affected because of that. We are trying our best to put an end to the rumors, but it is still not enough. This incident has raised the reputation of Lady Rosalia. Kaizen comforted Rosetta. It is okay. I knew you would make mistakes. And everyone has their limits. You did the best you could, he said with a gentle smile. She felt a surge of anger, thinking, he thinks I have reached my limit. Fine, keep underestimating me. I will use it to make you feel guilty and bring you down. She continued her act. I guess I am just not good enough. Seeing the beauty in sorrow, Kaizen panicked. Rosetta, that is not what I meant. Rosetta sulked. I try my best, but I just can't be like her. Kaizen soothed her. Calm down, I think you misunderstood me. Tears began to flow, Rosetta striking at Kaizen's heart. But that is what you said. A girl from humble beginnings like me can't surpass Lady Rosalia. Kaizen was flustered. That is not true, I misspoke. That is not how I feel, please believe me. A sense of desperation surrounded Kaizen. He slumped down, defeated. Rosetta continued to target Kaizen's psychology. Then why did you treat me so badly back then, Your Highness? Kaizen was as if under a spell, pained. Rosetta, I am sorry I hurt you. Rosetta comforted him. It is okay. I love you, I can turn a blind eye to such foolish mistakes. But will others do the same? She seemed to be implying something. Rosetta whispered into Kaizen's ear. Do you think they will admire an imperfect prince, or scream and be unable to control their emotions? But I still admire you, she gently stroked Kaizen's cheek. Then slowly took over his senses. Rosetta loves you with all her heart, Your Highness. Rosetta is the only person in this world who loves everything about you. Kaizen was mesmerized. He no longer had his wits about him. She is right, who could love and understand a man like me? Elena talks a lot and she changes immediately. Kaizen hugged her close. Rosetta, you are right about everything. She rejoiced. Really, you will believe everything I say now, right? He had returned to the Kaizen she desired. Rosetta snuggled onto Kaizen's lap. But Your Highness, do not you think this whole plague incident is suspicious? Kaizen truthfully replied, I am sure it is. If that is what you think. She continued to probe. How do you think Lady Rosalia prepared for this so quickly? Almost as if she knew it was going to happen. Well, Elena is clever. As soon as Kaizen said that, Rosetta interjected. No, all of this could be one of her schemes. Her schemes, yes. Maybe she caused this plague herself to divert attention from you to Prince Lloyd. She planted sinister thoughts in Kaizen's mind. Kaizen was in a daze. Would Elena do something like that and maybe even intentionally cause a plague? But does that matter? She cajoled Kaizen from the side, not allowing him any other thoughts. Rosetta, my love, would never lie to me. That is right, Rosetta, I think you are right. We have to report her. Yes, Your Highness, for your own sake, eliminate her for me. Her scheme was successful. The hearing was scheduled to take place not long after our return to the capital. A carriage pulled up in front of Elena. Lloyd stepped out of it. I have come to escort you, Elena. You should not do this, I can go by myself. Lloyd gently helped her into the carriage. How could I let you go to the battlefield alone? Elena smiled happily. I feel much more confident now, thank you. On the carriage, the two people constantly asked after each other. Are you nervous? After all, you are about to attend the hearing. Elena chuckled. Nervous? No, actually I am more excited. Everything is going according to plan. She rested her head on his shoulder. Lloyd also smiled happily. I thought so. Elena heard this, then asked, please, then why did you bother to ask? Lloyd came closer to her face and lovingly said, because I want you to rely on me a little bit more. I will always be here for you no matter what. So, do not worry if things do not go as you want today. Elena suddenly held onto Lloyd's face, then gently rewarded him with a passionate kiss. Lloyd was surprised by her action, but also responded to this sweet kiss. Elena was very happy. I know I am only this confident because I have you. So, do not think that I am not relying on your support because I definitely am. Lloyd was very happy because of that. He put her hands over her cheeks. Thank you, Elena. The carriage was getting closer and closer to the royal palace. There was already loud chatter. Do you think that it is true? Personally, I think that it is really funny, but if you look at Lady Rosalia's records, I won't say that it is impossible. Elena could hear them from there. Let them continue and gossip as much as they want about her. She will bring everyone back to their position. When seeing Elena arriving, the guards announced loudly, "Now entering is the Lady Rosalia." The crowd heard the announcement, then reminded each other, "She is here, be quiet." Elena and Lloyd solemnly went inside. Elena saw Kaizen and the woman next to him. "What? Do not tell me that. Is that Rosetta?" She also looked back smugly. "This hearing is only for noble." Elena did not think that she would be here. Rosetta stared at Elena. "Do you think there is any place that you can go but I can't? Just you wait, I will fly to even higher heights." Luron spoke up. "Please sit down, Lady Rosalia." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Are you okay?" "I am okay." "Let the hearing begin." Kaizen stood and read the report. "This hearing has been convened because of suspicion that the recent outbreak of the Red Death in Robert County was deliberately created for the personal gain of an individual." Kaizen glanced at Elena, implying that it was her. "And that person is Lady Rosalia." He slammed the report onto the table rudely. Elena found it laughable. "We are in the hearing, my friend." "Miss Rosalia, do you acknowledge this?" Kaizen asked her directly. Elena of course did not acknowledge. "No, I do not know. I find it offensive that someone's ridiculous conspiracy theories about me led to a comical hearing from the start." Seeing Elena's cynical attitude, Kaizen became angry. "Are you challenging me right now?" "Challenging? Why, I am simply giving a rebuttal argument. You can't expect me to be held responsible for a crime that I never committed. I want to ask everyone here how much they know about Robert County. Did any of you pay attention to it before the epidemic?" The noble that sat next to the table were silent to Elena's question. At that time a man spoke up. "Your question makes me believe that you were monitoring the events of Robert before all of this. Do you want to explain why not? Is it really to gain sympathy for your purpose?" Elena laughed loudly. "Maybe you do not know this, but Robert is close to the duchy. In other words, what happens in Robert can easily affect what happens at home. I am about to inherit my father's land and titles. Is it weird that I am watching the territories around me?" Elena stared at the man. Kaizen, even though he was cornered, still tried to argue. "That still does not explain why you acted so fast, as if you knew this outbreak would happen beforehand." "Do you know something, Your Highness?" Elena asked him. "If you research the history of the Empire, you will see that this is not the first time that the situation like Robert has happened. High taxes and insufficient food reserves make the lives of the people difficult, and it always leads to outbreaks of disease that kill so many of our people." Kaizen suddenly yelled, "What does that have to do with it?" He did not need to finish the sentence. Elena continued, "Do you think that it does not have anything to do with this?" Elena coldly looked at him. "Let us be honest. History will definitely repeat itself. I am simply preparing for it to repeat with Robert this time." That man was still stubborn and was against Elena, but no matter what, you knew that this would happen. Does not that make you guilty? Unable to listen anymore, the red-haired Earl spoke up. "If that is the conclusion that you drew, then it seems that your head is just there for decoration, since you clearly do not have any use for. So do you want me to remove it from responsibility, Your Majesty?" Dane also had to be wary of his father's attitude. Dad really knows how to put them in their place. Elena calmed him down. "As noble, we have to be prepared to respond to any tragedy that can happen to the Empire. We exist for the Emperor and the Empire. At the same time we make a living with the tax that we collect from the commoners, and therefore, it is the obligation of the noble." Elena glanced at that woman, implying, "So we do not need girls like you here, Rosetta." Fortunately, there is someone else here that can have opinion about this issue that they want to speak up. The person that Elena aimed was the one who was acting benevolent. Kaizen also knew her intentions, so he wanted to stop her. "Lady Rosalia." Elena did not care, and continued, "I want to know what Rosetta thinks." She was startled when her name was mentioned. The people there started to fuss over, "Why is she asking the opinion of that girl? She helped the treatment effort in place of Prince Kaizen. So she has seen Lady Rosalia's action up close." Those people spoke in whispers, but all entered into Rosetta's ear. She stuttered, "You want to know my opinion?" Elena smiled with her. "Yes, you were by my side in the district for a very long time. Do you think that I am the person who caused this disease after all of what you saw me do there?" Rosetta remembered all of the good things that Elena did, then stuttered. If she stands with Kaizen, she would be charged with slander of a high-ranking noble. If she affirmed I was innocent, then she would be betraying her lover. That is a losing situation. No matter which road she chooses, the outcome is only one. So what will it be? Rosetta proceeded to grab Kaizen's hand. What Prince Kaizen thinks, I also think the same way. I think that all the claims that he is making here is right. A way to dodge the question without giving her own opinion for us. Truly deceitful. Elena smiled pleasantly. I understand, Rosetta continued, but there is only one thing that I want to say. It is said that the people who know how to deal with medicine also know how to deal with poison. I know that the researcher who developed this treatment is one of your close friends. I can't help but wonder if you ordered that person to develop a drug to spread the disease. Kaizen saw that Rosetta was going a bit overboard, so he called out her name to remind her. Rosetta was surprised. Please forgive me, Crown Prince. Why are you so upset? She was confused. Why did he stop me from speaking? Elena seized this opportunity and spoke up. So that is what you think? Rosetta. Kaizen also spoke loudly towards Elena. That is enough for you. At that time outside, the guard announced, now entering is the head of the research team of the Royal Academy and the owner of the Beatrice Guild. Kaizen was surprised. What is Ern doing here, and also MS? Rebecca, Ern spoke up. Your Majesty. I have something urgent that I want to say to your Majesty about the trial of Lady Rosalia. But I also happened to hear Rosetta's accusation towards me. On behalf of the research facility, I want to ask you, Prince Kaizen, if I can understand that you are suspecting my team. No, what did I do wrong? Kaizen wanted to protect Rosetta. No, that is simply the statement of a foolish girl who does not know anything about the incident. You do not need to take her foolishness seriously like that. Elena also contributed, but if I remember correctly, MS. Rosetta has said that what she thought is the same as what you thought. Is not that why you convened this trial from the beginning? Kaizen was stuck by the tricky question. The Rosetta that was behind was calculating. I will be drawn into everything if this continue. It is best if I stop at this time. So she stepped up and spoke up. I am sorry. I made a mistake in my ignorance. I have offended both women Rosalia and Ern due to my lack of full understanding of the situation. Rosetta bit her lips and endured. She bowed down. Those gossiping words started to surround. Look, this is why bloodline is important. Who does she think she is butting into the affairs of the noble? She should just stay in the bedroom and receive the favor of His Majesty. Why did she need to butt in? Elena also understood what Rosetta was doing. I bet that is the only way that you can think of to get out of this situation. Elena stood in front of her and softly said, I accept your apology, Rosetta responded. Thank you for your understanding. She was extremely salty, damn it. Laurent sat and listened to everything for a while, then spoke up. That is enough, this trial is postponed. Kaizen was extremely dissatisfied and yelled, Dad. He used his hand to signal for his son to shut his mouth. My verdict is, Rosalia is not guilty of anything. In fact, she is fulfilling her obligation as a noble woman and is keeping an eye out for threats against the Empire. All of you need to learn from her. Therefore, I believe that giving an award to MS. Rosalia is appropriate. Does anyone have any opinion about this issue? Those people there agreed. You are truly wise, Your Majesty. I think so too. Me too. Elena had won in a convincingly manner. That was a win for herself. She loves to win. Ern at this time went to meet Laurent to talk. I have something that I want to tell you, Your Majesty. He also agreed. Okay, you said that you have a message for me. What is it? Ern stated loudly. I came here because the statements on which this hearing is based are simply too absurd to believe. Miss Rosalia has worked harder than anyone to end the outbreak. Take an example. Elena stood close and listened in confusion. What? No, she won't. Ern recalled. She was the one who showed me the garden where I found the ingredients for the cure. At that time Elena had led Ern to that garden. When you feel overwhelmed, come here to clear your head. I am sure that it will help a lot. Ingredients for the cure? Laurent asked again. Yes, she could not tell me what they were, but she gave me information on any herbs that I asked about, and she advised me not to get caught up in my prejudices when examining the tree. So you were still the person who found which herbs to cure with first, right? Laurent asked Ern. Yes, but I would never be able to do it without the help of MS. Rosalia, and therefore I want her to receive the credit for developing it. That is right, that I initially tried to stop everything from going the direction of the original novel. Ms. Rosetta was the person who showed me the ingredient. Elena was extremely touched when hearing Ern's words. But I gave that up because I know how hard she has worked. Know how hard everyone has worked, Ern continued. What do you think, MS? Rosalia, Laurent asked the main female lead. She was caught off guard, so she stuttered. Is stunning. I am simply grateful. Laurent spoke up. I do not need to intervene if you insist on sharing your achievements, and so I have to reward you for such an amazing act. Kaizen stood behind and was more bitter than eating chili. Miss Rosalia, what would you like? Elena heard this, then she was extremely happy. Yes, that is what I have been wanting for a long time. Your Majesty, I want my reward to be for you to grant a title to MS. Rebecca. Rebecca heard this, then was shocked. What? That is absurd. A person slammed loudly on the table. I must reward you for such a great deeds. Rosalia, what is it that you want? Yes, there is, Your Majesty. I hope that you grant a title to Ms. Rebecca. Everyone that was there was surprised by Elena's words. A man aggressively slammed his hand down on the table and protested. A title? That is absurd. Rebecca Lander is the daughter of a noble family and is a woman there. Elena turned around and said to him, "Can I take that sentence to mean that you do not agree with the fact that I, as a woman, am now stepping up to inherit my father's title?" He was caught by Elena, then stiffened. "That is not what I. Also, you just offended every noble woman in this room. Furthermore, as far as I know, the laws of the Empire clearly state that women can be awarded noble titles. Do you mean that family customs override the rules of the Emperor?" He was attacked with a barrage of words from Elena. "That is not what I meant. What I want to say is, I believe that it is appropriate for noble titles to only be given to people who have made some kind of huge contribution to the Empire." Elena laughed disdainfully at him. "So now allow me to inform you about Rebecca's huge contribution. Ms. Rebecca is currently the head of the largest merchant association of the Empire, and she played an important role in suppressing the epidemic in Robert County. She has provided us with an amazing number of masks, all for free, and risked her life to provide us with all kinds of items in the treatment effort. She has contributed so much to the Empire, and therefore I believe that my request that she receive a noble title for her actions is not absurd." That guy was so angry that he was trembling. Luron listened enough, and he had his own decision. "I am not sure if you are too ambitious or not ambitious enough, but at least you made today's meeting interesting. Miss Rebecca, I am awarding you the title of Countess." That guy was still trying to change the situation. "But Your Majesty." Elena heard Luron award the title, then sighed in relief. "This is even better than I expected. I hope the best would be Lady Viscount, if he is in a mood that he is willing to give away. I might as well ask for more. There is no way that I will miss this opportunity." Elena continued to ask for more. "Your Majesty, please forgive me, but I have one more request. As the first countess, Rebecca deserves to be given a manor that is fitting to her title. After all, what is a noble without their land?" Luron heard this and also thought that it was reasonable. "You are not wrong. Do you have any idea on which territory?" Elena gave her opinion. "I advise that you give the land of Earl Robert to her. The current Earl Robert's grandfather took advantage of its proximity to the capital and built the foundation for it to develop into a commercial center. If you award that land to Countess Beatrice and her guild, then she will be able to develop it into the best commercial city on the continent." Luron was persuaded by Elena's words. "If you are willing to guarantee her like that, then I assume that I have to believe you." He loudly announced, "I am awarding the current Robert County to Countess Rebecca Beatrice, the first in her house," and like that, the trial was truly a complete win for Elena. After the trial, everyone was happy. Only Kaizen and Rosetta were sad. Dane's father went to find the Crown Prince. "Your Majesty, I won't forget how someone offended my house today. And today is the day that my father has finally abandoned his neutral position and is supporting the Grand Prince." Kaizen heard this, then hugged Rosetta and left without saying anything. Elena saw this, then pondered. That is definitely not how Kaizen normally reacts. Something is not right. At this time Ern came and called her. "Miss." Ern spoke. "Sorry for making you wait, but I have good news for you." Hearing that, Elena was nervous. Her heart was beating like a drum. "Can it be? Mabel told me that Mr. Whalestone woke up early in the morning and that he is in a very good condition after a long time of being out. He asked about you as soon as he woke up and he persistently begged me to come and help you." Elena heard this and was touched. "Really?" "Yes, he is very concerned about his student, but I am afraid that I have to go check on him now. I have ordered him to take strict bed rest, but I have a feeling that he will try to stand up and work like someone." The words were a bit sarcastic that made Elena feel a sting. Was she talking about herself? Elena smiled lightly and said to Ern, "However, thank you for coming even though you are very busy. You have helped me more than you know," Ern politely responded. "I am just doing what I have to do." Ern's help definitely helped me achieve what I wanted easier. Elena grabbed Ern's hand intimately. "I am entrusting both Lord Whalestone and the people of Robert into your hands," Ern promised. "You can trust me, madam, and I hope that you can resolve everything here." Not long after, the palace announced the news that the epidemic has subsided throughout the land, and along with the announcement, the names of the people who were rewarded for their service was also known to the public: Lloyd, Elena, Ern, Rebecca, but Kaizen was not among those names. When reading the paper, the people were extremely shocked. "How can she do that to our heroes? Who did what? Haven't you heard? The alleged lover of Prince Kaizen. What did she do? I do not know what Rosetta did, but the reaction of the people were shocking." The next morning, Elena was sitting and conversing with Bella Cheddar. "It seems that the rumor about Rosetta is spreading fast, of course. That is what happens to anyone who messes with you. Investing in the information network was worth it. We received the request that you predicted that we would." Both of them laughed with interest. "This is what we received from the Crown Prince. What do you want me to do? Should I reject it?" "No, in the letter the Crown Prince had said his wants. I want you to do whatever is needed to put down the malicious rumors about Rosetta and instead spread the stories of her virtues. Just say the number for the price." Elena read it, then objected. "No, accept it, and make sure that you milk every single penny." Bella spoke up. "Please forgive me." Elena crumpled the letter. Just think about what it will look like if she refused. And the rumors about Rosetta have spread everywhere. Even if she tries to cover them up now, they won't completely disappear. Bella smiled radiantly. I understand, we have achieved our goal, so now it is time to make money. They can consider Rosetta to be the kindest girl in the Empire, but that does not make the bad rumors disappear. And that is all it takes to change the public's perception of her. But anyway, the Crown Prince is definitely getting bolder. Bella asked Elena, is that the letter about the Spring Festival? Yes, it is. There is an event for each season in the Empire, and the Spring event is aptly named the Spring Festival. The main point of this festival is to demonstrate the power of the head of the Empire. And they are also the host of this event, so Kaizen should be the one who is tasked to organize everything, but the fact that he chose Lloyd and I to host this year's Spring Festival must mean that His Majesty is considering his options. Basically, he is pushing his sons against each other. Bella heard this, then speculated, I am sure that His Majesty's trust towards the Crown Prince has wavered after what happened in your trial. Elena smiled confidently. I will have to resolve this perfectly and make the selection of the Emperor's heir a lot easier. She dropped that piece of paper. Bella at this time put down a huge stack of paper. That is exactly why I brought you the record of all of the spring festivals in the history of the Empire, just as you requested. Thank you so much, I know I can count on you. At this time outside the door, Lena frantically opened the door. Lena, what is wrong? I have a guest. Lena frantically went in to report the news. He has arrived in the capital. Elena wondered, who has arrived? Lord Whalestone. On his body was still not healed. Bandages were everywhere. But yet Whalestone was still stubborn, and used a walking stick to go and meet Elena.